Log 743. Pawn 76 and its player failed. When a pawn collapses, so does everyone living inside, sharing the same fate, which is why I'm leaving these records. I don't know if anyone will ever actually read them, but I hope you can avoid our fate. Whatever you do, at any cost, do not go against the players. It doesn't matter how strong your weapons or skills are. In the end, we're just a single piece on their game board. Everything goes black. Someone approaches him, finding the record tucked away in his armor. They flip through the notebook, admitting the strategies are pretty solid. Then they toss it and walk off, saying they know all that stuff already. Someone else holds out a handful of dice. A twisted smile forms as they cast a spell. The guy with the notebook mutters there's just one thing the other person missed. The creature lunges to attack, but he swiftly dodges it. He says the one thing they missed is that players can be beaten with the guidebook, and he has no intention of just sitting around. It began as a totally normal, peaceful day, like any other. A few guys were just hanging out, chatting, and our main character shows up, headphones on, jamming to music. No one had a clue what was about to go down. While strolling down the street, the ground suddenly splits open beneath him. He's totally confused. That day would be remembered forever. A blinding light flashes, startling everyone. People start to panic, thinking it's a terrorist attack or an earthquake, but that was their last truly peaceful day. The whole city is swallowed by a strange, bright blue light. Our protagonist is stunned, trying to shield his face from the intense glow. Then something catches his eye, grabbing his full attention. He's standing right on the edge of a cliff. He wonders, what the hell is going on? His head is pounding. Tons of terrified people are behind him, all asking the same thing. Our guy wonders if this is dimensional travel or transmigration. Like in a level-up manhwa he's read, he can't tell if any of this is real. Then suddenly, system windows pop up before them all. It's an announcement. The game has begun, and everyone needs to roll their dice. The protagonist wonders what kind of game this is, what the message means. Then a woman screams, pointing up, yelling for everyone to look. Something terrifying is up there. Our protagonist looks up and is stunned. It's a die. A giant die falls through the sky, showing the number 3. The system window updates. Pawn number 8 moves forward 3 spaces. A path appears before them. A huge base with the number 8 materializes as powerful magic surges around. Someone screams that the city is moving. A terrified child clutches their mother, saying they're scared. The protagonist starts putting it together. They've been summoned into a game, but they're not the actual players. They're the pawns, which must mean the players are the ones rolling the dice and moving them around. The city lurches forward, as if taking 3 giant steps. Then it stops, and our hero realizes they're not the pawn. The city itself is the pawn. But if the player just needed a pawn, why not summon the city alone? So why'd they drag everyone living in it? 2. Another message flashes on the protagonist's system window. It says they've entered a defensive zone, with difficulty and defense time now being set. Difficulty, level 1. A die rolls, landing on 1. A second die hits 3. Defense time, 3 days. A new announcement drops. A weird dome encases the city, and the very ground starts to rise. Everyone's stunned, like the earth just appeared out of nowhere. Nobody has a clue what's going on. Another system alert flashes. The defense mission begins shortly. If all 4 bases get wrecked, it's game over. Inside the city, 4 spots are marked as bases by glowing arrows. And in case of game over, the pawn dies. Our hero wonders if the pawn dies. Do they all croak too? People start freaking out, screaming that this is total nonsense and shouldn't be happening in the first place. Our main character calmly takes off his headphones. He figures there's no point in making a scene. If they needed to talk, someone would have said something from the start. This is like a strange level-up manhwa. The best move now is to just focus on the announcements. A new one pops up, telling all citizens to roll their dice. The result sets their class. The protagonist watches a die materialize. It's a 100-sided beast. Someone else screams out, terrified, yelling that something's coming their way. And it definitely ain't the cavalry. A massive horde of monsters is closing in fast. Suddenly, everyone bolts, running for their lives as the monsters charge the crowd. And they're catching up quick. Even our hero runs, while those who fall behind are mercilessly torn apart. These creatures show zero pity. Blood is painting the city streets. Our guy realizes this is why humans must protect the pawn. These monsters are invading the city, attacking everyone. They have to defend this place, defend the pawn, so it can reach the final goal. A dice game played by beings who could be gods or demons. That's what this whole mess is. The monsters flood the city. Plenty go down, but they just keep coming. Then, suddenly, a woman appears behind a creature. She's wielding a massive, flame-engulfed axe. And she swings, and the monsters are blown away, scorched, and wrecked. Everyone just stares. Stunned. They were wiped out in an instant. Nobody knows who this woman is. She's a player character. Her name's Gohu, and she's just level 1. Her class, ordinary citizen. Her weapon, a legendary spear that channels the power of a freaking flame dragon. The white-haired woman shouts for the injured to get to Namson. The military and cops are setting up a defensive line there. Everyone, roll your dice. One guy asks, you mean that weird 100-sided thing? She screams back that when they roll, they'll get gear based on the number. If you get a common weapon, fall back. If you get magical or higher, you fight. People start rolling. And just like Gohu said, weapons start appearing in their hands. More monsters show up, closing in fast. The crowd panics, but the woman screams, grab your weapons. That day, their normal lives were shredded, replaced by a wild, new kind of level-up manhwa. On the first day of the new year, countless lives vanished. Hiyu fought with all she had, along with a few others. And just like that, heroes were born. Our level-up manhwa protagonist was a survivor of those first days. He was a level 1, ordinary citizen class. His name was Choi. On the 8th pawn's turn, he rolled his 100-sided die. It rolled and rolled, finally landing on 100. And just like that, he became someone special, someone who would soon be known by everyone as the worst piece of trash. This achievement revealed a magic text to him. He was destined to become the Demon King of Sovereignty. From the Book of Kran, a mythical class magic text appeared before him. It granted him access to the Demon King Krass's library, which lets the user see all kinds of information, item locations, secret events, monster data, maps, objectives, everything. The moment the mission began, the book opened before our protagonist. The text revealed one more thing. Krasma is an incarnation with a monopolistic desire, which means any reward gained using the book's knowledge goes straight to the book's owner. And that was all Choi needed. 3 hours after the defense mission began, there were 3,012 deaths and 7,023 critical injuries. One of the 4 bases was completely destroyed. Gasping, Hiyu says, it's finally over. People cheered, they'd survived. They actually beat that wave of enemies. Suddenly, a military truck rolls up. It's the Korean army. Soldiers hop out, telling civilians and the injured to get inside. They were being evacuated to Namson Tower. A soldier thanks Hiyu, saying she really gave it her all. But she replies it was nothing special. The soldier says thanks to the time she bought them, the military and police organized and are now being sent to different zones. That guy is Kusayang, a level 1, ordinary citizen. He's wearing the Helm of Helden, a heroic class item. Thanks to an unshakable faith, the wearer is immune to confusion, fear, or disorientation. Hiyu says that means it's finally over, but Ku responds that phones and the internet are down, so it's hard to be sure. They're using shortwave radios and should get status reports soon. For now, they must head to Namson Tower. Hiyu agrees, until someone behind them shouts, no, it's not over, it's our hero, Choi. He's holding a book, and though he's injured, he says a boss will appear soon. He explains, the book has all the mission details, monster info, current progress. Everything is written in it. He turns the book to them and asks them to look, but when they do, Hiyu says it's just a blank page. Zayang, the soldier, confirms he sees nothing either. Hiyu asks if it's a manual only he can read. Ku thinks so. He guesses it's an information-based artifact. Choi is stunned. He's the only one who can read it. A frustrated Ku thinks to himself, if that's true, then Choi has one seriously broken item. In a world like this, info is power. So he tells Choi to give them everything. Choi is confused, but Ku demands proof of what's actually in the book. So, Choi starts reading. He says the Helm of Helden is a heroic class item. It's part of a 6-piece set, currently used by Sergeant Jayu. He's got 21 days till he's out. As for Gohi, her weapon is a legendary item, the Fang of the empireal flame dragon. But get this, her favorite karaoke song is Shill Gap Mountain. Hiju goes beet red, flustered, and tells him to knock it off. She says if the book has personal info like that, it has to be real. Choi agrees it's a legitimate data book. If that's true, then the boss is definitely on its way. Choi's expression hardens. He says they've confirmed the artifact's power and are in touch with Hu. Elsewhere, someone mutters that they think about this sometimes. If this world were a level-up Manhwa, he'd be a glitch in the system, because everything here feels way too easy. It's a dude in a striped outfit and a headband. He says that's why he was made this way, to be kept from the outside world. He's surrounded by toys and games. It's like the system admin found a bug and just quarantined it. But if the day ever comes when he can enter the real world, back in the city, someone yells for Choi, and the kid snaps to attention. It's Sergeant Jayu, who says HQ gave the green light. It's a crapshoot, but they have no better plan, and no time to waste. So, they've decided to trust Choi's intel. Choi looks pretty on edge. Jayu hands him a walkie, asking for all the intel and countermeasures he can give. Choi nods. He tests the radio, asking if they can hear him, then begins to explain the defense mission. This is a defense mission. They have to protect the bases from monster waves that arrive every 6 hours. A boss will appear at the end of each wave. This time, it is a two-headed ogre. Its difficulty is level 1, and it uses both close-range attacks and magic at once. Choi says they win if they defend the base 4 times a day, 12 times in 3 days, and beat the final monster wave's boss. He has all the mission data. If they use that info to make a strategy, they can survive. After that, he says he will find a way back to their original world. Hearing this leaves Hiju completely speechless. This guy isn't just focused on the current mission. He's already thinking several steps ahead. Choi gets serious, saying it's time to start. But he should have double-checked something he missed while he was out cold. It's the fine print on the item Book of Kran, the sacrifice of sovereignty's defense. It hijacks all rewards from anyone the information was shared with. It began with Gohu and Jayu, but its reach is far wider. Everyone Choi talks to will be affected. And it's not just for people who heard the info directly from him. It includes anyone who heard it secondhand or even just through rumors or something similar. In other words, any information that originates with him ends up harming those around him, meaning the army fighting the boss and monsters could be in serious danger just from this knowledge. And yet, despite that risk, they keep fighting and winning, again and again, under Choi's command. But the longer they fight, the more their lives are on the line. With more people tied to Troy's book, the roster of names under the Demon King of Sovereignty, Kranina, just keeps growing. Meanwhile, Pawn 8's total population is 193,256. Sacrifices have already hit 176,542. In just a single day, 91% of the population was marked for sacrifice, and that was only the start of Choice sins, which would stretch all the way to the final moments of the game. This defense mission is basically a tower defense game. Enemies are swarming from all directions. Monsters are heading for the bases, trying to wreck them, while players must build forces to stop them. A new wave of creatures starts nearing the population, and Choi orders the army to strike. First, blast them with wide-area long-range weapons. Then, while the first weapons are reloading, launch a second wave of attacks with the other long-range gear. Level 1 difficulty. The monsters aren't intelligent, so they're terrible at defending themselves or coordinating. The army unloads everything from behind barricades. It's incredibly easy to bait the monsters exactly where they want them. The creatures just mindlessly charge forward. Injure them enough and the monsters will scatter. Then, they run right into elite units with high-tier gear that'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. Troy keeps giving directions, where to hold formation, which spots need more troops. The Book of Kran updates in real time, tracking everything happening. That way, Troy always knows what's up. He just thinks about the info he wants, flips a page, and it appears instantly. As long as he holds the book, he can access it. With it, Troy relays it all. What gear is best for long-range support? When to hold the line, when to push, and exactly when the monsters will group up. With everyone on plan, they can survive. Smoke blankets the city. Monsters get blasted from every direction. The army keeps pushing forward. Captain Jayu announces the area is secure and tells 3rd Squad to begin their sweep. The commander silently reflects. At first, HQ had final say on Choi and Wu's plans, but now Choi's running the show. Like the star of a level-up manhwa, he keeps quiet, recalling what Choi said. The book only provides information. So, if he's commanding an entire city like this, maybe he could do it before, unless that's a hidden ability of the book. Ka calls for Sergeant Jayu, who turns and asks, "What's up?" The kid says they're almost done. Jian asks if this means the final wave's boss is appearing. Koi smiles, telling him not to worry. Hiu will finish this, once and for all. The girl's asleep until she is suddenly jolted awake. A massive creature stands before her, and she's totally startled. It's a boss. Billy the Giant. A level 1 difficulty monster. A giant born weak, big in size, but lacking combat power. Hiu is in a military vehicle. Fa asks if she's awake. Panicking, she asks why nobody woke her up sooner. They fire signal flares at the monster, and it goes berserk, swinging massive punches. Ku watches in shock at the sheer force behind its attacks. Troy yells that this is exactly why they brought her out here. If that thing hits the city, the bases are gone in a flash. The good news is, the giant is slow and pretty weak against elemental attacks. So if they just keep the pressure on, it'll go down. Hiu looks around, saying, "It's just the two of us out here." But Choi says he isn't talking about them, he means just her. The girl is absolutely stunned. The monster charges and Hiu wonders what the hell she should do. Then Choi says items above heroic class have hidden traits. If certain conditions are met, the item's form can change. Not only that, a hidden ability also gets activated. Choi explains that to unlock those traits, they must fulfill specific conditions. And luckily, the book lists every condition for every item, giving them a huge advantage. Hiu stands before the enemy and asks, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" From a distance, Choi yells for her to trust him and the book. Worried, the girl grumbles that this feels wrong, but says she trusts him. Then she stabs herself in the stomach with her weapon. The ogre raises its arms to strike. As the ogre's blow lands on Hiu, Sergeant Jayu screams her name in panic, but Troy calmly says she's fine. A red aura swirls around the giant and Hiu. All the conditions have been met. With that, the hidden ability of the Fang of the Imperial Flame is activated. Choi and Jayu are stunned by what's happening. An Imperial Flame Dragon is summoned. It's a one-use per mission ability. It charges the giant and unleashes a massive explosion, one that's visible from outside the city. Jayu comments if that ability had gone off inside the city, it would have been a disaster. But something's even more dangerous. Choi's book. That book holds incredibly dangerous information. If it's misused, it could cause the fall of the entire city. Still, Jayu thinks maybe it's good that Choi is the one holding it. Then a system announcement rings out. Defense mission complete. Civilians outside the city will now be transferred back inside. Rewards will be given to all survivors. They've earned 300 points. Additionally, there will be individual rewards based on contribution, how many monsters they defeated, and how much they helped defend the base, and their role in the boss battle. Those will be calculated and distributed soon. The population is amazed. It works just like a times level up Manhwa asterisk. Now the point shop is open, where they can buy healing abilities, equipment, and more. People are overjoyed just to have survived. At the healing shop, points can be used to treat wounds, purify status effects, and even regenerate lost limbs. Over at the hospital, the nurse strongly suggests that everyone choose healing first. Troy sighs in relief, happy the injured will be okay. But then, something catches his attention, and everyone else's, too. The system suddenly announces all reward points are now 0. All rewards have been taken due to the sacrifice of sovereignty effect. Panic erupts. No one knows what that even means, and people start freaking out, demanding their reward points back. Worried, Hiu turns to Choi and asks what's going on. He says he doesn't know either. The system then explains the sovereignty sacrifice is based on how many citizens were lost. The more people lost, the bigger the total reward. Suddenly, a notification pings for each of them, showing who received the mission points. To everyone's shock, Choi got 9 billion points. The crowd is stunned, then enraged. They shout at Choi, demanding how he got so many points. Kaiju and Jayu shield him as the furious mob closes in. Everyone is convinced he did it on purpose to steal the rewards. Desperate, Choi pleads, saying he didn't know about this. Jayu tells him to be calm. First, help the injured. He figures maybe points can be traded or donated. If Choi shares the points, it'll prove he didn't mean to. If he doesn't, people will assume it was on purpose. Panicking, Choi agrees. But when he opens the system to transfer, a passive ability activates. Demon King of Monopolistic Desire. It denies all sharing of points and items. Choi panics, completely confused, not knowing what this ability is. The enraged crowd screams for him to hand over the points. Choi tries buying healing items to give to others, but the system blocks that, too. Frantic, Choi yells at Hiu, "Burn it!" He throws the book down. He reopens the system, hoping for a change. But instead, the book begins moving on its own, as if alive. Choi growls in frustration while Hiu watches, clearly worried for him. All around them, people are panicking, begging for points. Some are fading without them. Hope turns into rage and resentment. Everyone wants to hunt down and destroy Choi in this level-up manhwa. The crowd tells Sergeant Jayu the death toll is rising, and the citizens are furious. Choi mutters, "There has to be a way." He picks the book back up, but suddenly, a rifle is aimed at his head. It's Sergeant Jayu, who tells him that's enough. It's for the greater good. Jayu announces Choi is under arrest. The population erupts, screaming, "Arrest isn't enough. They should just end the scammer." Kaiju tries calming them down, but the people are too enraged to listen. Meanwhile, Jayu quietly steps closer to Choi and tells him to run. He must get out and find a way to fix this mess. It's the best they can do now. Choi clenches his fist in frustration, then opens the system window. The crowd shouts. He's trying something again, but he's faster. He spends points on agility. In an instant, he vanishes, gone in a flash. The crowd explodes in fury, yelling, "He escaped." Then the system announces, "Time until next turn, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. People panic. That's not enough time to recover. Jayu yells for everyone to move to safe zones now. The injured must be driven. Meanwhile, Hiu stares at the sky, deep in thought. The people scramble to organize, separating into who will fight and who will evacuate. They're told to watch system windows and stay inside evac zones. Everyone must memorize base and safe center locations, and if they happen to run into Choi, their orders are to bolt immediately. They must report his location and then flee as fast as possible. They're forbidden from following any of Choi's advice. If someone becomes a sovereignty sacrifice and hides it, it's treated as a crime punishable by law. Jayu and his squad start brainstorming new strategies for the battle. Meanwhile, Hiju is also gearing up for a fight. Most of the population evacuates, trying to escape what's coming. Fights erupt and the people's faith is shaken. 24 hours later, the system declares a new turn. All players, roll your dice. Pawn number 8. Your city moves forward 4 spaces. You've arrived at the Demon King's Seal Square. Demonic pillar guardians will now spawn to protect the pillars. The population's job is to destroy all demonic pillars. If the pillars aren't smashed in time, the Demon King will be summoned. A die is rolled for the mission duration, 5 days. There will be 3 pillars, each with its own guardian. The first pillar has a level 1 guardian, the aimless fallen angel. A fallen angel just wandering around, seeking its lost purpose. The second pillar also gets a level 1 guardian, the mad brains, a creature that compulsively creates. The longer it lives, the more dangerous its gadgets become. But the third pillar's guardian is level 3, which catches Hiju and Jayu off guard. It's a goblin swordmaster, a being who hit the peak of martial arts and shattered his physical limits. Now he's trying to break the seal to challenge the Demon King himself. In the meantime, Choi lays low inside a warehouse, surrounded by scattered papers and mystic symbols. He's smiling, completely satisfied with this chaos. Over the walkie-talkie, someone reports to Jayu. The citizens are already attacking. They went right for the fallen angel. We tried stopping the crowd, but they are totally out of control. Concerned, Jayu says they should head out too, and then asks if Hiju is ready to go. But one of his men says she already took off a little while ago. The captain sighs. It's pure chaos now. Their smooth teamwork completely fell apart after only 1 day. Hiju went alone to fight the final guardian, that level 3 monster. Her goal, take it down before anyone else dies because of it. As she attacks, a burst of flame explodes, but when the smoke clears, she sees she didn't even scratch him. The swordmaster spins his blade once, knocking hers away. Then a strange blue light appears. The swordsman looks confused. His focus shifts completely. Someone is approaching with quiet, measured steps. He catches Hiju in midair and gently sets her down. The girl just stares, stunned. "You're back," she asks. Choi nods and asks if she can still talk to the others. He wants her to deliver his message. "All the rewards will be used for me alone." Hiju is caught completely off guard. She doesn't get what he means. Then Choi says it plainly. "Tell everyone not to show up in front of me again, unless they want their rewards stolen. No way to return the rewards. No way to ditch the curse book." So, Choi opens his status window to start his own level-up manhwa. Smiling, he announces he's going to max out all his stats. Hiju is stunned by how insanely fast it is happening. All over the city, citizens get notifications that Choi is maxing out his stats, and they absolutely go ballistic. Choi's rolling the dice for the best equipment he can get. If this is what he's stuck with, then he might as well use it. He'll take full advantage of the rewards he bled for, plus the Demon King's power. Before the Pillar Guardian stands Choi, glowing with a red aura. He has made his decision. He's going to save this city from the game and get back to real life. It's the only way to atone for his sins. So he doesn't care if people scream insults at him. The Goblin Swordmaster grins, thrilled to see a worthy foe. But Choi says he has no time to play games. Then he activates his airborne magic sneakers, a heroic class item. They let the user jump and float with a force that's like flying. Choi tells the Guardian, "I'll be back. Just hang on a little longer." Hiju is stunned. He really just left. The Swordmaster calmly sits back down, waiting. Hiju can't believe it. He's actually willing to wait. That Guardian is in no rush. Choi vanishes between rooftops. The Goblin won't attack first, which means he only fights back if provoked. Choi dives in, striking the fallen angel in the head. His plan is to handle the other Pillar Guardians first. When people see him, they scream in fury, accusing him of wasting all their points, but fall silent as they watch the aerial battle unfold. It's Choi versus the Guardian. In this level-up Manhwa world, each has a unique trait unlocked by certain conditions. Some of those traits reveal weaknesses, but if you trigger the wrong ones, they might get stronger or, worse, gain a seriously troublesome ability. The fallen angel fights with all its might to destroy Choi. After it kills 100 humans, it evolves into a humanity-ending version. It then becomes way more powerful and abandons the pillar, focusing on hunting humans instead of guarding. Choi chose this one specifically because it has the most annoying trait, and he plans to unlock it correctly for the mission. He manages to rip off its wings. As it falls, Choi thinks to himself, the important thing isn't just finishing the mission, it's how you finish it. Over the walkie-talkie, John warns everyone to stay at least 500 meters from the pillars until they learn Choi's real intentions. He wonders if Choi truly couldn't return the rewards, or if he simply chose not to do so. Choi didn't seem like a bad guy, but someone that powerful shouldn't just be winging it. A guy that smart and powerful could likely take over the whole city. Even Hiju, who Jayu thought could help keep Choi in check, is losing control. Jayu wonders if they can actually complete this mission. Choi darts through the sky, fighting and flying across the city. From a distance, John watches. Suddenly, a red light flashes by his vehicle, and the entire car is flipped. A soldier rushes over, asking if John's all right. Daisy Dai looks around, confused, and sees the defeated fallen angel on the ground. Standing atop it is Choi, holding its wings. He strikes a heroic pose, wielding a weapon called Divine Divider. It's a legendary class sword, a shard of the blade that split heaven and earth and created the world itself. It can convert chopped-off monster parts into items. Jayu mutters that Choi just took out the Pillar Guardian. Choi just grins and vanishes silently. John notes, Choi didn't say a single word. Maybe it's because of that sovereign sacrifice. He doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. A soldier then confirms the Pillar Guardian is toast. John nods, telling them to report it to HQ. But then the angel starts to twitch again. It's still alive. Apparently, the condition to unlock its special trait was just fulfilled. They were supposed to remove the aimless fallen angel's wings and halo. The unlocked special trait is corruption, and the angel begins to mutate. It transforms into a different being, the Beast of Corruption, a level 2 enemy straight out of a level-up Manhwa, a creature that lost its faith and fell into sin. Jayung's eyes go wide. He mutters that military service is definitely hell. The soldiers move in. Jayung reflects on the mission. There are only 3 monsters. That means each one is as dangerous as a full-scale invasion. He wonders, is Choi really gonna leave us to deal with these things alone? The beast swats aside the soldiers who are trying to stop it. Everyone starts running, screaming for help. Their morale is shot. Basically, they've lost their will to fight. They're all fleeing. Jayoung starts to worry, seeing everyone despair. So he turns to the monster and opens fire. He needs to kite it away from the other soldiers until reinforcements can arrive. But the beast is focused solely on killing him. Jayoung wonders if he can hold out. The beast slams down on him. From afar, Choi cheers, saying he finally controlled one. A green light flashes under the beast's foot, and it hesitates. Then, boom, an explosion goes off. The Helm of Helden has a hidden ability. Its activation conditions were fulfilled. It triggers when the wearer is near death from a corruption attack and leads a group of 5 or more. At that moment, the Ghost of Helden ability is activated. It lasts for 10 minutes. All Jayang's gear and abilities are now infused with divinity. His resistance to corruption skyrockets. His powers spike. 2. The beast stares, confused, not getting what's happening. Then the fanatic ability activates. Every soldier nearby starts going nuts. The fear that once paralyzed them is just gone. Now they fight with everything they have to survive. Koi watches from a distance and mutters, "Okay, this is way darker than I expected." Earlier, someone had told Zhang they'd give him a vet, but he'd be flying solo. He joked, asking if that wasn't too much for a mere surgeon. Kimong replied, "That nerve. I like your guts, Zhang." At first, Zhang didn't know how to react. Then, Kimong said they had barely any intel on the current situation. And, in times like that, what they needed was a calm observer. Someone rational. Someone who doesn't lose their cool. Someone capable of making logical calls under pressure. A cold, level-headed sentinel, now possessed by Helden's spirit, a real level-up Manhwa protagonist. Jayang shouts, "Everyone, attack the enemy." Kimong had been right. Jayang was perfect for this role. With that, everyone joins in, and together they annihilate the corrupted beast. The system announces, "The beast of corruption. The first pillar's guardian is down. Top contributing group, the independent escort squad, led by Sergeant Zhang." Kimong reads the alert silently. Choi cheers, grinning. "See, I freaking told you so." The Guardian's HP was just low enough for Jayang's crew to land the final blow. Even after it got corrupted, its health bar didn't reset. Plus, since the monster had evolved into a new form, Choi's damage count on the original angel got wiped. So, Jayang snagged the top contributor spot, meaning he gets all the loot. Pumped up, Choi turns to the guy beside him and asks, "So, what'd you think?" It's the Swordmaster, who looks totally baffled by Choi's rambling. Choi thanks him for listening. He admits he's been dying to tell someone all this. He just couldn't talk to anyone else before. Then he stares the Swordmaster down, asking, "Wanna make a bet? If I win, you break the Demon King's seal." The Swordmaster is floored. Meanwhile, Hiju is getting swarmed by anti-human machines. They're only level 1 difficulty, but the waves are endless. She keeps taking them down one by one. After the rescue call, she headed to the second pillar, but this fight feels hopeless. Worse, the machines keep evolving. She needs a finisher, like in a level-up manhwa, before they get too strong. She screams for everyone to fall back, but the civilians are totally clueless. They're screaming they need points to save their families. They refuse to give up this fight. All the while, the Pillar Guardian keeps spawning more machines. 2 people are hiding, looking to ambush the Guardian. They decide to finish it themselves, but before they can even move, the creature spots them and fires a laser. Just before it hits, Hiju dives in front, causing a shockwave explosion. She screams for them to run, but by the time she finishes, that pair is already long gone. Hiju cracks a small smile, but the Pillar Guardian isn't finished. It starts scanning her, identifying risk factors. After a full scan, it creates a specialized anti-Hiju unit. She's shocked. Now, she really has to end this. But suddenly, every other machine starts charging right for her. She's startled that they're all targeting her. But to her, that's actually perfect. She unleashes explosions, wiping out as many as she can before the Guardian. She yells for everyone to get back, then fires a ranged attack straight at the massive brain. The blast is immense, so powerful it hits some nearby civilians. Even so, Hiju is thrilled because she pulled it off. She sighs, thinking, yeah, this world is anything but easy. Suddenly, an anti-Hiju machine appears. It's fire-resistant, has a dragon slayer, and deals bonus damage to kaiju. She's stunned. A machine literally designed to counter her, like a boss in a level-up manhwa. The creature flashes behind her, launching a vicious strike. She barely defends herself, but her vision starts to blur. She's losing consciousness when she sees Choi approaching. He flies right at the Pillar Guardian and rips its head off. Before blacking out, she sees him holding the brain, wondering what the hell he's doing. And just like that, she's out cold. A colossal blast then rocks the battlefield. The elite anti-Hiju squad moves in on her last position, finding nothing but a pool of blood. The target has simply vanished. The machine kicks into tracking mode. The headless Pillar Guardian is somehow still kicking. The condition to unlock its special trait was met, wiping out the insane brain's collective host. The new unlocked trait is Insane Order. Now, it just continuously mass-produces its last creation, doubling its manufacturing speed and output. It won't stop until the main body is toast. Waves of enemies flood out, heading right for the people. The pillar took way too long to fall, and many civilians are now hiding in terror. The people realize the first pillar is way tougher than they imagined, and they're seriously outgunned. Meanwhile, the second pillar is swarmed with monsters, and panic erupts. People are screaming, yelling for the wounded to be evacuated. Stat. Finally, military reinforcements show up. Troy just watches and thinks he could easily wipe them all out himself. But that would be pointless. To win this whole game, not just the mission right here, Troy needs the entire city to get stronger. And for that, he first needs a capable commander. In this case, that's Jayu. And he needs a champion unit. The kind of hero people rally behind in a level-up manhwa. That's Hiju. She suddenly blinks awake. Am I alive? She asks, turning her head to see who saved her, but then sees the swordmaster right by her side. She gasps and screams, but the swordsman tells her, keep it down. Hiju quickly apologizes, saying she was just startled. Then, her jaw drops because the guardian is talking. He says he treated her wounds, but they're short on time and need to start. He tells her, you said something once. After a huge loss, it's always the same cliché. Find a great teacher, train hard and rise again. Hiju just stares blankly, completely confused about what's going on. Meanwhile, the anti-Hiju machine successfully reacquires its target and rockets toward her location. The second it locks on, it begins the annihilation sequence. It launches a devastating blast at Hiju, but unexpectedly, Troy intercepts it, laughing his head off. He fooled the machine using the insane brain's head. Now a heroic class artifact, the machine's targeting is locked, so Troy just redirects its attack down another path. Cue a massive explosion. A glowing blue blast tears through a building, slamming right into the first pillar that the citizens couldn't destroy. Everyone freezes in total disbelief as the pillar collapses. Troy watches and calmly says, yeah, that level of damage should do the trick. Then he smirks and says, thanks for the help. Machine? You're a real pal. Meanwhile, Hiju is training with the swordmaster. He tells her to try using that power. She nods. Ready? The swordsman lowers his hat and says softly, just don't forget what's most important. That power doesn't belong to her, so pushing too far could break her. Instead of borrowing too much blindly, she should only draw what she can handle. As she tries attacking without burning out, the swordmaster tells her, power shouldn't control you. You're supposed to be in charge of it. With a fresh burst of resolve, Hiju lunges to attack the guardian, but after wailing on him again and again, she just collapses, completely gassed. Panting, she asks, did Choi seriously bet I could take down that machine? The man just confirms it. Hiju glares. You've got to be kidding me. The swordmaster just goes dead silent. She sighs. Yeah. His quiet act isn't helping. Then he asks her, why let me train you? Why trust Choi? Why do you even want this power? Hiju slowly gets to her feet. Honestly, I have no clue. There's so much I don't get about the game. The missions. I'm not smart enough to think my way through it all. So, I've got to power up my body first. And maybe if I just keep doing that, I'll start to see things clearer. She stretches. This is just my way. The swordmaster smiles. He'd thought Choi was just using her. But nope. It's totally different. She's a true martial artist, forging her own path. He grins, baring his teeth. All right. Time to get serious with your training. 3 days later, the people are still crammed together, hiding out, exhausted and injured. The evacuees wonder if they should risk helping those still outside. Someone gripes they might lose points. Another retorts that, if they don't help, they could fail the whole mission. Then, a huge crash. Something smashes into the shelter. It's that anti-Hiju machine. Still on the hunt, it scans the area, locking onto its target. Then it just starts blasting everyone nearby. All hell breaks loose. People dive for cover, trying to dodge the deadly machine. Suddenly, something grabs their attention. Someone's descending from the entryway. A woman looks up, squinting. Is that an angel? No, it's Hiju. And this is her big level-up manhwa moment. The system chimes in. Special event conditions met. Hiju became the Goblin Swordmaster's apprentice and inherited his martial arts. Her reward, heroic class gear or better. And now she's decked out in heroic tier armor. Choi glances at the swordmaster. So what's the deal with her new gear? The man just replies. That's my old getup. Choi nods. What are her odds of winning? The swordmaster says. 50-50. That machine was literally built to counter her. But Hiju's got new moves now. The machine barrels toward her at full speed, going for a one-hit KO. The swordmaster comments, if the seed I planted blooms just right, that thing won't be her problem anymore. Hiju now has a new skill, apprentice of the swordmaster. Her close-range weapon skill is skyrocketing. Day 3. 15 hours. And 34 minutes in. Only the first pillar is down. The soldiers inside the van are absolutely livid. Day 3. 17 hours. And 21 minutes in. The second guardian is finally toast. Day 3. 21 hours. And 1 minute in. The anti-Hiju machine is officially scrapped. Everyone is stunned. Day 4. 0 hours. And 3 minutes in. Hiju reappears, leading a whole crew of citizens behind her. Most of the people have rejoined the fight. Day 4. 3 hours and 44 minutes in. The second pillar is finally destroyed. Seeing all this, people start getting their hopes up. They begin to think, hey, maybe we can actually clear this mission without Choi. Or so they thought. The swordmaster tells Choi, my apprentice won. Time to pay up. The citizens and the military start getting organized. They're gearing up with weapons and supplies. Kimong radios Jayu, half joking, I sent that dude to scout. And he comes back playing general. He sighs, whatever. We'll handle the injured. Go do what you gotta do. He's ready to take full responsibility. He radios again. If you pull this off, I'll promote you myself. But that's not what John wants. He just wants to go home. Hiu walks up, saying, come on, Jian. We need to move. He asks her, are you sure you'll be okay? She nods. I promised my master. Next time we meet, we're enemies. Jang blinks, confused, muttering, why does this feel like it's becoming a level-up manhwa? Zhang wonders, can I actually win this? This is a level 3 monster, one that not even Hiju could beat. People are going to die. No matter what. A lot of them are going to die. He wonders what the hell Choi could be thinking. Suddenly, Jayu and Hiu look up, alarmed. A massive rift is tearing open the sky. They have no idea what it is, but Choi is flying straight for it. With a powerful kick, Choi slams into the massive circle in the sky. A thunderous boom rips through the air. Then, the system announces the Demon King's seal is destroyed. The mission objective updates. The seal shatters, and countless creatures begin pouring out. The system issues a warning. New mission. Kill the Demon King. Failure means game over. The crowd erupts into chaos. People start panicking, screaming at Choi and calling him a lunatic. Jayu is stunned. What the hell is Choi doing? The swordmaster watches from afar. He didn't think Choi would actually do it. But there are some interesting humans around now. He speeds toward the Demon King's seal, ready for a fight. The moment he arrives, he launches into action, slicing down every fallen angel that emerges. One after another. He just wipes them out, watching in awe. Jayu and Hiu are speechless. The swordmaster says, consider this a gift and an assignment for my apprentice. He then turns to Hiu, telling her, you better take this seriously. He says, goodbye. We'll meet again when our fates align. And with that, he vanishes into the battle. Meanwhile, Choi obtains a new item, the Angel's Halo, a legendary accessory that protects its wearer in demonic realms. Standing beside the Demon King, Choi mutters, getting here was easier than I thought. He calls out, hey, are you the Demon King of Sovereignty? Krasha. The creature rises, growling. Never heard of him. Then it asks, how did a human get in here? This is Kit Baba, the Demon King of Authority. A difficulty 6 boss who enjoys crushing things with his bare hands. Choi is confused. Wait. I thought the Demon Kings knew each other. He then turns his back on the monster. This might take a while. He turns back and says, sorry for the trouble. Your opponent is on the way. So, hang tight. The Demon King scoffs. This is humiliating. And swings at Choi. Choi whips around just in time to see the hit coming, his eyes widening. At that moment, the swordmaster arrives, only to find something completely unexpected. The Demon King is bleeding, while Choi dodges every attack effortlessly. The king's hands are raw and completely shredded. Choi shrugs with a smile. Sorry about that. Instinct. The Demon King stares in disbelief. How is a mere human doing this? Choi gives a little bow. My bad. Total accident. The Demon King absolutely loses it. You dare mock me. Choi starts sweating and looks at the swordmaster. You gonna tag me out now? But the swordmaster just speaks calmly. He's not into me anymore. All his attention's on you now. Troy realizes the script has been completely flipped. The plan was supposed to be simple. The goblin swordmaster fights the demon king one-on-one. That was the only way to clear the hidden event, called Martial Artist's Fate. In that event, the swordmaster was supposed to go for mutual destruction with the demon king, sacrificing himself to take the big guy down. If that had actually happened, the rewards would have skyrocketed, giving citizens huge point bonuses. But now, it's totally ruined. Choi slams into the ground at top speed. He gets a new piece of gear, the hare's battle jacket, a legendary armor. He just sighs. What am I even supposed to do with this? He figures he just needs to wait. Let everyone farm points from monsters and end the mission before anyone else bites it. Meanwhile, the swordmaster just watches silently as the demon king tries to turn Choi into a pancake. Winged monster corpses are piling up on the battlefield. Military squads are yelling for civilians to get back inside. We'll intercept the monsters. John is totally wiped. The monsters don't hit hard, but there's just a crazy amount of them. People are getting hurt left and right. John knows with a bitter taste that Troy became public enemy number 1 the moment he broke that seal. And if one person dies today, it's all over. Pichu is heading toward a shelter that called for backup. Halfway there, she takes to the sky, torching every winged monster in her way. She shouts to the crowd below, telling them to evacuate, but the citizens are livid. If that lunatic Choi hadn't broken the seal, we'd have finished this mission already. Hungoo just listens silently. Then, someone walks up beside her and says, "You're just gonna let that slide?" "Honestly, I figured you'd blow a fuse hearing them trash talk your boyfriend, but I guess you're colder than you look." The speaker, Kang Ju-woo, a level 1. Ordinary, citizen. Annoyed, Hiu asks whoever said Choi was her boyfriend. Kang Ju just shrugs. Whatever. Then he tosses Hiu his bag of cookies, saying it's for saving his life and the escort duty. She glances inside the bag. There's only half a freaking cookie left. Suddenly, the swordmaster jumps in front of Choi, telling him to back off. He smirks, teasing. What? Getting attached to me now? Choi, flustered, fires back. If we'd met in some other world, maybe we could have grabbed a drink. Without another word, the swordmaster charges into battle. Choi feels a pang of guilt. It's way too late to trigger the martial artist's destiny, but even if it wasn't, he'd probably still feel guilty. Then, the system suddenly dings with an announcement. Friendship with Goblin Swordmaster has maxed out. A hidden ability from Kran has been unlocked. Troy is totally confused. He had no idea that was even possible. He grins down at his book, amazed at its power, like some awesome level-up manhwa. The goblin, now looking beat, admits the Demon King is tougher than he thought. But now, it's time to bust out his ultimate move, a life-risking technique, all for his friend and student. But Troy is faster. He charges the Demon King and takes him down first. The Swordmaster is completely stunned. Even the Demon King can't believe what just went down. All of a sudden, the enemy explodes and a system alert flashes. Demon King defeated. Top contributor, Choi. The Swordmaster is just speechless. He doesn't get what just happened. Another alert. All summoned monsters have been eliminated. The goblin starts to fade, but Choi bolts over, grinning like crazy while clutching his book. He's unlocked a new ability. He can now recruit 4 sovereign masters. He's allowed to form a spirit contract with a creature. The system asks, "Wish to form a spirit contract with the Goblin Swordmaster? Seriously?" After all that, Choi falls from the sky, thinking to himself, hated by humans. And now he's allied with monsters. Now he's contract-bound to the Swordmaster. Choi realizes he's drifting even further from being human. A new announcement rings out. Surviving citizens will be rewarded. The general reward is 800 points. The top reward goes to Choi, 200,000 points. And of course, everyone is furious again. Fu takes a deep breath as Kang watches from a distance. He looks at Choi falling from the sky and wonders, is that guy a golden hero? Or the fuse on a ticking time bomb? Jayu reflects. I'm no gamer, but this feels like a base defense with tons of troop deployment. He questions whether a maxed-out unit is even supposed to exist in this game. Could someone really exist who beats a Demon King, or is Choi just a glitch in this level-up manhwa? The system suddenly reports. Abnormal unit detected. Target. Choi. He has max level and max stats. Now a decision must be made. Eliminate. Reset. Subjugate. Or summon. The player chooses to eliminate the unit. Something catches Choi's attention. He wonders if he's just imagining it. He feels like someone is watching him. The system responds, "Error. Command could not be executed." A full inspection of the selected unit begins. Choi's profile flashes up. Then, his unit is set to hidden. Other players can no longer see him. From now on, Choy is invisible in the system. The player may now return to the game. Meanwhile, the citizens are celebrating, spending their points in the shop. A messenger activates a magical item, a magic class accessory, to announce the results of the reward data analysis. There are 7 types of dice, each with different sides based on type. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 20, and 100-sided dice. Most are tied to specific classes. Items, weapons, tools, and gear are generated at random. Jang, for example, receives a Destiny Spork, a heroic class accessory that always returns to the user, never gets lost, and is always clean. He looks at it and mutters, "I guess high-class gear doesn't always mean it's something good." Meanwhile, people are overjoyed with the items they received. They start trading, selling, and negotiating. The population is beginning to organize. Some are recruiting attackers for the next mission. Others are seeking defenders for evacuation zones. John turns to Hiu and asks, "Are you really leaving?" She nods. "Yeah. I don't think the military is my thing. There are still so many people hiding in fear. I want to help them." But she adds she still plans to support the missions. So Jayu doesn't need to worry. He watches her go, thinking to himself, little by little, we're getting used to this crazy world. From a distance, Choy watches silently. The citizens are off to a good start. The champion, who'll be essential for future missions. And the military. Alright, they've both made their moves. What happens next is what really counts. If the plan he set in motion fails, the city falls by his own people's hands. Koi just takes a second to reflect. Suddenly, a tap on the shoulder. He spins around, surprised to see a girl saying hello. It's Kangju Wu. She's level 5. Just a regular citizen. Koi's floored that she just appeared like that. He asks how in the world she got up there. "I just climbed," she says casually. As she steps closer, Shou tenses up. Then Kang says, "I figured you'd be lonely, all isolated up here. But you look totally used to it." Kai just frowns. What's that supposed to mean? But she doesn't answer. Instead, she says, "Nothing's getting fixed today. But I'll be back later." Troy blinks, confused. "Then why bother coming up here?" Grinning. Kang teases him. "You won't figure that out just by staring at your book." Koi replies, "Sadly, thoughts don't show up in the data." As she turns to go, Kang adds, "That's good. I just wanted to see your face. The face of the fool who could have taken the whole city but chose the hardest path anyway." Then she leaps off the building, attached to a rope. He was totally caught off guard. That whole encounter and her sudden exit left him seriously rattled. A citywide announcement flashes. The city's experience level has gone up. The city is now level 1. Citizen features are getting an upgrade. They can now customize interfaces, block or add friends, and message others directly. Parts of the city's infrastructure are also getting a physical upgrade. Toy realizes the city's XP goes up when citizens spend points. He's a bit frustrated his own points don't count towards the total. Then a thought hits him. Where exactly are the points I spend going? He figures they're probably absorbed by the book's demon owner and wonders if it's really okay to keep using it. Elsewhere, Jang gets a new badge. He's a second lieutenant. Kimong celebrates the level-up Manhwa-style promotion, though Jayu just looks wiped. From a distance, Kang watches it all unfold. She mutters, "They're doing great, but where do I fit in? A fragile citizen like me in a city this dangerous." Meanwhile, Choi sits silently before his book. Then, a new system message pops up. A new turn has started. They've reached the house trap of the Golden God. The city's been captured by the Golden God, and if they don't satisfy him in time, it's game over. The Golden God's greed level is 2. There will be 4 maps, and the mission will last 2 weeks. Jayoung studies the details. He hadn't expected the units to change this drastically. They have to find treasure hidden on the summon maps and bring it back. The treasure's value directly impacts the Golden God's satisfaction level. But here's the catch. The treasure can only be appraised inside the city. Everyone starts looking around, totally confused. This time, no monsters are spawning in the city. And if someone else actually completes the mission, everyone gets the overall reward. But then another announcement appears. There won't be a general reward this time. Each player's reward depends only on how much they satisfy the Golden God. That news really ticks people off. Some of them barely have proper combat gear. Kenju watches it all go down. She notes how long and complicated the mission description is, so she decides to skip all that for now and heads right into the mission. She's determined to explore the whole map on her own. Sai watches from a distance. The researchers have been incredibly lucky with dice rolls. If everything goes well, they will complete the first level of the city's development plan with this mission. Until then, he plans on using the Book of Christina. After that, he'll figure out how to ditch it. Suddenly, a sword bursts out from inside the book. It pierces directly through Croy's chest. He's stunned, with no idea what is happening. The book slips from his hand and a system message pops up. The number of sovereignty sacrifices in the last mission, 0. Croy clutches his chest. The pain unbearable. Then the system declares this the Demon King's punishment. Demon King Christina chastises him for being idle. Until the user offers sacrifices of sovereignty, they will suffer intense pain, and their HP will continuously drop. If no sacrifices are made before HP hits 0, the individual will die, and the Book of Christina will choose a new owner. Sector A. The jungle. A group arrives and discovers a dungeon. It looks like an unregistered one. One guy says it's perfect. They'll have the whole place to themselves. Another suggests reporting the dungeon's location to the military for 50 points each. But the first guy asks what good 50 points will do. He's carrying a weapon called Black Flame Dragon, a medium fire damage weapon with bonus power when held in his right hand. Their team name is Kangs and Roses. Their leader is Kang Doyop, level 3. There are 4 members in total, and they are determined to make a name for themselves in this new world. Suddenly, a dark and eerie figure appears at the dungeon's exit. The group is startled. Someone wonders if it is a gatekeeper monster. Another guy remarks how easy it is to spot the patterns now. They used to be raid leaders and guild masters. To them, this world's just a playground, like some level-up manhwa, until they saw something strange. The thing that walks out of the dungeon is Choy. He casually says, "The gimpy one's the boss." He starts rattling off dungeon details on how to get rid of the enemies inside. The team tries covering their ears, desperate not to hear it, but Choy just keeps on talking. Later, Kang complains, "We became sovereignty sacrifices on the darn first day of the mission." They can't believe how unfair it all is, and they're furious. Someone says something has to be done about that guy Choy, but another replies, "What can we do? He's max level with a mythical grade weapon." So they decide to abandon this mission and just keep quiet. They're now stuck inside the sovereignty sacrifice isolation zone. Inside, people are talking, trying to figure out how Choy has been picking them off. One was caught in the jungle group, another in the canyon. They are all fed up, saying Choy looked like a demon. There is no way someone like him is a good person. These were his true intentions. People got so creeped out by his face that honestly they were about to ditch the whole sovereignty thing and just go treasure hunting instead. But in the end, they didn't want Croy to benefit, so they came back to the isolation zone. Everyone there is seriously stressed out. They're tired of being manipulated by Choy like pawns in his personal level-up manhwa. The system chimes in. Sovereignty sacrifices have officially hit 2,000. The Demon King is slightly less peeved, so the punishment gets dialed back a bit. Choy thinks the pain is now almost bearable. He reflects that this juicy little detail was nowhere in the item description. He had no clue the Demon King had this punishment in store. Clearly, the book's not spilling all its secrets. Still, Choy breathes a sigh of relief. This level of pain is manageable. It's about what he'd braced himself for. The Demon King might think he has Choy on a leash, but really, Choy's running the show. In Sector B, the canyons, a winged beast soars overhead. It's the Emperor Griffin's nest. The Griffin is a level 3 monster, but battle it in its nest, and the difficulty just skyrockets. The creature dives straight for Choy. Meanwhile, Hiu is battling a stone troll, a level 2 beast, adapted for the canyon environment. She recalls a lesson from the Goblin Master Swordsman, Jack. Power was never meant to be controlled. She finishes the monster, thanking her master. The apprentice is now even stronger. And then, out of nowhere, she spots Kangju right beside her, happily looting a treasure chest. Hiu is baffled. "Why are you following me?" Without missing a beat, Kangju grins. "Sticking with you has its perks." She says it so shamelessly, with such pride, that Hiu is left speechless. Teasing her, Kangju asks if she'd really ditch a fragile civilian in a place like this. Hiu says she would. But first, she pings someone the treasure's location. From atop a canyon, a monster silently observes them. Hiu then points out Kangju's bag seems kinda small for someone who's been tailing her all day. Kang shrugs. Quality over quantity. A classic level-up manhwa move. You can't know what the treasure is until it's appraised back in the city. So, she's just grabbing stuff that looks cool. Hiu raises an eyebrow. What filter are you using? Kang, blunt as ever, replies. My eyes. Hiu has to chuckle. Kangju's a little weird. But honestly, she's kinda awesome. Then Kang asks about Hiu's friends. Hiu says she took care of the monsters on the way. Kang goes quiet, then asks if she's really that naive. The monsters aren't the real threat on this mission. And this is no friendly treasure hunt, either. It's a free-for-all solo mission where, like in a level-up manhwa, the rewards aren't shared. Treasure isn't yours until it's appraised. So, obviously, people figure it's easier to fight other players than monsters. Meanwhile, at a motel, the police are on the scene. A detective arrives, looks like another case of stolen treasure. He's Detective Su Unsuk, and his partner is Kang Duchik. An officer reports the victim passed out during the appraisal, and when they came to, the treasure was gone. Su Unsuk mutters they should have just handed it to the Golden God. Appraisals take anywhere from 1 to 12 hours, randomly. It's like the system is encouraging theft. So annoying. The detective asks why Kang Duchik is interpreting that as a green light to rob people. Duchik just shrugs. Seems like a pretty human take to me. The other cops are floored by how casually Duchik talks to his superior. Suddenly, one of the officers yells, "It's Choi!" They whip around and see Choi riding in on a griffin. But before he can land, Detective Su Unsok covers his mouth. He's rocking the phone-back gloves, a legendary grade item, one of the 3 divine relics. They let him strike with wind and control the air around him. Su Unsok launches an attack, slamming Choi hard into the ground. Kang Duchik quickly orders the officers to issue an alert on Choi and get everyone out of the area. He watches the brawl, quietly impressed, as the guy rushes Choi despite being outmatched in gear and level. That's the kind of professional instinct you have to respect. Su Unsok glares at Choi furiously. But then he notices something. Choi isn't dodging. He doesn't even look surprised. So he demands to know what Choi is scheming. Notifications start blowing up across the city. Apparently, Choi's been busted by the detective. The citizens go absolutely wild with excitement. Everyone scrambles for their gear to go treasure hunting. Back in Sector A, the jungle, we hit the Goblin Village. Adventurers are swarming the place, hunting monsters for all kinds of sweet loot. One soldier, Wang Min Wu, level 3, charges in, swinging a heroic-grade axe. Another soldier joins him. His name is Li Wuan, and he's using a heroic-grade bow. They start picking off the goblins one by one. Wang and Li start bickering. Wang wants to know why Li brought a bow instead of a rifle, since the bow's way less accurate. But before the last goblin can bolt, a sharp strike nails it right in the head. It was Sergeant Park Shank. He grumbles that those 2 knuckleheads will have to make it up to him later. He then radios the platoon commander, reporting that the area has been secured. The commander is Jayu, who confirms they're all clear on their end. 2. Meanwhile, a goblin starts casting a spell. He cackles that his god will soon descend, and no one will escape death's clutches. He locks eyes with Jayu and says his end will spread like trees in a forest. But right then, a soldier activates the explosion ring, a magical class item, wielded by soldier Kim Kwang-soo. A massive explosion just obliterates the spot where the goblin stood. Jayu watches and mutters that attacking something mid-transformation or summoning is kind of a cheap shot. But hey, they're soldiers. Life isn't a cartoon. The military then storms a compound. They report that they've located the target, the 18 missing civilians. Most are injured, so they request backup. Meanwhile, back at Military Command HQ, Kimong says he's sending backup and that the engineering unit is rolling out too. They plan to turn that goblin village into a forward operating base, just like in a real-life level-up manhwa. He then gets on the line with Jayu, saying he heard Choi got pinched. He asks if Jayu has any clue what Choi's real plan is. Jayu replies that the scariest part of Choi isn't his book of info. It's how he knows exactly how to use it. But he isn't the enemy. The griffin lets out a groan and just slumps down in front of the officers, clearly exhausted. Looks like it's Choi's turn. Choi is demolishing a well-served meal like he's been starving for days. Kang Duchik watches, remarking that, apparently, even high-rankers get hungry. Detective Su Unsok walks in, asking if they're having a nice little chat. Su Unsok then announces, Choi is officially a criminal suspect, charged with theft, fraud, and even taking a life. Raising a hand, Choi says he admits to it all and will take full responsibility. Smirking, Suwon-sok says he's been at this for 20 years. One look is all it takes to spot a criminal. He adds that Choi doesn't really seem like a bad person. This whole thing looks more like an accident. The detective approaches, saying, "This is like the Good Samaritan law. Except that's not a thing in Korea." Smiling, Su says he will clear up the public's misunderstanding of the guy. Clattering a spoon on the table, Choi says he wasn't looking for any help. At that moment, the detective is totally confused. But the chat is cut short when a soldier rushes in with urgent news. Someone with a heroic class item is on a robbery and murder spree. Since there are few strong people available, the team is struggling badly. They immediately hop on a bus to the crime scene. Duchik says that when missions have no rewards, cooperation vanishes, which is how it should have been from the start. Total chaos to forge a new order. It would be a perfect fit for a world of superpowers. Seo complains, telling the guy he should think like a sane person. Besides, he doesn't get this stuff from another world. But whatever. They're still human. A person is about to die, and they call for help. The attacker doesn't care at all. But the detective appears and intercepts the blow, then says he's under arrest for robbery and attempted murder. And if he even thinks about resisting, things will get a little violent. Scared, stiff, the guy surrenders immediately. Seo drags him to the bus. Duchik states that the old laws of the land are now totally meaningless. The best play would be for them to become kings of the city. And with his help, it wouldn't be hard. The detective says that's why he keeps him so close, as the most dangerous person in the city is Duchik himself. In his head, Duchik thinks something is strange, no matter what. He can't guess what Ula's thinking. It's like a complex level-up manhwa plot. But then it hits him. Looking at Seo, he says that starting today, they're going to be busy. Since the protagonist is locked up, it's a golden opportunity for others. Duchik thinks Ule's true goal is destruction, but Su defends him, saying the boy is a good kid. The guy says people aren't laughing, they're hiding. In the cell, we see our protagonist sitting there, sweating. He says it has now become a battle of patience. The system says Christina is still not satisfied and needs more sacrifices. Our boy uses an item to multiply himself. Smoke appears all around him. Soon, his other self appears before him. Using the invisibility cloak, Ule vanishes, telling the clone to do a good job and last as long as possible without getting caught. After the protagonist leaves, the clone awakens. A soldier arrives, asking why Ule is taking so long to come out. Turning around, the clone has an unfriendly face and slightly intimidates the soldier. As if it would help, he says there are reinforcements, so he better not try anything funny. Suddenly, Ule's clone strolls out of the cell. He calmly says he won't try anything. The griffin outside starts acting strangely, for some reason, and it just starts flying. People are completely baffled. We see our real hero is still invisible. He declares stage 1 of his plan is complete. Now, stage 2 begins. The army splits into 2 squads. One team handles the inside while the other handles the outside. Civilians can also choose which group to join. Even people without combat skills found their purpose. Since then, the mission has been progressing without a hitch. Inside the outpost, formerly the Goblin Village, Quan says they cleared a huge sector in just 2 days. But if humans had just cooperated, it would have been a cakewalk from the start. The Surge recalls his superior, saying the city's vibe is off. More and more treasure is being swiped, and human greed just keeps getting worse over time. The people defending the city are struggling with a lack of gear. Quan asks if the army will move, but he says they won't. It's too risky. If the army handled police duties, civilians would think the situation was absolutely critical. Their duty is to act only when it's totally necessary. Quan stays quiet. Thoughtful. Then he says even if the world changes, people will never change. He adds that knowing this is a terrible burden. Later, somewhere else, a guy is getting consumed by something dark. The bandit is using the man as a lab rat to test his poison recipes. We see the item he's using to do this is the abandoned magic pearl. This gear evolves every time you use it, just like in a level-up manhwa. The poison around the guy starts to vanish. With a wicked grin, the unknown person says he won't off him yet, as he still has to test a few other poison combinations. The civilian says he'll hand over all his treasures, begging for his life. Like a total psycho, the guy says experience is the greatest treasure. The last thing heard are screams. Later, the detective rolls up to the crime scene. Duchik remarks that this weapon is super convenient. They both spot something up ahead. Looking at the body, Su says the killer didn't even touch the valuables. and it's unclear if it was one person or a group. Duchik states that something dangerous has arrived. When the demon king Yul was locked away, something else just took his spot. Looking pleased, the detective says the kid isn't a bad person. Yet, he admits all this is happening because of him. So, later he'll need to have a serious talk with Yel. Duchik asks if he thinks the protagonist will just tell him everything. And C replies that in times like these, of course not. But he'll do something much more effective, which is to grill the people close to him. On the griffin, the boy sneezes, then wonders if he's coming down with some kind of cold. The system shows that the Golden God's satisfaction hasn't even hit 10%. This has Ule a bit worried. Heading to the desert sector, he says there's nothing he can really do. Up ahead, there's a huge sand tornado. The griffin is already exhausted from all the flying. Our boy says they've arrived, so he tells the bird to get some rest. No matter what the citizens are up to, he has already swiped all the valuable treasures. Smiling, Yul tells the creature to eat up and get nice and plump. Surprisingly, our boy is creating his very own golden god. Elsewhere, the three corporals say to leave the mission to them. Kwan tells them not to be so dramatic, since he's only going to make a statement about Yul. Like a bunch of kids, the soldiers yell for him to bring back ice cream. Once the sergeant is out of earshot, the trio celebrates, 'cause now they've got a day off. Another sergeant clocks their vibe, but just says there's no harm in a vacation. The three goofballs start dancing around him, shouting for a beer. Meanwhile, the sergeant thinks he can't leave these idiots alone. A hand emerges from the darkness. 4 strikes land on our hero. Then he collapses to the ground, completely stunned. Jack announces it's done. Now that he's hit all your pressure points, the pain should be gone. Our guy thanks the goblin for helping him out so much. Right now, Jack is one of Ule's 4 sovereigns. He has a ton of questions, but it's best to wait until things calm down a bit. And now he'll use the fact that Sergeant Kwan is in the city to raid houses in the jungle sector. Something's off with Kwan. He quickly orders the soldier to whip the car around. They're in an ambush. The enemies are chugging potions to keep the attack going. Kwan wonders if these guys are nuts for attacking the military. Still, if he fights back, it'll be total chaos because, like it or not, these guys are civilians. The sergeant decides to book it until backup arrives. They peel out at high speed so the mob can't catch them. Staying cool, Kwan realizes the crime rate is way worse than he thought. The stronger humans must go treasure hunting, leaving the non-combatants behind in the city. And just like that, a perfect playground for criminals was born. If some heavy-hitting bandit shows up, the city's toast. Meanwhile, the soldier screams, yelling that something is on their tail, and whatever it is, it's crazy fast. The city's nuts, and our boy is fighting a lizard. It's got a difficulty level of 3, and it's not just one. A whole crew is getting ready to jump our hero, but of course, none of them can even lay a scratch on him. With just a single blow from this level up Manhwa hero, the monsters just vanish. Yel says, thanks to Jack. His body feels way lighter. He tells him not to overdo it, adding that this place is a lot like the demon dimension. Back in the demon realm, the monsters get tougher and his pain gets worse, 'cause Christina's the demon king, making the punishment extra nasty. Yol says he'd love to wrap this up and scram with the treasure. Truth is, his main goal isn't pleasing the golden god, but to clear the mission the easiest way possible. That means grabbing tons of treasure and scoring the max rewards he can. Our hero admits the chaos erupting in the city is all part of his treasure hunting plan. A poison monster ambushes the soldier and Kwan. The two aren't phased and have already called for backup. Before all this, the sergeant had earned himself a promotion reward. His superior mentioned a mission and tossed some items to his subordinates. Kwan kept quiet, just saying he wasn't used to it yet. The item's heroic class, giving the user a temporary shelter. It creates a safe zone with a 3-meter range that lasts for 3 minutes. The sergeant tells the soldier to hold up, because if they rush in, they're gonna get hurt. Before they can make a move, someone leaps onto their moving car. The guy definitely gets their attention. Kwan tells him to get the boss, saying he won't talk to flunkies. The man just laughs, saying the surgeon's got a big mouth. Pointing a finger, he says he's the leader and tells them to obey if they don't want to die right here. The whole car is enveloped in poison as things begin to melt. The soldier freaks out, but Kwan stays cool thanks to his helmet. He mentally notes the smoke is corrosive and its range is huge. On top of that, if this goes south, their fate will be the same as the people outside. For now, their protective gear is holding up. Kwan says the guy can surrender if he accepts his conditions. Fearlessly, the surgeon offers to let the guy be his subordinate. even promising to make him more human. The bandit asks if Kwan's lost his mind. Next to him, the soldier is losing it over this attitude. The villain then spots something behind him, but it's too late. The surgeon says it was all a distraction to create an opening for the reinforcements' attack. And just like that, the bandit gets snatched. He grumbles that he played around too much and blames the wind, saying he can't control this poison. He admits he doesn't know who this is, but he's clearly at a disadvantage, trying a counterattack. The guy makes a poison ball and pulls out a slingshot to fire at the individual. The projectile zips toward its target. Just before it can hit Seal, the surgeon yanks him out of the way. The poison bullet slams into the ground. The wind tornado vanishes, and where the projectile landed, the ground starts to melt. The detective tries to charge in, but Kwan warns that the enemy is not alone. Seo protests that they can't run, but the surgeon calls it a strategic retreat. The two start arguing at the worst possible moment. While they're bickering, the criminal makes a clean getaway. Multiple explosions rock the city. On the ground, some criminals are complaining about being in the outer district. They curse their luck for running into Heru. Quickly, both of them try to flee as the girl shouts for them to stop, but one guy throws a bottle at her. Hu doesn't seem to notice the danger, but an old woman warns her to stay back. Before it even hits the ground, the girl snags the bottle with an incredibly skillful maneuver, managing to prevent the explosion. The old lady is relieved. Hiju then asks who those people were. The old woman says they're bandits, but she's never seen them so organized, adding some have poison bottles with no antidote. Fortunately, thanks to her quick thinking, the crisis was averted. Subconsciously, the girl recalls something Kang had once told her about humans. Ku puts treasure hunting on hold because something strange is happening in the city. We see someone watching our boy's clone. Apparently, Kang had already seen through the deception. Munching on a cookie, she wonders what Ula is planning, because without him, the city will soon destroy itself from within. Elsewhere, Jack warns that a huge battle is about to begin, defeating monsters. The protagonist says he expected chaos, but not this level of crazy people. The goblin says to just cut them down, but Yol refuses, wanting chaos worthy of a level-up Manhwa, and these newcomers will only speed things up. Jack admits it's damn hard to guess our hero's thoughts. Our boy asserts they'll get it soon. But for now, they're clearing this dungeon. The huge door creaks open for the pair. Inside, a monster remarks, "It's been ages since a human dared to venture this deep. This creature is another demon king, chilling at the abyss's edge." Stepping up, Ule asks if the boss knows Christina. The monster says he doesn't like the protagonist's tone. Before he can finish, our boy charges, but a barrier stops him cold. The boss calls him an idiot for thinking that would even scratch him. Quickly, he despises that attitude and hurls several boulders. Instantly, the protagonist gets blasted back, realizing it's a magic barrier that nullifies all physical damage. This demon king is a mage type. If Kwan brought his platoon here, they'd be totally wiped out in seconds. Jack and Yu dodge the boss's attacks. Besides the demon king, there are other dangers to face, like cursed items and plagues. Hefting his massive axe, the protagonist declares he'll win and sign off to alter the dungeon's difficulty. The monster throws up several barriers to defend. With the axe converting physical power to magic, our boy slays it, adding he'll make dangerous areas safe for citizens. Over at the West Police Station, inside the meeting room, Sue is hashing something out. The topic of conversation is the poison bandit known as Inyuji. Duchik says the best thing is to arrest him, but with their current manpower, it's a no-go. The detective plans a joint operation with the police, the army, and some good citizens. Hai is all in on this idea. Kwan knows the longer this drags on, the worse it gets. If they lose this battle, everyone's a goner. Since the top brass planned this, they must know the risks. This means they're confident they can win this fight inside the city. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the Demon King is not yet defeated, boasting he's brought suffering to countless people. For a long time, no mortal could even hurt him, but Yol managed to do it so easily. Again, the protagonist asks if the boss knows Christina. He questions if this is related to the convocations. Yol doesn't know if the monster is talking about missions. The creature explains they also get missions, like in a twisted level-up manhwa, usually to destroy them. Perhaps some monsters have different convocations, and our boy wants the boss to spill more. But he says it doesn't matter, because the more he reveals, the closer that book's user comes to finding death. At this moment, Ula realizes this monster knows something important. Laughing, the creature says he won't get to see the destruction this will cause. The protagonist moves to act. but Jack stops him, saying they should bounce. Before vanishing, the boss sneers. "It's good to see your anguished face." Yel shouts for him to wait, but it's too late, as an earthquake begins to rock the ground. A bolt of lightning erupts from the ground, lighting up the entire area. The Demon King's voice echoes, saying he will await the great condemnation of pawn number 8 that will be induced by the protagonist. The goblin asks if he's okay, and he plays it cool. But inside, his mind is racing about the secrets in the book. Jack asks if he wants to go digging for information, but the kid says no. Knowing a Demon King is linked to Christina is enough. For now, his goal is tackling the area's difficulty, which will take at least 3 days. Jack wonders if humans can even survive that long. He's worried for his apprentice and friends. After 3 days, the city is already in total chaos. Countless people are injured from the battle with no medicine. More victims are from human infighting than from monsters. Sayo and Hiju are getting hit with poison smoke. What can they possibly do to escape this situation? Someone was just itching to see them give up all hope. The masked man boasted his dark power, saying their legendary items weren't enough to stop him. He claimed the soldiers weren't even trying in this battle, just looking to make an easy profit instead. All this chaos was due to the absence of a leader. This world needed an emperor to rule humans, and no one could be as strong as this absolute ruler. The girl suddenly declared that the title of strongest actually belonged to Ule, but the masked man scoffed that Ule didn't show because he knew he couldn't win. The villain's even disappointed. He had a secret weapon prepared just for him. Just then, gunshots rang out, but the man used his powers to remain completely unharmed. His barrier not only stops bullets but is also an automatic defense, meaning the antagonist was gaining new skills mid-fight. A real level-up Manhwa moment. With that, the masked man decided to counterattack. As the soldier dodged the attack, he realized this guy had to be taken down, and fast. The masked man claimed that unlike Ule, he would help complete missions and even share points and items. All they had to do was follow his orders. With dark intentions brewing, the masked man said they just had to accept. They just had to obey his every command. But the detective started charging his gauntlets, readying an all-out attack, yelling that the serpent should just go raid a dungeon, but the masked villain blocked the wind, claiming he had already adapted to that kind of defense. Yet both the spearman and the police officer looked startled as something started approaching from underground. Suddenly, a horde of slime snakes erupted from the ground, engulfing them in a giant sphere of poison. Luckily, Hiju managed to throw up a barrier just in time, protecting herself and the inspector. The serpent then gloated that Seo and Hiju's abilities were useless against his own. He decided to spare whoever's scream of agony from the poison pleased him most. The serpent then added there was only one type of scream he wanted to hear, and just like that, the snakes completely shattered the barrier. So, Inspector Seo shielded Hiju, using himself as a shield against the venomous bites. The dragon warrior claimed she was a higher level, but the cop wouldn't hear it. It was his duty to protect her as an officer, and the older of the two. The serpent sneered that this scene was displeasing, but he was about to reveal what he truly wanted. A sudden gust of wind blew his poison away, leaving the dragon, the bear, and even the serpent totally confused. Sheathing his sword, he coolly stated that he expected more from his student. Jack was disappointed to see Hiju struggling against such a weak foe, while So and Hugh were surprised to see the goblin swordsman. The serpent recognized him as a pillar guardian from the last mission, which left him confused why he hadn't vanished. Jack wanted to teach the young one a lesson, but they were running seriously short on time. An emergency notice popped up. A rumble was heard near a huge pile of gold, and what looked like an empty pig shell. Another golden deity competing for the top spot has been found after reaching adolescence. With that, the city's mission was altered. Citizens could now choose which golden pig to gift their treasures to, and the deity with the biggest haul would be crowned the winner. All were reading carefully, as another notice stated that those who chose the future winner would be rewarded handsomely, but those who backed the loser would receive nothing. The citizens began blaming the protagonist, seeing the desert deity had more wealth than the cities, despite having only one participant. Even the serpent's goons began to discuss how this was all Ule's doing when something surprised the masked man. The whole city ganging up on one villain was a classic play, straight out of a level-up manhwa. Yet, a simpleton who only relies on his epic item could never fill that role, stated our protagonist. Arriving on his griffin, the civilians started muttering that Ule would never surrender and how he looked like an evil person just by showing up. With that, one of the men proposed they all just head back to the city. Another argued the serpent was there, but no one cared about a small fry villain when facing the servant of the demon lord of greed, who made even the serpent shake. With that, The masked man immediately attacked our hero. He unleashed a colossal, venomous snake on Yol. Both Seo and Hio were shocked to see the giant snake swallowing their friend. The serpent decided to execute the book's wielder for making a fool out of him. Yet Yol seemed unfazed by the situation, unlike his griffin. Suddenly, the magic beast caught the serpent's projectile in its beak. This completely baffled the masked villain, who just witnessed it eating his power. He was surprised to see the Emperor Griffin, which diets on venomous creatures, swallow the special poison bomb he made for its master. Suddenly, Yul appeared right behind the villain. The serpent was startled as Yul asked, "You know why your poison's ineffective?" Yet, Yul refused to explain, telling him to find the answer alone before flicking his head and telling him to stop harassing innocents. Seo and Hiju were left completely and utterly shocked. And just like that, the serpent was defeated. After that, our hero claimed the Golden Desert deity, stating anyone who offered treasure to his pig would be a victim of the demon Greed Lord on every mission. And with a wicked grin, he challenged the city to find a solution before this mission ended, and then flew off on his griffin. This left everyone floored by his truly pathetic acting skills. Even Jack had to comfort him after that awful performance. Then, as the sun set, a giant tornado was spotted in the desert near the city. At the urgent meeting for the treasure hunt mission, attendees were discussing how to gather enough treasures in a week to defeat the book wielder. Hiu asked the citizens to join forces with them. Su confirmed Ule was the city's greatest enemy, but they had other urgent issues to handle. The inspector proposed they face the problem, just like in their original world. Cooperation was the key. Hiu stated that teamwork always allowed humanity to overcome its greatest challenges. The main goals were to vanquish the book wielder, complete the missions, and return to Earth. And with that, Hu ignited her spear and requested the citizens' help, leaving them all fired up. A blonde person remained behind bars. This person had the orb implanted in his hand and a furious anger brewing in his mind. A new morning dawned on the trapped city. The city union procured the first mission guidelines. Firstly, the lair was the habitat for all hostile monsters that didn't live underground. Lairs were easy to handle since monsters could be spotted from a distance. They didn't offer much loot, but could hold a rare, valuable item. Secondly, there were dungeons. Dungeons were any biome that couldn't be discovered without entering. This place, like in any good level-up manhwa, offered the most valuable loot. But entering a dungeon alone was prohibited. Seeing how dangerous it was, getting help from an experienced fighter was recommended. The army, or the police before entering. An old man organized the treasures before escorting the loot back. With that, multiple loaded trucks headed to the city, when suddenly a horde of flying monsters appeared. And so, the adventurers tried to fight them off until they could reach the city. They were almost home, where other adventurers waited. The humans in the city then began attacking the monsters to protect the trucks. The third location was the Treasure Evaluation Center. The loot's value was estimated within the center's walls, while forces of order protected the adventurers inside. An epic treasure, the idol of the true god, made in the deity's image and valued at 1,000, was discovered. The hunter was overjoyed by his precious discovery. Meanwhile, someone was writing numbers on a board. Uroi was still far wealthier than the city. Even though they had conquered most of the jungle and canyon, only one place remained undiscovered, the desert where the book wielder was hiding. The citizens had avoided dangerous, mysterious areas until now. But now, they had the power to explore them. A shiny hair was on the table. Su was just informed this hair was from the Ule replica they were detaining. His partner then said that if Ule had mentioned the desert's deity from the start, people would have avoided it, being scared of him. Yet, the book wielder decided to play the villain, forcing people to take action by overcoming their fear. But the pissed-off inspector slammed the table, snapping it in two and shutting down the idea. At this rate, the mission's outcome was irrelevant. The poor guy was going to be typecast as the villain forever. His partner stood there silently, piecing it all together. He was finally getting how Yol Choy's mind worked. Our hero wasn't just focused on this one mission. He was strategizing for the entire endgame. The guy knew the city needed to unite, constantly evolving like in a real-life level-up manhwa. He likely had a plan to win the treasure hunt, pushing civilians past just looting pricey stuff together. Meanwhile, a giant stone tablet covered in scriptures was unearthed in the jungle. The blonde woman examined it closely. She was already thinking about the sweet prophet as she uncovered a new way to game the treasure hunt. A massive battle was raging in the desert, right next to a swirling tornado. It's the final day of the treasure hunt, and Detective Su is facing our protagonist, Yul, who just blocked his punch while his golden deity had raked in 38,552,000. 895. But our hero was shocked to find himself launched into the air. Seo declared he'd stay heavier than Yul, regardless of his level. Once he was airborne, our hero got jumped from both sides by the Serpent and the Dragon Warrior, whose citizen faction had amassed 37,001,970. But the book wielder slickly dodged every single attack thrown his way. With the race for top deity ending in less than 25 minutes, Yul then taunted them, pointing out how little time the city had left to take him down. He called his opponents the allied forces of the city and said they really needed to try harder against him. Flashback to 4 days ago, Hugh was floored by the Serpent's real identity. The big baddie was just a level 24 teenager named Sungwin Kang. The cocky kid told Hugh to get lost, saying he'd call her if he ever actually needed her, which totally ticked off the hero assigned to watch him. But just as the Serpent was about to make a move, he was interrupted by something zipping right past his face. It was Hiju's spear, way faster than the villain's orb, separating him from your average Joe. The Dragon Warrior got this intel from Sungwin's own crew, who totally sold him out. This made him look like a terrible leader. But the Serpent didn't even blame his backstabbing minions, knowing they'd come crawling back after he taught them a lesson. The high schooler called it basic human nature. This prompted the hero to call him a teenage edgelord. His wishing orb, an epic item, was the only reason he lost to the book wielder, being that the orb wasn't even at full power yet. But once his strength peaked, he claimed even Yul would be no match for him. Hugh grew worried when the Serpent boasted that he would one day rule the entire city. And the villain had a point, since the demonic book's wielder was the sole reason for his defeat. This got the Dragon Warrior thinking the city needed to prep for this kid who hadn't even unlocked his full potential yet. Over at Treasure Evaluation Center 4, a couple of hunters were chatting about one guy's first ever dungeon run. Nearby, a cop was looking to find a hunter for walking around with an unsheathed sword. Zhao was ticked off. She needed chaos to cash in big on her intel. So, she hit up her contact, Miss Jackpot. And Miss Jackpot? None other than Hugh, who was genuinely worried sick about her friend. But while our Dragon Warrior was on the phone, the villain was tweaking his Serpent's wishing orb like he was editing a level-up Manhwa. Zhao asked the Spear Maiden if she knew anyone in the market for some premium information. Instead, she just rounded up all the big shots. But before they kicked things off, Helmet Guy had a question. He wanted to know why the kid villain was crashing their meeting. Turns out, the guy right next to him requested his presence, claiming the high schooler was seriously talented. Wasting that talent by making Hiju his warden was insane. But as the inspector started blowing a gasket about it, he instantly changed his tune when the level 1 Cheeman Lee cut him off. According to the blonde's data, a golden deity can be taken out before it hits full maturity. And even with Ule in the way, there was still a chance for them to win, which is why they needed help. Almost like a classic level-up manhwa plot, the city would be begging for him before he pitched a deal to the table. Meanwhile, Ule and Jack were chilling on a roof next to the giant tornado. The swordsman asked if his master needed to snag more victims for the demon lord of greed. He saw Ule was still cursed, but the book wielder said he wanted people to grab all the treasure they could, since he'd found a solution for the victims. This time around, our protagonist targeted folks entering a lethal dungeon or finding a cursed item, straight from a level-up manhwa. Yol claimed he had to isolate a few people for this mission, which piqued the swordsman's interest. And right then, they got company. A team made up of the lieutenant, the inspector, the high schooler, and the spear maiden was closing in, plus a truck full of soldiers to help the heroes take them down. Jack wanted to go say hello, but the book wielder stopped him, saying it wasn't his turn. First, you send your weakest servant out to run their mouth. A giant shadow fell over the military trucks as the Emperor Griffin slammed into the city's allied forces. Su and Hiju were stunned as poison gas swirled around them. The serpent bellowed at them to get out. The kid decided he'd play decoy for their first foe, which really ticked off his two teammates, who dove in to attack from above. Meanwhile, the lieutenant ordered her units to find cover and provide fire support for the heroes. The soldiers snapped to it and executed the order. As for the serpent, he had no interest fighting Ule's minion, staying hidden since the griffin wasn't his goal. He planned to outsmart the ones who tried to play him into killing the golden deity. All while the gray-haired man watched from a distance, he figured the book wielder wasn't interested in the negotiation he'd suggested. With that, he and his guys started to make their move. Turns out, the whole eliminate the golden deity operation was just a smokescreen. The mission could be cleared by slaughtering the giant pig. Problem was, it was hopelessly out of reach. In reality, they planned a desert raid to grab all the loot possible. This meant deploying every unit since they only got one trip. which is why they had to distract the serpent with the job of killing the desert deity, since leaving him in a weakened city was too risky. The car suddenly slammed to a halt. The man was floored by what he saw. He and his crew stumbled on a ruined Earth city right in the desert. His soldiers eyed the place in silence. This made him think they weren't the only city trapped in this game. Still, he never expected his theory proven like this. This city was ruined by its citizens turning on each other, not by some monster from the outside. The place was also loaded with treasure. The bodies started decomposing a year ago. This led the soldier to believe this city had years for this mission, while they had much less time. But then he was stunned when Hat Guy theorized that both cities actually started the challenge at the same time. But the flow of time just moved differently for each city. There was no way to prove it, but if this was true, it meant the game masters could control even time. Suddenly, claws flashed. Sei was face to beak with the Emperor Griffin. The inspector hit the beast with a well-timed combo of punches, dealing major damage when something startled it. Kanju, ready for the kill shot, had managed to sneak onto its back. She apologized to the griffin, saying they had to win. Before using her power to torch the poor beast, Jack was left impressed. Seo and Hiju's main weapons were some of the finest in this level-up manhwa, which gave bonus stat points and massive firepower, explaining why those two were studs from the start. But their attack range was huge, making them a danger to anyone who got too close. That's why Ule forced them to team up, so they could learn to control their powers. But training them was only possible with an experienced squad used to teamwork. The griffin was finally down, which is why the inspector and the dragon warrior were shocked to feel it moving right behind them. It was Ul, carrying the creature and praising them for clearing the first stage. Sayo, done with this charade, stated he wasn't there to butcher some desert pig. Ula was surprised the man claimed he came to rescue him. Seeing that guy working so hard to get him back to the city actually put a smile on the protagonist's face. Ule then dared Seo to put him under arrest before flying off, leaving him and Hiju alone until something caught her eye. She leaped in front of the inspector, trying to defend him. Hiju had to block a powerful attack. She successfully protected all of her allies. Jack noted his student was the only one who could repel his attack. This made him realize he had to seriously hold back before he accidentally dusted one of them. The lieutenant remembered him as the strongest of the 3 pillared guardians from the last mission. It took a huge force and countless hours to take down the weakened pillars. This made the man wonder if they could face the goblin swordmaster with such a tiny unit, especially now that the serpent had vanished. Meanwhile, at the Griffin Emperor's nest in the canyon, Yul was hyping up his weakest minion, telling it to rest as it healed. He then apologized to the fast-healing creature for basically using it as a disposable pawn. As an apology, Yul whipped out a legendary orb, a one-time use item for changing the weather in a small area. The book's wielder summoned a thunderstorm to guard the griffin's nest for the mission's duration. With that, he zipped back at an insane speed, recalling the inspector's kind words along the way. He expected the city's top fighter to confront him, but was surprised by his good intentions. Yul could predict actions, but not what was on their minds. Smoke started rising. Only Seo and Hiu were left standing before the goblin swordmaster. The inspector couldn't figure out a way to beat Jack, who looked completely invulnerable. Pedu begged her master for access, but Jack wouldn't let them pass with just a conversation, but with a fight. The lieutenant, who was shockingly alive, proposed a retreat. They still had some time left, so they should use it to strategize. Since the goblin was only counterattacking, Jack stood atop a ruined building. When Ula arrived, the swordmaster said, Jaeongguan thought wisely. Meanwhile, inside a military tent, the 3 of them were analyzing their foes. A party needs strategy to thrive in this level-up manhwa. Strength alone is not enough. Ule wanted to use the mission to make them more experienced at clearing dungeons. It's also key to make diverse groups cooperate to prevent a single entity from rising to power alone. As for the serpent, our hero decided to just keep an eye on him for the moment. He was just a boy becoming a man. After all, someone noted the sandstorm ahead made Seo look powerless. He planned to take out the desert's golden deity while the others distracted its protector after getting through the sandstorm. Meanwhile, back within the city, the young man was shocked by the result and asked the inspector how he figured it out. The man said, Ule never follows the rules, but uses them to profit as much as possible. This made the inspector wonder what he'd do in their place, which is how he figured out how to increase a treasure's value before offering it. And with that, the city had to gather more wealth than the desert deity, or hope the scout unit took it out first, leaving the man to wonder how Yol chose for the city to win. The gathering of city treasures went on like clockwork. A cop and a soldier worried about the desert sandstorm slowing the trucks and their lack of gear, but the inspector handled their concerns quickly. With that, they decided to quickly carry out their orders. Yet, they were surprised to find themselves calling him boss. Inspector C was asked about his partner. Hiju assumed he must be powerful since his partner left him to lead, which Seo confirmed, but Dusk was more known for being resourceful. If that's what makes him a threat, Seo wouldn't have left him unsupervised if not for this situation. He knew he had no other choice as he downed his meal in one bite, surprising Hiju. The serpent was going full throttle, but he was still getting absolutely thrashed. He was defeated and launched by the huge sandstorm. This confused the boy, as his wishing orb's level didn't rise, unlike in a level-up manhwa. With his book open, Yul mused on how the serpent was totally blowing the chance he'd offered him. To truly master his wishing orb, the young boy had to battle a stronger enemy every single time. Yul wasn't surprised his poison was useless against elite monsters, as he'd only used it on weak mobs and humans while hiding. Yul decided not to tell him he would have progressed further had he fought alongside the city's heroes. Yet, the protagonist found this immature serpent to be a pretty good pawn for the time being. Someone was moving at a ridiculous speed. It was Jack, landing on a rooftop just as the building blew up beneath his feet. The soldier gave So the all-clear. The detective then poured all his power into a single punch, and with the swordsman blinded, the soldiers were clear to let the bullets rain down. They had to duck for cover as the missile hit the tornado's eye, resulting in a giant explosion. One soldier started celebrating too early, but the other shut him up, saying it was bad juju. Amid the rubble, Hiju was left standing. Her master casually used her as a shield, declaring the attack wasn't nearly enough to pierce his barrier. The lieutenant realized they'd need more juice. Still, the goblin was impressed and simply decided to let them pass. He declared they had learned to fight in this world. Jack then told his student teamwork was one path to becoming more powerful. The lieutenant was still amazed. It was like these two were living in their own personal level-up manhwa, as the master remarked that he expected more from his disciple. With that, the city's allied forces moved on. Jack also strolled off with a smile, making the man with glasses wonder if the enemy was training or just testing them. It made him shudder at what might have happened if they hadn't been pleased with their performance. He then ordered his forces to stay sharp. The wielder of the book was clearly expecting them. The allied forces debated how to bypass the tornado, but the detective seemed to have an idea and decided to try something. In that moment, he pushed past his limits, all to open a path through the raging tornado. Everyone was amazed by this impressive feat, but all were startled when someone stated those gauntlets don't grant that kind of power. According to Yul, this meant Punbake was finally starting to respect the detective. Hiju was surprised to see him, when suddenly both she and the detective mysteriously vanished. It was Yul's doing, who declared the start of the final act, after using the heroic tool-free warp tickets to teleport someone. This tool can forcibly teleport any citizen, provided they aren't stronger than the user. Hiyu and Seo assumed they'd been teleported far from the battle, when suddenly someone approached from behind. It was the serpent. Impressed they had survived the griffin, both of them just stared at the villain in dead silence. But the serpent found something fishy about them. He wondered how these two leveled up so much in one day. Fiju asked if Ule also zapped him here, but he claimed to just wake up there, making him wonder if Yul was the culprit. The serpent assumed he sent them off, afraid they'd slay his giant pig, but the protagonist confirmed that wasn't his plan. Yol claimed that the final clash was always held in a special location. The serpent started mocking him for that idea. Yol dodged his attack, surprised the guy was so knowledgeable, but the young man claimed to have heard it from those he messed with. The more you get into character, the better you perform the role, which is why the boy remembered it so well. Now, Ule was sure the serpent was the perfect antagonist for a level-up manhwa. The soldiers had lost contact and were now low on ammo. Even though they successfully got the high schooler out of the city, they still weren't sure the citizens could gather enough points. This led them to resume the op by finding the dragon warrior first. Since the race ended in 2 days, they only had time to go with the current strategy, not invent new ones. Hugh and Yul clashed, yet the hero still wanted to negotiate. The protagonist then stated his pride would cause his downfall. Like every other villain, Battle said everyone here could one-shot the deity since it had full health but zero defense. And with an evil laugh, he decided to let the first one to hit him pass, and then kill his pig. But while the serpent was getting into character, Su and Hayu were impressed he'd gotten even worse as an actor. The kid clearly got the mission, but one hit wouldn't satisfy his bloodlust. With that, he launched an attack targeting Ule from all directions. With a swing of a sword, the protagonist deflected the poison before tapping the teenager on the forehead. The serpent was beaten again by a second hit to the forehead. With that, Ula asked Su and Hiu about their next move. There was no room for debate. Despite opposing the serpent, the bear and the dragon warrior decided to confront the wielder of the book. The truck was loaded up. A soldier stated that since the cars were full, there was no space for the adventurers. So, he told the old man to return home with the guards and non-combatants. He and the others would carry the rest of the loot on foot. Meeting them midway after the delivery would be a time saver. The soldier looked back one last time. He gazed at the ruined city and paid his respects to its fallen people. Back in the fight, Yol swiftly dodged Hiju's surprise flames, but the boat wielder suddenly disappeared. The anti-hero reminded them that he was much stronger than his monster friend, stating that they should try better than that. Despite not taking them seriously, Yul's air shoes made him unpredictable. Ku was trying to remember the goblins when someone tried getting her attention. This made Guan yell in her ear via earpiece. She apologized, claiming that she was too busy to respond, but the lieutenant told her it's fine since they were able to find them. Suddenly, the communication was cut. The call ended, so Hiu decided to call Guan back before seeing a text on her phone. It came from the guy in the helmet telling her to just listen when he called back. The lieutenant needed to discuss Yul's speech about the golden deity. He claimed those words were clues to beat the mission, which meant they were all victims of the Greed Lord. This totally confused Hiu, but Guan was more interested in a full battlefield report. He jotted it all down. Guan hung up, telling her to stall while he cooked up a strategy, but Kia was already stressed about keeping up, so she just dove headfirst into the battle instead. It was sunset. The serpent had finally woken up, but to his surprise, his allies were all down for the count. He had to laugh at how predictable it all was. And with that, he went to face Yul again. The hero stated the weapon was abandoned by its power-hungry original owner, which made powering it up the trickiest part. Using it recklessly would totally corrupt the kid, but the serpent didn't want to hear it and attacked the anti-hero. The villain was warned, but was more interested in winning. Someone was trying to get a hold of the Spear Maiden. The lieutenant had finally cooked up a plan. By nightfall, the city's golden deity had raked in almost 16 million in wealth. It was a long night for anyone walking back from the desert, but dawn finally came, and the old man arrived to pick them up. With that, the city had nearly gathered 27 million in treasure from 116,554 participants. It was the final day of the treasure hunt. The desert's golden deity had stacked up 38,552,895, surpassing the city's by 1.5 million. The serpent was mad and eager to level up, like some level-up Manhwa hero. Near the mission's end, with just 21 minutes left, Seo got a sudden message, and with that, he told the Spear Maiden to get in position. It was time for the final play. Yul zipped right out of the rising tornado, but the detective wasn't done yet. It was getting harder for the book wielder to evade him. With the pain flaring up, our hero was losing his grip on his power. Seizing the moment, the serpent went in for the kill, but he was stunned to see the detective bolt from the battlefield, and even more shocked when the soldier gave the signal. The guy was startled when the tall Su landed right in his face. He told the soldier to hang on, since they were about to take off. The confused teen leaped their way, creating a poison claw aimed right at the boat. The soldier tried to see if they'd ditched Yul, but Su told him to just keep his eyes on the road. They were running out of time. Down to the last 15 minutes. Yul's swords tore right through the tornado. He wanted to give chase, but Hiu was busy chugging recovery potions. She stayed behind, to make sure he didn't follow. She reminded Yul how he'd spilled the beans on the Fang's secret power. True, she could use prominence, but there was a catch. Hiu said she just had to stab herself with the Fang at full health to unleash its full power, but Yul tried to warn her the most vital condition was missing, and what that would mean for her. But Hiu was literally ready to off herself. Using that power now was a guaranteed game over. Hiu's spear wasn't just any weapon. It held the power of the Fire King. It let the wielder use its abilities and summon the Sun Prominence Dragon, but only if all conditions were met at dawn or sunset. Yol knew Hiu was aware of the requirement, but she pinned it on the lieutenant's idea. The man claimed it's impossible to predict Eula's strategy, but he wasn't invincible since his soul type was an open book. With that, Ule basically admitted defeat. He could chase them, but it wasn't necessary since his goals were achieved. 7 minutes remained as they got ready to engage the enemy. C was pushing the boat at an insane speed. Once again, the man was lifting the wind, creating an opening for the others to charge into the storm. But the detective was shocked to see the serpent emerge from behind with a maniacal laugh. His snake nearly flattened the soldiers in its way. The villain was trying to snatch the golden deity of the desert, telling the pig to stop squirming, and just like that, the serpent yanked the golden deity from the eye of the tornado while Wong's squad opened fire. At the same time, their equipment was getting an upgrade. The armor was now tailored and ready for the giant pig. Less than 5 minutes remained, and the lieutenant decided to use a grenade. This further damaged the golden deity of the desert. Meanwhile, his shield with a ridiculous design was rejected by the city's golden deity. As the child crafted something, his creation was finished. Yet he thought it was completely unworthy and ugly. But his mood instantly brightened when it started to glow. Only 1 minute and 35 seconds were left. Yo decided to ask his friend for a favor, predicting the citizens would soon descend into chaos, as is human nature. This revelation absolutely shocked Hiju. The time was almost up. Everyone was giving it their all when something began to happen with the golden deity. 4 seconds remained. Jude admired the people working together as 2 seconds were left. The giant pig looked ready to explode, but was suddenly relieved. Finishing the mission, the city's golden deity won the race. As the serpent cackled like a lunatic on the other deity's corpse, he figured he was about to get a major boost, like in some level-up manhwa, but to his surprise, all his points were yoinked by the Greed Lord. Everyone outside the city was being teleported back. Su and Guang congratulated each other, agreeing to grab a drink later. With that, they were zapped back to the city. The citizens' reward points were doubled. Pigu landed in the city, totally confused, wondering where Yol was. As for the high scores, Ju Kang took third with 33,442 points, just behind Gyeongzong's 45,455. And number 1? It was none other than Wong Park. With a whopping 324,432 points, the citizens started tossing the old man in the air out of sheer joy. But the top scorer insisted Hiu and her treasures deserved all the credit. Still, he decided to celebrate his success by inviting everyone to dinner, his treat. This, of course, earned him even more cheers. The sun shined down on the celebrating city. The lieutenant got a notification. His entire party was rewarded with the golden deity equipment, a 12-faced eye, for killing the rival deity, upping their odds for some heroic tier loot. Wong found the deity's gifts generous. Though the reward was up to luck, the pig also buffed the city until their next mission. It meant earning 10% more experience points than usual, and with that, the golden deity happily departed the city. They had a day until the next mission, and Yul was quite satisfied with this result. Our hero managed to stop the Greed Lord's punishment while down to 1/10 of his health. As Jack said, the city saw them as enemies, but Yel denied it. The swordsman quietly snickered as his master declared himself the sea's greatest catastrophe. Yel was happy the citizens overcame this challenge themselves. It would now take an epic disaster to break the city's morale. But when Jack said Yul guided them to victory, he saw his master was lost in his own thoughts. The city had all its required points and was energetic. A new city number 8 would rise after this break between turns. A crowd was gathering. Many citizens tried to offer their services to Wong Park, but the humble top scorer affirmed the true hero was Hiu, whom his company just helped. This left him confused when 2 blushing men said they wanted to work for him for that reason. The citizens saw the Spear Maiden as a flame angel who fought for them, despite being a Greed Lord victim, and the city's most popular warrior. This made the 2 men obsessed with working with the Dragon Warrior. Hedu observed the crowd silently. This made her remember Yul's words, how he wanted her to be a ray of hope in the dark times ahead. Hiu would be a beacon of hope for the city at the right time. Finally, she approached the crowd, denying she was the special someone they meant. Hiu invited them to fight with her by forming a guild. In the Middle Ages, guilds were groups of artisans or merchants. But in a level-up manhwa, a guild is a team with a shared goal. This made the detective compare them to social clubs. Dick confirmed this, saying there were many types of guilds. Sus asked if a guild option was in the system. The guild option had always been a part of the system, but none were created since no one could pay 100,000 points. This resulted in 3 official guilds and some unregistered ones. The first and most popular guild focuses on missions and protecting the city, is the Delanx Guild, with Hiu as master and Wong Park as deputy. At first, the members wanted to call it the Hiu Guild, but their master was so embarrassed they named it after her favorite flower instead. Since Detective Ko trusted the Flame Angel, he assumed her people wouldn't cause any trouble. The second guild, built on the colonel's leadership and the lieutenant's abilities on the field, was the Armed Forces of City Number 8. Everyone knew these 2 men would expect only the best for their guild. And as for the third guild, the detective was floored when he heard about the Serpent Guild, otherwise known as the Kingdom Guild. Beating the serpent with his wishing orb attracted a horde of greedy criminals to his guild, all eager to rule the city now that its top villain was toast. Sayo said it was a real-life level-up manhwa. They needed power to beat the servant who's hiding to kill the book's wielder. But the police couldn't form their own guild, being too swamped with catching outlaws and protecting the city. If something wasn't done, and fast, the police would become completely useless. Su glanced out the window, asking Dusk if this was his grand solution. A crowd of men greeted them in one voice. Every single one of them was eager to work under Dusk by becoming police officers. This got the detective wondering what his partner did in the desert. Dick swore he wasn't raising an army to overthrow the cops, so Su sarcastically thanked him for gathering all his followers in one convenient place. Tension flared again between the fox and the bear. Just as an officer tried to get their attention, he said they'd spotted something odd while listing the Greed Lord's latest victims. Su decided to take a closer look. Most of the victims were registered criminals back home. This made Dick realize why the serpent was the only villain showing his face, making him state once more how totally outmatched the police force currently was. This made his partner blow a gasket and finally hire his crew. The detective then stormed out, flipping his partner the bird while insisting the new recruits follow police protocol. The serpent wasn't the only troublemaker terrified of Yol. This required a long-term plan, which the fox excelled at. Papers scattered into the air. They were all flyers, asking people to join the armed forces and re-enlist in the military. The colonel was baffled, since no one ever wanted to be part of their guild. Wong figured the word re-enlist scared people. But on the flip side, it meant only serious adventurers applied, even if just a few. It seemed the lieutenant had something to report to his superior. The guild was nearly out of fuel and ammo. Their food was also getting scarce. Despite having electricity, this meant they'd soon have to rely on scavenging and return to a life without technology. But with morale so high, the citizens probably wouldn't complain. The cardinal then slammed something on the table, calling it an asset. These were archives from City Number 4. The citizens of that ruined city left records before being wiped out, and these notebooks were basically summaries of all their adventures. By mixing their knowledge with City Number 8's experience, they could create the ultimate level-up manhwa survival guide. Meanwhile, Yol was lost in thought. The person beside him said he looked pretty happy, which he confirmed. Yol was startled to see Ja next to him. She offered him some chips, saying his little stunt had earned her some points. Jayu then asked him if he was going to start his own guild. He denied it, since all the members would just end up as a meal for the Greed Lord. She leaned in closer, asking him to promise she'd be his first recruit if he ever formed a guild. With that, she stood, leaving the city's top villain intimidated. Her hope was firmly planted. Zhao offered Yol her help. She proposed to be a victim for the Greed Lord before jumping off a tower. Zhao was a strange girl. She left him a bag of chips. Yol saw how the Demon Lord's punishments and the victims were becoming obstacles for his missions. Yol started confronting Christina on this mission while making it easier for the citizens. The Greed Lord received no reward, as Yol got 0 points betting on the losing golden deity. This was a warning to the Demon Lord not to stand between Yol and his goals. And so our hero decided to repeat the strategy until the entity responded. Sure, his Greed Lord title would get an answer. Christina was fully aware Yol could get what he wanted, when something suddenly caught the protagonist's attention. He was now in a vast, white, and completely empty room. In that room was a mysterious person surrounded by flying books who seemed familiar to our anti-hero. Yol charged with his sword, recognizing the man as the Demon Lord of Greed. But surprisingly, he was suddenly in a chair. The entity was now behind him holding a plate of fruit. Yol tried to strike the book's owner again, but he was magically back in the chair, in a new formal outfit, in front of a table. Yol was suddenly in a tea party with the Demon Lord of Greed. In this level-up manhwa, Christina was different. For the first time, Yol felt powerless facing Christina, the Demon Lord of Ultimate Greed, who was quietly sipping tea. Yol decided to keep a cool head since the Demon Lord seemed to have no hostile intent, so he tried to talk with him, but he was left surprised the moment he opened his mouth. Yol realized he couldn't talk, as Christina claimed to have answered his call out of curiosity, offering him a choice: become crucial, or stay interesting. A smug smile cracked on Yol's face upon hearing that Christina actually required something, so the entity advised him not to get a big head, since he could easily replace him, but not the other way around. This made the protagonist assume that the Demon Lord could hear his thoughts. Yol was now confronted with staying a curio or walking a more promising path by becoming needed. The presented books were identical but would morph to adapt to his choice. Yol wanted to know if this new path would end the victims of the Greed Lord and the Demon Lord's punishments. Christina affirmed he was only offering for him to become crucial, and that Yol might not fulfill the new task. The protagonist remained silent. Yol then figured that those needs would put pressure on him, but this is why he piqued Christina's curiosity from the start. The price was worth the opportunity. By accepting this new mission, Yol would be able to alter the destiny of all the captured cities. This left the anti-hero shocked. The city had now reached level 3. Jumping 2 levels once its inhabitants used their points. The player selected his reward as his city was partially restored, making Zhao realize he had more options than the dice offered. This being hadn't made a move until now. Yet, the player from city number 4 tanked their whole operation. This meant city number 8's player was either slacking off, or just didn't care about the city. The player decided to summon an NPC, a summon helper, whose gear and look were totally random. Citizens were warned to be careful, because it would treat anyone who attacked it as a hostile target. Seeing her crazy high stats and level, some guys who liked her looks started to book it. Zhao likened this new ally to a powerful town guard. But since the player made a move, it meant he was active. Or maybe he decided to get serious about the game. The player got a notification. After a deep scan, it turned out that Yol was a perfectly designed unit. But since an error was still possible, the player had 3 choices. This made him go for the invasive analysis. If this choice was a threat to Yol's life, the giant hand knew exactly what to do. Finally, Yol was knocked into a deep sleep. The hero wondered if Christina meant other cities when she said units. The demon lord confirmed it as Yol realized he could talk. This was another shocker. Since the book's owner could change the whole game, Krika was way more powerful than the other demon lords. Now it was Yol's time to choose. Our guy cared more about why Christina was summoned in the first place, but the entity denied being summoned. Christina declared he wanted to jack everything from the player, down to their last pixel, making the humans see how much the demon hated these beings. Now Yol had to choose. He remembered how other demon lords saw players as gods who summoned them like pawns for a quest. He reached for one of 2 books, a classic level-up manhwa choice. This made Christina crack a smile. As he vanished, he said his chosen one picked the right and obvious path. Yol was stunned to learn he would forget this whole meeting, since it had to be kept secret for now, leaving the guy bummed out and unsatisfied. Christina then said it was vital to keep things as they were for now. As the vision faded, the protagonist started to wake up. He figured he must have just dozed off. Yol sighed, bummed that the demon lord apparently didn't answer his call. Christina had said the book would guide him. The sun started to set on the city as someone was running for their life. Looked like Zhao was in a real hurry. She wondered if she'd finally lost her pursuers when bam, a hand slammed against the wall. Zhao felt creeped out. This person's voice was way too loving. Henry had tracked her friend down just to invite her to her guild. Zhao shot her down, telling the Angel of Flame to stop being so childish. This adventurer was a solo act, so she told the Spear Maiden to ask somebody else. Hiju, with her fiery red hair, then tackled her friend, calling her a little kitten she had to keep, so Hiju kept pestering Zhao. Meanwhile, the armed forces were training. They could use the recovery function, costing 10 points after a half hour if they didn't take damage, but they had to use it for the team's sake, in order to restore their stamina. It didn't just restore the body, it made it perform at its peak, like after a full night's sleep. This one function insanely boosted everyone's work ethic. Recovery let people use all 24 hours working tirelessly. Ula was currently training with Jack. The master swordsman corrected his friend's stance, while the serpent ordered his minions to amuse him with a brawl. Since 10 points restored their health, someone even promised to make the strongest of his subordinates his second in command. This sleep-replacing recovery was key to surviving the next mission, a true level-up manhwa perk. That said, a new turn arrived, so the player threw the dice once more. The dice landed on 4. City number 8 was now on the cannon tower square. Since this was called a joint mission, Hiu assumed it would require the citizens to work together. Yo's book started acting oddly as the system sought a partner. The system would randomly teleport 1, 2, or 3 cities that land on a similar square. With that, city number 17 appeared. Hiu figured this city, likely populated, had also been summoned to this game. City number 17's people didn't look like Earthlings, but if they were, their inhabitants had seen a lot. A dark night from this mysterious game piece stared at them. City 8 and City 17 were now face to face. The map began to generate, and just like that, the 2 cities were now connected. The map was almost empty, with just a small cannon in the middle. This mission's difficulty is set by the player's total dice rolls. The cannon tower's difficulty was set to 11. Suddenly, something began to rise from under the small cannon. At that moment, The cannon tower that randomly targeted the cities was in place. The mission was complete once the time ran out, or the cannon tower was conquered. Yol counted 11 floors, one for each difficulty. The duration was also determined by the dice rolls, turning out to be 1 full week. With that, the cannon tower began to move. The cannons pointed at the cities and opened fire as the mission began. And just like that, cannonballs began raining down on city number 8. Hiju and Sia went to intercept the massive projectiles. The spear maiden tried destroying the first one, but the cannonball was nearly indestructible. Hiju failed to incinerate it. The detective advised her to be careful, and if the cannonballs really were indestructible, they'd just have to ensure everyone's safety by redirecting them. The cannonballs caused great destruction upon impact. Hiju was worried about the city, but Su insisted its inhabitants' well-being was more important. Dusk disagreed, since the mission's goal was protecting the city, not its citizens. And with 1/10 of its health gone, Yol realized they'd lose the game if the city got wrecked. A harsh rule for this real-life level-up manhwa. So, the book wielder decided to observe. He wanted to analyze city number 17's power. Its inhabitants began to mumble. It seemed its citizens were happily praying. They were worshipping their player as a god. And with that, the citizens of City 17 asked for their player's protection. Yol couldn't believe his eyes. A spell called Hardened City just threw up a shield protecting city number 17. With that, their city's HP barely took a scratch. The Cardinal recognized that card from the Fallen City's archives. This meant players could either roll the dice or slap down a card to jump into the game. But seeing it for real was just a swift reminder they were all simply pawns in a bigger game. The small cannon on the tower began to move. The ultimate cannon then targeted the protagonist's city, but it had a 1-hour charge time before it could fire. Since the cannons stopped their rampage, City number 8's military decided to push closer to the tower. But some unidentified objects started popping up ahead. Smaller towers began rising from the ground, so they decided to accelerate and evade the trap. With that, the vehicles did their best to swerve and evade the incoming bullets. The lieutenant lost 2 vehicles with 1 man injured, but he was still ready to fight. So, the soldiers told their superior to push on. They'd handle the trap. Wong ordered them to come back alive. He then saw why the map showed just one structure. The map could shapeshift, creating constructs and monsters whenever it needed to. The driver griped that the Angel of Flame should have come, but his superior shot that idea down. Putting Hiju on the front line leaves the city defenseless, so she and the detective are staying inside for the mission. The soldiers needed to study the tower and then come up with a plan. Just as he suggested they team up with city number 17, the lieutenant saw the serpent flipping him the bird from a window. Wong then spotted the villain on a speeding red sports car. Talking about making a good first impression, the serpent and his guild charged headfirst directly into the obstacles, so the masked man used his powers to clear a path. He then used his venom to destroy the mini towers. The soldiers watched the maniac tear ahead, cackling like some level-up manhwa villain. Wong hoped his immaturity wouldn't start a fight with the other city. 47 minutes and 30 seconds were left before the ultimate cannon struck city number 8. Cannonballs once again tore into the sky. Each tower cannon had its own cooldown, and the Kingdom Guild was inside when someone ambushed the soldiers from behind. This guy assumed city number 8 was first gen from its design and citizen outfits. The lieutenant was intrigued. The mysterious knight was a level 62 elite citizen, introducing himself as Roll von Lexus. Roll was head of his house, called by the divine, and he asked the lieutenant for an alliance to protect his city. But before allying with this medieval-looking city, Wong felt it necessary to tell Roel he represented a guild, the armed forces of city number 8, not the city itself. The knight then understood city number 8 had yet to unite, just like his own city in the past. So, von Lexus decided to postpone their alliance, but asked the lieutenant to deliver a message to his city. Roll proposed a peace pact. Neither city acts up, and the aggressor's punishment is chosen by the victim. In other words, this meant self-defense could get lethal. Roll clarified this was just to protect his city, offering a mission guide as a goodwill gesture. Robo shot back that the cannon tower was the very first mission his own city had cleared. This meant a city could hit the same square multiple times. With that, he gave his soldiers the silent order. Wong thanked the knight for his kindness, and offered intel on potential assets and troublemakers. Rubble, satisfied with this first encounter, suggested they meet again at the same time tomorrow. The curious lieutenant was intrigued. The knight showed zero interest in scouting the tower, but he assured him forcing the entrance was impossible. Brute force was useless since it required a special ritual. That sealed door was frustrating the serpent. so they needed prep time since city number 8 lacked special protection. Yel was pretty shocked to find out that city number 17 had been in play for 150 years. Jack was intrigued. As Ula was just sitting on the side, the anti-hero was playing hard to get. The book's power flared, and seeing it made Ule smirk. He was tasked with offering a worldly object to spare 100 of the Greed Lord's victims. Yol found the side quest weird and the reward totally lame. Turns out this was a personal request from the Demon Lord. Yol just assumed Christina, who he pictured as some hideous monster, would try to meet him in person. Suddenly, the anti-hero slapped his own face. He knew the task ahead was going to be difficult, yet he was still pumped and answered the call. A classic level up Manhwa scene. He'd meet the Demon Lord eventually with this approach, and if that didn't work, well, he'd just force him to show up. The citizens freaked out, seeing their biggest threat moving inside the city. Everyone was on high alert as the NPCs started acting weird. Yul was targeted by an invasive scan. Time was up, and the ultimate cannon activated. Hiju dove headfirst into the attack to stop the blast, the Angel of Flames clashing with the immense cannonball. Hiu then recalled her master's advice to use her power modestly. At this point, that was out the window. She'd need every ounce of her strength to protect the city. C was completely powerless in this situation. Yul decided to use Taflum, the legendary throne weapon said to have pierced the demon god's eye. The item had 10 shots per mission, but it got more powerful if you used fewer projectiles. Yul only needed one throw for this mission, just enough to pierce the giant cannonball. He used all Taflum's charges in one go. The giant cannonball began to crack before leaving a titanic explosion behind. Seo congratulated Hiju, but the girl insisted it wasn't her doing. The anti-hero had intervened once again. The explosion was so powerful the spear maiden realized they could have never countered that attack alone. The ultimate cannon suddenly spun to life, set to blast city number 17 in just 1 hour. After the ultimate cannon fired, the map terraformed. Flat ground erupted into solid walls, giving soldiers some much-needed cover. The lieutenant was finally figuring out this crazy map's gimmick. After checking the intel from their new ally, Wang cooked up a plan. And just like that, he ordered his men to regroup and hop in the rides. Too bad the rising walls had already trashed the engines. The jealous man wished for horses like City 17's forces. Then a red streak blazed across the sky as Yel's sword effortlessly wrecked the defense towers. Yol landed right on the money. According to the book, our hero needed to carve a 16-square-foot chunk of earth from under him. The instructions on how to slice it were ridiculously specific. Yol just had to place the designed piece onto his book. Suddenly, the dirt chunk just vanished. And with that, our protagonist got a dinky little reward. But while he was scratching his head, the carved piece materialized in the Demon Lord's hand. Christina then casually crushed the received gift. He looked pleased. This powerful demon now held a key piece to absolute chaos, like a prize from a level-up manhwa. So, he'd protect his useful servant. For now. Suddenly, the NPC popped up behind Liol to conduct an executive analysis. The anti-hero was puzzled to see it outside the city. Then, the NPC just attacked Yul, who figured it must be glitching out. Our hero got seriously alarmed when it auto-adjusted to his strength, suddenly hitting level 600 like some broken level-up manhwa character. And for the first time in ages, Yol was actually bleeding. The NPC then began its physical checkup, the first part of the invasive analysis. Yol was stunned by the crazy level jump. With that, Yul and the NPC entered the quarantine zone. He frantically fought back, desperately trying to bolt from the quarantine zone, but the NPC snagged his leg right at the exit, stating he was forbidden from joining the mission. Yul was to be detained until the invasive analysis concluded. This whole thing intrigued our protagonist. Yul was suspected of being a system defect or a hacker for gaining so much power at such a low level. Our anti-hero grabbed the flying book and summarized the NPC's spiel, and in a rage, blamed the Demon Lord's book from the system, chucking it at the NPC. Yol now faced a test, pass and be deemed normal. But if he failed, he would be immediately terminated. Getting the silent treatment from the game devs reminded him of the powers that be back in his own world. Everything was set, and with that, the new adventurer guild, the Raiders, rolled on out. Its members were on bicycles to save what little precious fuel was left in the city. This guild wasn't picking a fight. The Raiders' purpose was to explore the new map. Cannonballs kept hammering the city. Its health had already dropped by almost 20%. Sayo pointed out the city was constantly taking damage, but Hiju claimed it was no big deal, which puzzled the detective. The Flame Angel declared It wasn't the same city anymore. The police officer just smiled and agreed. The old man was totally unfazed. According to Dusk, they just had to defend the city's attacked zone, and the Spear Maiden could even use the Rising Wall as her personal fighting stage. One raider was desperately screaming for help while his guildmaster just stared at a wall. Meanwhile, Wong Park was actually leading his crew. Some citizens, seeing how tough the cannonballs were against Hiju, wanted to melt him down to craft gear, while a hooded figure inspected the cannonballs. It looked like they found something juicy. Zhao decided she'd sell her new data to the highest bidder. Still, wildcards like Ule, the Serpent, and Dusk, and many other variables were still causing chaos. But someone was spying on Seo and Hiju's little chat. The spy wore the heroic protective gear called Shadow Fit, which made its wearer invisible in the shadows. City number 17 hadn't even lost 1% of its health. Robo was impressed by City number 8's potential, since they'd only been in-game a month. Level 33, Hank Sith, an elite citizen, worried the knight was spilling too much info. Like a predictable *** level up Manhwa *** hero. While level 47, Emma Hilt thought it'd be for the best if City number 8 powered up. As for the level 50, Bior, he figured they could have just wrecked everything if it wasn't a joint mission. Robble told them to be patient. It would all go according to their player's will. The Swift Citizen card had been played, making City number 17's people faster for a time determined by a 6-sided die roll. Blessed with 3 hours, Rubble ordered his troops to charge. And just like that, the citizens of City number 17 stormed into battle behind him. The knight saw his city as the player's chosen ones. He was convinced the entity totally favored them. This knight wielded the legendary one-handed sword, Stormbreaker, a powerful relic that could summon lightning. He then used chain lightning to just annihilate the defense towers in his way. Without their player's blessing, City number 17 couldn't possibly win this gigantic game, no matter how awesome their equipment was, or how high a player's level could get. Yol tried to break free from the non-player character. The NPC dodged his sword without a scratch. The book wielder assumed it had hit max level like him. But fighting someone this strong was a reality check. Yol realized what a lousy fighter he actually was. He was still a total rookie, but he'd started learning martial arts from the goblin swordsman, just in case. Which is why the book wielder was struggling. This whole situation, feeling like a *** level up, Manhwa ***, made him wonder about the analysis time. According to the NPC, Ule was almost certainly cheating. It also decided to try different tactics to find a bug in him. This made Ule realize the city's guardian wasn't prioritizing his life during the scan. So, he decided to summon his one and only overlord for backup. But to his surprise, zilch, nothing happened. The quarantine zone blocked anyone inside from getting outside help. Yol's problem got way bigger since he had to face this powerhouse alone. He was determined to get back in the fight before that ultimate cannon targeted City number 8 again. With a kick to the face, the non-player character decided its invasive analysis wasn't over. Yol knew an easy way to beat this thing, but first, he actually had to win the fight. The NPC's massive kick sent our hero flying. Yol was losing hope when Sabrishna decided to step in. Yol couldn't believe it. The NPC saw he was still breathing and decided the physical checkup had to continue. With that, the entity charged at the man, only to be left shocked when they clashed. As Yol blocked the NPC's claws, the system notified him he'd obtained a new skill from Christina. Yol unlocked Overlord Possession, which let an overlord possess him, but he couldn't summon that one for the rest of the mission. In return, he'd get the goblin swordsman's sharp skills. For this very reason, he really didn't like the book's owner. But now, Yol prayed not to attack the demon lord, just to thank him for his precious aid. With that, he and the NPC were on truly equal grounds. With new powers, they prepared to clash again. Like in any level-up manhwa, Yol could now keep up. A unit's power isn't directly tied to its stats or equipment. In all games, it's super common to find someone with low levels and gear dominating others with skill alone. Following that logic, Jack, the goblin swordsman's fighting skills would be the absolute peak of performance. But just as Yol was thinking of the feats possible by combining Jack's skills with his maxed-out stats, the swordsman's ghost declared that it was useless. This sudden astral appearance startled Yol. Yol figured it was normal for Jack to appear as a soul while possessing him. Still, what the goblin said left him intrigued. He feared the NPC was more combat-focused than his overlord. But Jack denied it, saying he was just criticizing Yol's pitiful fighting skills. After that, Yol was given the option to let the overlord fully control his body. Suddenly, Yol's whole expression changed as his eyes changed color. He took his stance. The NPC got ready to defend, but its arm was suddenly severed by the master swordsman's skill. Superior wind movement, a storm. This allowed the goblin to move lightning fast in a straight line. After that, the NPC tried to strike the swordsman down, but Jack quickly dodged its sharp claw before knocking the NPC off the ground. With that, the goblin swordmaster decided to finish it with a battle art called Celestial Wolf Fang, Wolf Claw Moonstrike, but at the last second, Yol stopped the overlord from killing the NPC. So, Jack hit it with 3 waves of sword aura. The non-player character was left damaged, but not destroyed. Jack chewed Yol out for not telling him the plan earlier, but the poor guy never had a chance to speak. As the goblin spirit left his body, Yol decided to handle the most critical matter first. For 50,000 points, he could use the Make Peace function, made to spare those who harm an NPC by accident, sending it to its spawn point and removing its hostility. But the catch was that the non-playable character needed to be neutralized first. This had the book's owner wondering if he passed the first part of the invasive analysis, but the crushing silence made him anxious, until a mysterious voice suddenly announced he'd passed the physical checkup. With that, the system began its final analysis, making Hool wonder if more challenges were ahead and if the voice came from thin air. Meanwhile, the lieutenant was looking over the books Roll had offered him. With that, he decided to check the intel. Wong summoned his shield, saying he and Minu would go first. A classic level-up Manhwa move. While the men gave cover, the soldiers were in absolute awe of the item the golden deity gave their lieutenant. Some items were always present, while others, like Guang's shield, could be summoned. Its owner was thrilled with its functionality, since the heroic shield of Heldon, the Inquisitor, which could perform miracles, would be a huge pain when trying to get into a car. Minu and the lieutenant then charged forward. The shield of Heldon created a divine energy barrier right in front of them, its power proportional to Wong's friendship with his party, protecting them from the bullets. With that, they charged the first step to entering the cannon tower. To get in, one must first use the mini tower's side door. There, the lieutenant found a goblin commanding the tower, who was then quickly shot in the head. By taking control of the desk after offing the green monster, the attacker gets a low-level ID card, and after gathering 100 of those cards, you could obtain a high-level ID card. Collecting 100 high-level cards for one master card made Guang realize what a grind this mission would be, but this particular card would let a team of 10 members at most get into the cannon tower. With that, the goal was to make as many master cards as possible to infiltrate the tower with their troops. The annoyed serpent was powerless at the main door when someone suddenly came to greet the villain. Zhao decided to sell him her intel. The level 17 ordinary civilian, Solju Wu, recognized her as number 2 from the last mission. The teenager wanted to skip negotiations and go straight to threats, yet the girl seemed unfazed. Zhao stated that this bargain would determine how they'd treat each other from now on. She then reminded him how she got second place in the treasure hunt, finding the hot intel to win it all by herself as proof of her talent. Solji Wu proposed they hear her out, since Zhao had approached the serpent despite him being a dangerous villain. Admiring her guts, she said they should spare her life if the information provided turned out to be useful. Zhao stated that Solji must be wise, considering her old age. This led to some serious tension, leaving the serpent in the middle to the point where even the great villain felt frightened. Meanwhile, someone had gathered multiple low-level ID cards. They all started to shine in Roll's hand. A high-level ID card had been created. City number 17 now had 12 high-level ID cards. After losing 42 men and having 123 injured, the troops were all advised to be careful on the battlefield. Yet they were all hyped to fight for their player. But because of that move, City number 17 now held way more cards than City number 8. Then, out of nowhere, Robo started praying. Seeing this, his archer buddy just followed suit. The Royal Knight didn't want the citizens sacrificing their lives for the player, but for times him asterisk. With that, they charged onward. Rubble then recalled how Yol Choy is supposed to be their city's strongest. Yet, the guy had been MIA for ages. He thinks Yol refused to help, despite being as strong as a level-up Manhwa character. In other words, he was unworthy of the power dwelling inside him. Meanwhile, inside the quarantine sphere, the system wiped all active effects to proceed with the upcoming test. Yol found himself paralyzed by those weird rings. And so, the inspection began, and Yol Choy started to totally panic. The system began carefully analyzing the man's memory to determine if he was a defect who'd met an unusual entity. And so, the game dove deep into Yul's tormented memories of the Greed Lord's victims. This made the man cry. So the system, finding nothing, decided to dig even deeper. And so began the probe into Ule's past life. The astonished young man suddenly found himself sitting at his desk. It was like he and the entire city had never left. Our protagonist was now on the phone with his mom. He was also juggling his tablet at the same time. The genius, while asking about his father, had just won 1,000 straight games of online chess. He then grabbed his phone for yet another task. Yol had just won $150 before telling his mother he was fine. He then asked about a mysterious person. His mother's words seemed to worry him. Eggy was sure this person would be fine, since he was always the smarter of the two. With that, Yol decided to head to his part-time job. Suddenly, Yol's memory started to glitch out. Furious, he strictly forbade the system from digging into his past life on Earth. And with that, the system halted the analysis to prevent material damage from the rebelling unit. In the end, the system deduced Ule never had an odd encounter and labeled him a regular unit, not some protagonist from a level-up manhwa. And just like that, he was sent back into the game. Yo was now back on the cannon tower map. This whole ordeal with the system left the man completely exhausted. His wounds were finally starting to heal, but Yol never expected the system could just disable his recovery, which usually only drops by half during combat. Yo was in the same spot as when the Demon Lord punished him. In the end, his mighty power was just what the game let him have, and so Ule decided he'd surpass the power granted to the game's pawns. Like in some level-up manhwa, the ultimate cannon hit City 17, but the Black Steel Knight's shield protected it from all physical and some magic damage, just for one time. And just like that, City number 17 came out totally unharmed by the ultimate cannon, keeping the vast majority of its health. Yo was determined to one day rival or even surpass the players. When some hunters passing by saw the overpowered unit on the ground, they just assumed he was slacking off. And so, a citizen proposed they head back before falling prey to his curse. Yet, one silent hunter disagreed. Kim suddenly raised his sword and went toward Yul. And just like that, the man tried to stab the book's wielder in the throat, leaving his comrades terrified. Yet Yula, who was completely uninjured, wanted to know why he tried to kill him. But Kim shot the accusation back, calling Yul a fraud. The man had put his absolute trust in Yul's book and even defied death for him. But in the end, Kim had nothing, not even the necessary 10 points to save his daughter. He declared this as he raised his sword. The blade shattered as he claimed that his late daughter was just a 7-year-old child. But the unharmed Yul decided to remind the man what happens when someone crosses him. The terrified teammates pleaded with the man, but in an instant, he used the Overlord's power to immobilize the men with pressure point paralysis. And so, Yul declared that Kim should come for his head once he maxes out his stats. With that, he decided to turn them into victims of the Greed Lord, leaving the father's eyes filled with raw bloodlust before reminding them that he will also curse other innocent citizens. And just like that, the new victims of the Greed Lord were isolated inside a truck. Kim apologized to his teammates for what happened, but the men understood his grief, reminding him he should level up and get better gear, like in some level-up manhwa. Just as Yul said, at his current level, Kim would never be able to get justice for his dead child. And with that, the level 9, Ajun Kim, swore to become more powerful to eliminate Yol Choy with his own hands. He began to picture the moment of revenge. Meanwhile, Yul was watching the new victims from a distance. The goblin swordmaster was confused why he punished them instead of retreating. But Yul confirmed that Kim would have been overcome by rage if he'd left, leaving his teammates in danger. The wielder of the book also had another reason. Suddenly, a massive robot erupted from the ground. Yul wanted to save the men from the boss monster known as Doom Machine Octopus, created by multiple mini-towers boosting its abilities. With that, the monster immediately opened fire. Field boss monsters spawned at a regular rate in this mission, but killing one as strong as a raid boss would grant Yul an immediate master card for the cannon tower, a much easier way than collecting 10,000 low-level cards. Yet, this shortcut was also far more lethal. And so, Yul activated Jack's powers as he summoned his sword. And just like that, the protagonist charged forward. His target was the giant robotic octopus. The wielder of the book slashed the creature with ease, using the battle art known as the Celestial Wolf Fang technique, Descent of the Black Wolf. And just like that, the level 5 threat fell to Yul's blade. But Jack scolded him for executing so many unnecessary moves that lacked focus, making him waste his energy. The swordsman then stated that Yula should keep a focused mind to avoid foolish mistakes while seeking power. The wielder of the book then thanked his overlord for the wisdom. Yet, He didn't want to use his MasterCard just yet, because once inside the tower, the only ways out were victory or death. And so, Ule chose to handle other messes first. Jack was floored. Not expecting Yol to just waltz into City 17's castle, the king called the kid arrogant for crashing his city and demanding to see their player. Yol marched all this way just to threaten the king. The book wielder knew all about City 17's betrayal, but the king played dumb. So Yol told him to cut the crap, since he knew about the citizens' condition. Every citizen in City 17 was armed to the teeth. Plus, Yol knew his city was crawling with their spies. The king planned to backstab his allies right at the finish line. And with that, the old-timer hopped off his throne, saying he could swap subjects, but it was pointless against the book's power. So, Ule laid it out simple. Cooperate, or the king gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife. His Highness claimed Ule's power made him cocky, that he'd never faced a real player. And so, the card duel kicked in. A one-on-one cage match where levels are equalized. A classic level-up, Manhwa trope. And just like that, the level 99 mayor, Armelos von Lexus, boasted his player's plans would stay secret once he shut his opponent up for good. The king, rocking an epic greatsword named after a lightning god, charged right at the young man, screaming that the book was his problem. And bam, powerful lightning bolts lit up the arena. According to Armelos von Lexus, without that high level, his opponent was basically a total noob. The old guy was sure he'd win on an even playing field. He was then shocked as Ule dodged his attacks and suddenly clocked him from behind. And just like that, the city mayor went flying. But unlike him, his overlord didn't need a high level. With that, it looked like a frickin' dragon just ran the old man through. Yol declared Armelos von Lexus's defeat was a warning to his people, while Jack couldn't help but respect the old guy's power. And boom, Ule and the beaten king were zapped back to the palace, sending the guards into a full-blown panic. The terrified soldiers drew their swords, but the book wielder was like, chill. Let's just work together on this mission. The king's shocking defeat even made City number 17's player tremble in his boots. Suddenly, all the soldiers got antsy. Their weird behavior piqued Ule's interest. Every guard was suddenly oozing bloodlust. The once shaky soldiers now charged without a second thought. This switch-up even confused the lieutenant on duty. Even he was scratching his head. Watching all of City 17's units hightail it back to their city, the city was now juiced up by Frenzied City, which buffs all the players' units but makes them hostile to any outsiders. And then, a sudden explosion rocked the castle. Yol figured Frenzied City was the trump card they planned to use to betray City number 8 down the line. Gupper's power activated once again. Unsurprised, Ule immediately dodged the incoming lightning bolts. He never thought City number 17 would play that card so fast. Upon landing, the guy was floored. A welcome party was waiting. Turns out, those citizens weren't the players' real units. Just a bunch of obedient little meat puppets. So, the Green Ham used his cards to buff his citizens' stats and sick them all on Yule at once. Taking that cannon tower to clear the mission was going to take him an entire day. Sparing City 17's units just meant leaving them to fight City 8. Jack offered to do the dirty work for his master, but our hero refused, deciding to summon his sword instead. A whole mob of citizens charged him at once. The protagonist chose to accept this grim burden. After that, a huge magical explosion just ripped through the city, and just like that, the frenzied units were slashed to pieces. There was no coming back from this carnage. Yule glanced up at the sky. The player for City 17 started panicking when the system couldn't identify his attacker. With that, multiple explosions erupted across the city. Then, Yule was suddenly attacked by bolts of lightning, but he blocked them with ease. Seeing that, the father and son duo charged right at him. Yule wasn't sure if his words could reach them, but he promised to avenge the city's 150 years of slavery as he slew their prince and king. Romulos couldn't believe his eyes. The severed head gave its player one final, awkward look. The streets were now stained with blood. Yule single-handedly butchered City 17 citizens until nightfall, like a true level-up Manhwa protagonist. Our protagonist was now covered in blood. Jack came to check on him, but he admitted he was not okay. Even though he was mentally prepared for this butchery, the guilt was still too much, so he tried to change the subject. Since the citizens of City number 8 couldn't clear this mission by themselves, Yule had no other choice but to do it himself. Suddenly, he got a system notification. Player 17 was out of units, and if they couldn't be resurrected, that player was doomed to be degraded into a city eater, a max-level raid boss. Yule was floored by this sudden discovery. It made him realize players weren't the top dogs in this game. The player from number 17 was now booted from the system and stripped of his status. And so, the entity became a city eater. Suddenly, its eyes flashed red as it received a final notification. With that, the city eater decided to crush city number 8 under its massive hammer, making its player hesitate. So, he decided to check his deck. One of his cards would let him roll a die to move his city, but he'd have to abandon all his mission rewards. Our protagonist charged straight at the massive entity. Their player was about to use his card. Hiju and Seal also tried to save the city, but all hope seemed lost as the giant hammer descended. Suddenly, the golden hand stopped. In the end, he chose not to use his card. As a result, the massive hammer obliterated his city. City number 8 was now shredded to pieces, but Yul woke up to his book glowing red. He was surprised to see himself alive after his city fell, but Yul was even more shocked by the presence before him. He immediately attacked the demon lord, who stopped him with a single finger. Yul's memories of their first and final clash came rushing back. The kid now remembered everything. The book's owner deemed him worthy, deciding to grant him that promised chance. A cold silence then filled the stark white room. Yol worried about the other citizens. The demon lord flatly stated that they were all toast. Hearing that, the lone survivor dropped to his knees. According to Christina, simple units could never beat a city eater. Their city was doomed from the start, since only players could stop them. This made Ule explode, demanding to know about this game and its players. He also demanded to know why he was the last one standing. The demon lord had all the answers. Of course, but now wasn't the time to share them. Yol had precious little time to bring his fallen city back from the dead. Those words rocked the young man's very soul. Christina then summoned a glitched item, proving his point. Reviving city number 8 was actually possible. This piqued the young man's interest. Yol stopped questioning the book's owner. He had lost everything, after all. And so, glitching fragments started to envelop his sword. Christina lent his power to Ule to destroy the city eater. Only then would the greed lord resurrect everyone. He admired his sword as it began glowing purple, but thought defeating that huge thing with just a blade was ridiculous. Suddenly, he was in space. Yol was now face to face with the fallen player, number 17. The city eater instantly swung its giant weapon, actually managing to nail the protagonist. The hit caused a massive explosion that sent the young man flying. Yol felt that impact rattling his bones, even though he survived. Christina informed him that city eaters are the game's strongest creatures, ones that even players try to avoid. By pushing his power to the limit, he made Ule as strong as a city eater, like in some crazy level-up manhwa. This ticked the kid off, as the demon lord basically said, "If you lose, it's all on you." But the protagonist was alarmed when the fallen player used a card. The entity used summon meteors, calling down meteors equal to a 12-sided die roll. But Yol managed to parry and dodge every single rock that came flying his way. The book's owner explained that Yol was now a player's equal. His gear and skills now matched the power of player cards. Yol, now fused with his overlord, landed a devastating blow right to the city eater's face. The fallen player's mask cracked from the hit. The entity crashed to the ground. But something felt wrong to Ule. Giant tentacles erupted from nowhere, trying to crush him. Ule sliced through 2 of them, then decided he had a question for the greed lord. His question was about players. Yol wanted to know if they were all this ugly. Christina said no. She stated that all players differ in looks, thoughts, behavior, and even cards. With that out of the way, the city eater decided to use thunderstorm, making lightning bolts erupt over a wide area. Countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky. The thunderstorm scored a direct hit on the protagonist. This made the young man realize stronger city eaters existed. Yol found this disappointing while parrying the lightning bolts. He figured his job would be way easier if all players were just like this city eater. This statement intrigued the demon lord, who used telepathy to summon the swords of City 17's king and prince. He boldly claimed their old player was a weak opponent, despite having so many cards up his sleeve. The fallen player kept his distance from Ule, which meant the entity was scared of a close-up fight. The city eater also kept spamming wide-range spells like a constant bombardment, summoning non-elemental shells just to hit a small target like Ule. The protagonist moved his fingers to command his other 2 swords, having a sudden realization. This creature had never actually attacked another opponent head-on, which is why it was just carelessly using its powerful cards. The monstrosity had a wide arsenal and a titanic size. Yel slid to his right just before a giant explosion erupted. Using a free warp ticket to save himself at the last second, the demon lord noticed his unit was taking his sweet time closing in on the city eater instead of just rushing him. This tactic was designed to mentally mess with the monster, and also to empty his hand. After all, it's pointless to attack mindlessly, said the Greed Lord, as Ule prepared to end the fight. And just like that, the fallen player was stabbed by a heroic sword. Yol then activated Chain Lightning. With that, the entity suffered as it was blasted by a bolt of lightning. Yul then asked the creature if it enjoyed playing God while messing with their lives, holding the legendary orb that could change the weather. Our protagonist, in a classic level-up Manhwa move, decided to use Yuper's unique skill, Overcharge, which absorbs any nearby lightning. However, it would also damage the user when overcharged. The creature began to tremble in fear. Yel wasn't even holding the heroic sword, since he was controlling it remotely with his mind. This allowed him to try a new form of attack, and so a massive bolt of lightning was launched by the protagonist, inflicting immense damage to the vile abomination that was quadrupled by Overcharge and the Guppeter electric shock combo. On top of that, the special skill, Rage of the Thunder God, allowed the heroic blade to unleash all its power at once. With that, the fight came to an end, and the player found himself with his very guts exposed. Yel was surprised to see the monster was still kicking. He wanted to turn him into a lab rat, but the protagonist had to terminate it to bring his fallen city back. With that, he stabbed the city eater, and the creature began to crack. But Ule never expected the monster's mass to start accumulating around his sword. The owner of the book told the young man to step back a bit, since he still had work for him. With that, the city eater's flesh began to morph. A confused Ul found himself standing before a perfectly spherical egg, when it suddenly began to hatch. A man with horns came out. Ule wondered if this was his plan all along. The man began to breathe again after eons. The Greed Lord, Christina, confirmed that he smelled as vile as ever, but Eula was more interested in him fulfilling his end of the contract. And so, the Demon Lord activated his red magic, so Ule braced himself for combat. But to his surprise, the remains of his fallen city began to move. All the pieces were coming together, and just like that, city number 8 was completely restored. The amazed young man couldn't believe his eyes, but the streets were a total ghost town. This made Ula assume the Greed Lord was holding out, but the entity told him to just be patient. The power he absorbed from this city eater could only restore the structure of city number 8. But to revive the citizens, Krasha would need to absorb other fallen players. But Yul was convinced the Demon Lord was hiding his true power. Seeing everything he consumed, the entity seemed surprised. The city had to gain experience from units trading points, making it go to the next level, which most likely gave players the currency they used to buy cards. That was the only logical explanation for the game's resource cycle and how players got their hands on plans and cards. But Ule was curious about all the points he'd spent without the city evolving. To him, there could only be one explanation. This made the Demon Lord howl with laughter like a madman. He couldn't help but admire Ule's genius intellect. Krasha was amazed. The young man's ability to see the bigger picture after losing everything was pure level-up manhwa material. This led Eula to speculate the entity had met their player before. When his glowing sword suddenly appeared right in front of him, the Demon Lord confirmed he had the necessary strength, but it would be saved for later use. But he asked Yul to trust him, assuring the young man he would fulfill his promise while releasing a massive blow of wind. This freaked out the protagonist, who suddenly found himself above his newly restored city. The Demon Lord then asked him to observe, as he pointed out the real appearance of the game. Eula was shocked, as none of this was there when he faced the City Eater. But there was a simple reason: the game would only allow one to see what he is supposed to. Suddenly, a new perception opened to Eula. He was now facing another colossal entity. Yul looked like an ant in front of the giant mountain of flesh. The Demon Lord needed to consume 3 more fallen players. All the units of City Number 8 would be revived once all 3 were slain, just as he promised. With that, the city would be placed fully back in the game, and the Demon Lord of Greed would become its new player. The City Eater used one of its cards to grant itself flight. With that, it was able to close the distance to the human in a flash. Yul was amazed by this speed. Suddenly, multiple heads emerged from the City Eater. The creature divided itself into multiple parts. This made Yul worry he would face 3 fallen players at once. But he was even more astonished that the creature used 1 card to summon 3 non-elemental shields, protecting all 3 of them and absorbing part of the damage, which meant that the 3 were actually 1. Suddenly, 2 of the monstrosities collided with each other, with Ule in the middle, struggling not to get crushed by them. As for the third one, it equipped itself with a blade using a card. Yul was intrigued by the fallen player's strategy, seeing how its 3 parts shared buffs, but not the longsword. The Demon Lord claimed that just like humans, each player is unique when it comes to their abilities. Before asking Ule not to let him down, since the City Eaters had already lost the game, he also warned that oblivion awaited the young man should he fail to slay them. But our hero, fighting for his life, wasn't hearing it, and ordered the Greed Lord to bring back the citizens. So Prina told him to chill, since everything was already prepared. Jayu and Hugh were confused, supposed to be on the other side. When the Demon Lord spoke as a strange pressure crushed everyone, the entity introduced itself as Christina, the Resurrector. No one could stand as he claimed to be their new player in charge. The serpent figured he must be a final boss-type player, but as the greedy teen declared he'd kill him to gain ultimate power, he suddenly froze. It was unclear if he stopped himself or was frozen, as it felt like time itself had stopped. The new player announced they were to listen in silence. He declared the citizens now stood between thriving and their demise. So, they could enter the White Gate to resume living, or walk through the Black Gate for a peaceful trip to the other side. The humans had to choose their fate once the doors opened. This made them think Christina was asking them to off themselves. That the idea wasn't totally awful if it meant the end of this hellish game. But one person raised a hand to ask something. The Demon Lord agreed to answer. This person was the Dragon Warrior. As she, the detective, and the inspector, and the lieutenant stood tall against the immense pressure. She asked when the gates would open. Dusk, the carnival, and other citizens were also eager to get back in the fight. The new player watched them silently, then snapped his fingers, summoning a screen, broadcasting Ule, fighting the City Eater. Everyone was shocked to see him on the big screen. Pooh was curious about her friend's opponent, when the Greed Lord said the gate would open once he wins. So he showed the City Eaters on screen, presenting them as the disaster they'd face if they came back to life. So the humans better think carefully, since the Greed Lord had no use for cowards in this kind of level-up manhwa. Ule clashed with the giant's charging barrier as the other two ambushed him from behind. Then our hero activated the gravity ball skill, which used a powerful force to attract everything, including the caster if they were in range. With that, all three City Eaters were instantly pulled to the same spot, and just like that, all three were slammed together, getting slashed to bits. Revealing Ule from under the carcasses, he raised his sword for the final blow, slashing the monstrous tentacle ball in half. The three City Eaters finally met their end by our hero's hand. The exhausted Ule then plunged his sword into the second fallen player, and just like that, the tentacles faded into nothing. This fight made Ule realize he couldn't regenerate while fighting these monstrosities. It was a harsh reminder that time was running out. As he summoned the Overlord's power, he called for the next fallen player. Suddenly, something began appearing from the fog. This was the fourth foe. All citizens would be resurrected once this City Eater was slain. To boost his odds, the creature played multiple cards at once before assaulting his minuscule target. Kaiju was terrified for Yule, while the lieutenant was astonished by their future foe's power. This drove the citizens to despair, seeing how small units were giving them a hard time. The monster's axes smashed the ground. Seeing the fallen player only engaged in close combat, Yule could devise many strategies to take it down, but found himself racing the clock. He was also able to block the massive weapon with his blade. So, Yule let Jack possess him, a true level-up manhwa moment, leaving the duel to the pro, who immediately struck the giant creature. The City Eater began to bleed as it screamed in pain. The Master Swordsman was amazed by all the crazy fights Yule put him in, including this one, but when offered some advice by the owner of the body, he immediately refused, since the goblin could perfectly see the blade's path. And so, the man was now covered in blood after endlessly slashing the titanic beast. All the citizens watched the fight, amazed and in total silence. The last City Eater fell to Yule's blade, and so the humans were now free to enter the gate of their choice. All units could confront a hellish life or peacefully succumb to death's embrace. Yo was now back to City number 8, but its streets were still empty. Christina assured him he'd kept his word, as all citizens were choosing a path only they could choose. The city was still out of the game. Yule wanted to know if the canon mission was still going on, which the new player affirmed. The mission was not over yet, but the original player of City number 8 bailed after his game piece was destroyed. At this moment, Christina took his place, powerless to stop the city's demise. In other words, the great demon lord couldn't do anything since he was still just a beginner, leaving him silent. Before losing the game, players receive a countdown, which Yule used to kill the City Eaters. With that, an hourglass appeared in the new player's hand, who stated the other units used the countdown to choose between life and death. City number 8 started to rise from the empty square. With that, The city resumed its journey in the game. The canon mission would continue in 1 hour and 6 minutes. Yol was satisfied with the time remaining. The Demon Lord also stated that no one would any longer become victims of the Greed Lord. He no longer required victims since he owns city number 8. But Yol denied it, since this city truly belongs to its people who came back to fight for it. All units were back in the game. Even the angry serpent and his minions were brought back to life. Yo and the raiders were warped back to the canon map. The Odd One was happy with the outcome when suddenly a huge explosion erupted. The Angel of Flames had destroyed too many towers. As something drew close to her, suddenly the earth beneath her began to quake. The difficulty 5 boss, known as the Doom Machine Earthworm made from many towers, appeared. With that, Hiju ordered to warn the others not to draw its attention as the earthworm chased her through the map, and finally, the giant target was right in position. With that, the Doom Machine took massive damage from the laid trap. And so, the giant mechanical beast found itself without its head. The Spear Maiden praised his pinpoint accuracy, but Yol just tossed the compliment right back, insisting she was stronger and asking her to guard the city, since this gig would be over quick. Using his MasterCard, Yol entered the cannon tower. A one-way trip until the challenge was done, and just like that, he was in the cannon tower's first floor, the city of minor goblins. Yol found it disappointing. Seeing the wasted resources, the player told him to focus on the big picture, as he activated the headhunt card, which zaps one of his units straight to the boss. Cressa claimed it was all for the sake of the ultimate win. Suddenly, a goblin in a giant mech tried to shower him with bullets. Yol vanished, so the goblins assumed him dead and started to celebrate, but were shocked to learn their boss atop the cannon tower was slain right after. The level 6 boss, Multibrain, was swiftly beaten, with Yol taking its head. The protagonist ignored all the other monsters, going straight for the kill and winning for city number 8. And so, Yol was teleported back. Everyone who was outside the city was also brought home. All eyes were on the former top villain, but Yol ignored them and left, until someone called his name. Yol got a mysterious container. This gift was a token of their gratitude. Yol politely thanked them before flying off, fading into the horizon as they watched. Yujin Kim claimed they weren't brought back by hope, but by the desire of seeing Yol Choy as a corpse. The city got a 24-hour break before the next mission. The book owner and its wielder were alone atop the tallest tower. Yol was happy everyone was resurrected, safe from the Greed Lord forever. Suddenly, our protagonist tried a surprise slash on the Demon Lord, but Christina was curious when Yol's blade didn't even reach him. The wisecracking young man knew this Demon Lord was just a projection, noting he still had a use for the Greed Lord, piquing the player's curiosity. Yol was surprised when the player, who wanted him to beat the game, let him decide the next step, but felt embarrassed when the Demon Lord noted Yol was more experienced with city number 8. Yol seemed to have something in mind involving their new player. Despite the trouble, the Greed Lord granted the request as a favor to his new game piece. Then, the city began to shake. Entire buildings started to levitate into the air, leaving everyone totally confused. The unit's training center was a building the player could create to train his units by fighting fake opponents. It gave no rewards, but let units gain experience in this level-up manhwa without risk. But its owner said this training center was unique, able to teleport units to existing maps for rewards if they put their lives on the line. The book owner and its wielder were now in the control center of this new construct. With the new rules set, Yol cooked up special training programs for the city's top unit, but he needed the right map to put them to use. By using the special unit training center, elite units like the Spear Maiden could finally begin. Yol informed her they only had 18 hours left, since the trial and training took some time, but due to the Greed Lord's power, time would flow differently for Hiju. She would spend a whole year on the training map. But if she wished to retreat or in an emergency, the Dragon Warrior could just smash the hard glass to come back to the city. But this wasn't the only way to gain power, like in some level-up manhwa, so Yol told her to be careful. For her special training, the Angel of Flame was sent to the land of the dormant sun. Determined, she aimed to complete the training. The main goal was earning the respect of prominence, owner of the weapon she uses. As for the two detectives in the Forsaken Mountain of the Old Kings, Seo and Dusk had to find the vessels of Wa and Wa for the lieutenant and his team's special training on the map known as the Mausoleum of Dormant Demons. The squad had to face terrifying demons as they tried to awaken the map's master and take up his will. As for the next trainee, the insolent serpent asked to be released from the training center, flipping a casual bird. But the villain was confused when Yol offered him one last shot. The wishing orb the teenager held could become light or darkness depending on his karma. To put it simply, it could become a righteous dragon or an evil serpent based on his choices. Normally, it'd take someone time to decide their actions, but the serpent's choice would now save them a ton of time. The young villain was free to leave the training center, but at the risk of letting the other units surpass him. So the young man actually thought about it for a second. The serpent was indifferent to the other's training, but he loathed Yol's assumptions, and so, he chose the path of darkness for his wishing orb. With that, his training began. The young man could not believe his eyes. He was now in the horrific map known as Venom of the Wishing Serpent, with the only goal of staying alive. With that, the main units all began their training, and Yol made virtual spaces for the citizens to sharpen their skills. The guildmaster of the raiders wanted to repeat the ogre mission, but his members were less than thrilled about it, seeing how they got their butts handed to them. Meanwhile, in room 306, Kim wanted to simulate a fight against Yol Choy. So, the system asked if he wanted to lower the target's insane level. But the vengeful man wanted to face his prey as is, and so his impossible training began. As Yol Choy monitored the key unit's adventures, he decided to address crucial subjects with the Greed Lord. Yol first wanted to know what the Greed Lord was, since he wasn't a demon lord or a player, yet Christina found the question pointless, since getting City Number 8 back to Earth was the main problem. With that, he assured the young man that he only speaks the truth. Yol wasn't surprised the entity dodged the question, but he had a theory about it. This definitely piqued the Greed Lord's curiosity. The kid was eager to get the dirt on the city's original player. Was ditching them a move to stop becoming a city eater? Apparently not, as the old player still had some units. Yo's mind was blown. The old player from City Number 8 was running another game piece. That explains why he phoned it in and just ghosted their city so easily. The Golden Hand used City Number 8 to farm resources for his main piece, but the Greed Lord's victims didn't leave much. So, the old player ditched City Number 8 without a second thought. Yo's hunch was right, but not everyone gets multiple pieces. The Golden Hand over game piece number 43 was a special case. The units were totally wiped out, with just a few left standing. 3 cities ganged up to take down one, and they failed miserably. Then, someone approached the injured man. The panicked soldiers were absolutely terrified of the nearby individual. The old samurai used his Thousand Blossoms art, a flurry of strikes, but with just one sword swing, the old samurai got a blade to the heart, ending him. He died confused how the knight read his moves. Seeing this, the cowboy readied his legendary rifle. Pioneering spirit, a beast against non-human targets, he activated his battle art, Spaghetti Western. This let him fire away with no wasted bullets and almost zero reload time. But the cursed sword deflected the bullet, and the cowboy was taken out by his own redirected shot. Then, the masked knight tried to jump him from behind, but the blue-eyed knight just walked off, his sword left in the warrior's throat, leaving the man bewildered. He wasn't sure if the knight had figured out his plan or if he just walked into a trap. The masked swordsman was terrified and clueless. This army had been eerily silent for a solid week, and with that, the masked man cashed in his chips. This was City Number 99, the White City of Silence. Its top unit was Yol Choy, the maxed-out, invincible mayor, and the rest period was ending. The player rolled the dice, landing on a dungeon rush square. The goal: slay the boss inside. When the countdown hit 0, the dungeon gates would swing open, unleashing a monster wave. Dungeon Rush is a team mission, so another city on a similar square gets pulled in. Just like in a times level up Manhwa asterisk, Yel said this was their city's first summon. So, City Number 8 and 32 began a 5-day joint mission. Yol decided it was time to use his ultimate item. By mixing the writ of Christina with the status window, the young man made all dungeon data public. He labeled their difficulty from A to D, then went to City Number 32 to propose they team up. The Greed Lord claimed his units could solo the mission, but Yol didn't see citizens as just game pieces. His goal was to return as many as possible to Earth, so he was determined to help them. So, the Greed Lord recalled his interaction with City Number 17. But if one disaster could stop Yol, he never would have gotten this far. The amused player wanted to see how long the kid would hold on to his idea. After that, with game piece number 32, the wielder of the book was in for a surprise. Despite offering mission data, the other guy refused to cooperate. The drunken level 97 mayor, Carlson Bounder, had lost all hope for his city. City Number 32, having already lost all of its best units, was low on gear and resources, and down to its last 1,000 citizens. Utterly defeated, the mayor told the kid to just focus on his own city. Seeing the man's pathetic state, Yul knew trying to reach him was pointless and decided on a different tactic. Carlson Bounder was convinced that city number 8 would eventually suffer the same fate as his own city, after reaching the White City of Silence and its terrifying mayor. Meanwhile, in a top difficulty dungeon, a fragment of the abyss, the level 5 boss named Sealed Fenrir, the giant wolf that hated the gods, was now facing the Angel of Flames. The Spear Maiden had new skills after training with her Fang's owner for a full year. Suddenly, draconic wings of fire erupted from her back. In the past, Hai could only borrow the dragon's power. Fenrir sensed immense danger rising from this one girl. Now, the Spear Maiden could even adopt the dragon's traits. At that, the giant wolf began a spell, making ice spikes rise in the dungeon, but a small light could be seen from behind the thick ice. The poor monster didn't have time to react, and with that, the great wolf was devoured by Prominence's fire, which meant the level A dungeon was conquered. With most credits going to Fenrir's slayer, Christiana was pleased by his unit's surprising new strength, admitting he was smart to leave their training to the protagonist. The Greed Lord's curiosity was piqued, seeing the young man lost in thought. Yul was worried he wouldn't be able to convince the other game pieces. Yet player number 8 was just satisfied they weren't becoming an obstacle. The kid was sure City 32 wouldn't survive without his help, so Christiana told him to ask his master what he wants, which annoyed the young man. Yul wanted to straight up conquer their city. This idea absolutely delighted the greedy player number 8. Elsewhere, someone was exiting a dungeon. The dungeon crumbled behind the Angel of Flames, who was curious about the next one when something caught her eye. A giant entity faced a mysterious flying individual. The player used a card to summon magic missiles that would never miss their target, but Yol Choy easily sliced his way right through them. According to the Greed Lord, a player only leaves their astral form to become a city eater after losing, or when challenged to a one-on-one battle. Player number 32 accepted the PvP match. Normally, both sides had to consent to the battle, but Christiana had a unique level-up Manhwa ability to force the other party to accept. And so, player 32 began bleeding from a critical hit. Yul channeled all his power into his palm, ramming his blade even deeper into the entity's flesh. And just like that, player number 32 was totally crushed by the young man, the Greed Lord, who'd usually dismantle for resources. Instead kept the fallen city whole as a favor to his strongest unit. Yo tried denying he was hopeless, so Kushina reminded him he was the one footing the bill. The Greed Lord usually absorbs a loser's essence, but that was chump change next to the lost key fragment. Yo then recalled how the Greed Lord uses fragments to bend the game's strict rules, which made him think it was a hack. The victor then told his unit to handle all the new dungeons from city number 32. The Spear Maiden was shocked when the system spammed her with dungeon appearance notices. The colonel reported that the number of present dungeons had officially doubled, yet Yo was at ease, since his citizens were more than qualified to clear those dungeons, and with him as a guide, their missions would be a cakewalk. The Greed Lord asked if that included all his haters. He indirectly denied that. Of course, the future for this game piece looked brilliant. Meanwhile, someone used an observing eye card for intel, but the crafty Greed Lord used his own power, smacking down the golden hand, spying on his city. It was the old player number 8, owner of the White City of Silence, who had a plan. The guy wanted to dox Christina to every other player, and so, the city landed on the Catch a Burglar Square. This time, a goblin got socked in the face, but the green monster just smirked, since the detective had to catch multiple goblins. Otherwise, the monsters would keep all the points and equipment they'd stolen from the city. Seeing the city's hiding spots, the goblin felt optimistic, but a huge, scary-faced man with a torch stopped him. The first confused goblin was nabbed by an officer. The second was pinned under Zhao's foot. They were baffled how the units located them so fast, but it was all thanks to Yul's power. Things started going well with the city units, the young man's plans, and the Greed Lord's book, allowing them to complete missions on their own. After each mission, they used Christina's player privileges to upgrade the city, creating the cornfield of resilience. For example, they also gathered items to bend the game's rules and track fallen players to make their own player more powerful. On joint missions, the units from Buchan couldn't believe their eyes, shocked to see their own players slain and defeated. City number 8 would crush other players on joint missions just to merge their cities together. They even persuaded the units to train themselves between missions. And so, City number 8 evolved rapidly, a true level-up manhwa. The units didn't even need Yul's plans to finish the mission. From this point on, of course, disasters only strike when it's quiet. City number 8 was now smack in a battle square, and so 4 cities were plopped onto the same square. with the goal of terminating each other. The lieutenant absolutely feared missions like this. Dusk wanted to know if the units were fighting, or if the entire cities would face off. But S didn't care, they had to take out other humans regardless. Who dreaded this moment's arrival? Yet, the young villain was eagerly awaiting the showdown. After all, this kind of mission was totally his jam. Still, Ule stayed cool and said nothing. Christina pointed out that Ule, despite his power, couldn't handle 3 players at once and suggested picking one off at a time, so Ule figured he was just supposed to sit back and watch the carnage unfold. The Greed Lord found it ironic that the kid reminded him this was all before they'd made a deal, so Ule decided to handle the enemy units first. But our hero was confused when all 3 cities suddenly charged city number 8 together. It looked like the other 3 players had decided to join forces, so player number 8 activated Wall of Stone to shield his city. Suddenly, a colossal stone wall erupted from the earth, startling all enemy units. Yo couldn't defend forever, our hero had to quickly eliminate the other 3 players. The amused Greed Lord totally expected that answer, summoning another fragment of the key, and so the other player agreed to a one-on-one duel. The Greed Lord decided to grant his strongest unit's wild wish. The 3 players used their cards to instantly attack the young man. But Ule swiftly dodged them, and as he drew first blood, he declared that the first hit always guarantees victory. Yo was in a race against time. He had to slay one of the 3 players as fast as possible. When suddenly, the player vanished right from under him. Christina noticed the players weren't actually teaming up. They were using a card called Shrink to gain agility by sacrificing health. With that boost, the player quickly charged at the poor young man. Uli struggled to shove the giant monster away and got smashed into the ground. The player then flew away. Eula, having taken some critical damage, couldn't believe his eyes as the second player suddenly appeared, dashing right for him. Meanwhile, the third entity was carefully plotting its next move. It watched as a giant energy explosion erupted. Suddenly, the players saw a bright light through the thick dust cloud. It was the first player getting sliced and diced. Ule's rescuer was shocked. Jack was amazed that his attacks were actually effective against players. So, Ule pointed out his skills and gear were now on par with a player's cards. This even included the Overlord's skills. Still, the Goblin Swordsman couldn't rival Ule or a fallen player, according to the Greed Lord. This wasn't your typical level-up Manhwa, and so, all 3 monstrosities attacked at once. Christina figured it was better to let Jack possess his strongest unit. This piqued his curiosity about the young man's next move. The stones began to crumble. Everyone prepared to fight, seeing the Greed Lord's wall falling apart. Wong noticed the soldier beside him was trembling in fear. The lieutenant would understand if the man bailed, since they were about to fight other human beings, that the man decided to stand his ground, determined not to ditch his team. Finally, the wall came crashing down, and 3 armies rushed in to wipe out city number 8. Upon entering the breach, the hostile unit saw one man blocking their path. It was the Serpent, determined to draw first blood in this battle. Suddenly, the front guard just froze. The guys in back were confused. Watching them turn tail and run, the villain unleashed his terrifying power. His venom turned victims into bone sacks as he absorbed their experience points. A classic level-up manhwa scene. While survivors grunted in pain or begged for a quick end, the teenager's orb gained karma points when he refused to finish off the suffering man. And with that, he had enough evil karma points, triggering the evolution of the Merciless. Meanwhile, Jack was using his sword technique against the players. All 3 of them were seriously powerful, but they also say a worthy foe is a better teacher than time could ever be. And so the Overlord went all out, as he and the player faced off. A giant lightning bolt formed in the sky. One player used an elemental shield to counter magical attacks, yet it was totally weak against physical damage. Yul gained the upper hand on one player, but the third one used a card to defend his buddy. Christina watched a massive explosion erupt right in front of his eyes. He noticed the Overlord was about to crumble, and that city number 8 was no match for 3 cities. Yet, the young man seemed to be waiting, piquing the Greed Lord's curiosity. A man dressed like a mob boss stepped through the wall. Old Man Park was surprised by the Italian greeting, but even more shocked to learn the man, Young and Kim, was actually South Korean, which made him seriously question the guy's outfit. The outsider revealed the style pleased his players and told them to give up. Since their own guy didn't seem to care about their city, the old man looked shocked as he swore to give them a painless death. The Serpent then appeared behind Jung and Kim. The young villain, savoring his victim's agony, impaled the man with his venomous claws. He reveled in the praise, blood dripping down his face. And so began the serpent's rampage, as he massacred the enemy armies. But the citizens of City Number 8 were also hit by his poison gas. Not that the bloodthirsty high schooler cared, and so the Angel of Flames had to intervene, reminding the villain they were on the same side. But to her surprise, the serpent easily intercepted her fang of prominence. Then, the young man let out a wild scream, worrying everyone. By collecting enough evil karma, the high schooler evolved into a corrupt serpent. Seeing this, Hiju told Park to lead the citizens to safety. The city's situation was already critical, but the young villain, as usual, made their task even harder. The stone wall had been shielding the city from 3 armies, yet the corrupt serpent smashed through it with ease. The crazed beast then tried to devour the Angel of Flames. City mayors Miyamoto, Kojiro, and Sanctu Don Carlo mocked City Number 8, assuming they had stupidly destroyed their own walls. And just like that, the old samurai summoned his own dragon, kicking off a showdown between the 2 colossal reptiles. Miyono Kojiro was bragging that his beast would win, but right as the words left his mouth, the head of his now headless lizard plopped right in front of him, leaving him and Sancho Don Cario totally stunned. It was Ule, swooping in at the last second to decapitate the green reptile. Our hero patiently waited for the young villain to power up. He then told Hio to go back and defend the city, but she was worried about his injuries. All of a sudden, the beast tried a sneak attack from behind, but was promptly smacked down by Ule's powerful blow. So, our protagonist, with this bizarre look on his face, decided to finally handle the young villain properly. Kasha then urged him to hurry it up if he had a plan, since their decoy wouldn't fool the players for long. And just as the red player blasted one of the clones, the Greed Lord unleashed 3 javelins to hit his 3 opponents, but the strongest unit was ignoring its player. Meanwhile, the 2 enemy mayors were just staring in disbelief. Yol just kept wailing on the corrupt serpent with massive punches, beating the ever-loving stuffing out of him, and our hero admitted he was super relieved the villain turned into a snake instead of a good dragon. This whole display terrified the invaders, while Ule explained the wishing orb makes its user a corrupt serpent or dragon. Based on their deeds, he was worried the young baddie might have a change of heart and become a dragon, but luckily for him, the serpent was a total menace in both the game and the real world. So the beast's fear-o-meter hit the absolute max, allowing Yol to make him his second overlord. And just like that, the high schooler Sun Wong Kang became his worst enemy's new pet. After getting sucked into the book, all the invaders were just dumbfounded. As a crazed look spread across his face, our hero turned to them and asked, "So, you guys still want to fight?" leaving them all shaking in their boots. Meanwhile, Jack was totally gassed from fighting the broken blade. The overlord even remarked that his master was late. Suddenly, the red player got bombarded with damage, but Ule apologized for the trouble. Recruiting the new evil overlord took longer than expected, since after reaching a certain level in games, players start creating custom setups for their skills. Yet some heroes, as seen in any level-up manhwa, choose unique builds. Then, out of nowhere, the serpent bit its master on the neck. This crazy tactic grants huge power, but at the risk of your own life, and just like that, our guy got infected with the second overlord's venom. Going all in on that high risk, high return style, Yol was then possessed by his new pet and instantly popped the passive skill, Avatar of Self-Destruction. This poisoned our hero, meaning he'd take damage over time but get a huge stat boost in return, letting him absolutely shred the other player. Seeing it fall made Christina's day. Then, poof, the old man vanished from the battlefield. The Greed Lord had himself a brand new game piece. The serpent's passive absolutely wrecked the man's health, but his stats skyrocketed the worse the effect got. For Ule, this was the biggest bet he'd ever made. The young man then slammed the second player right in the back, which made the thing shriek in agony. Yol's powerful blade pierced the monster's exoskeleton. Then he used new powers to forge a spike from a unique poison. But just then, the young man got completely blindsided by the third player's barrier. The goblin swordmaster looked shocked, seeing the serpent's poison completely freeze the player. Not only did it immobilize the creature, but it also weakened it immensely. Yol told Jack to look up. The first overlord now held another blade, and just like that, the master swordsman got a heroic class sword. The poison would soon fade from the red player, and the same for Jack, who was stunned to see a shard in his shoulder. The poison goblin felt his power surging as his stats doubled. The red player was about to regain control of his body, but Jack used his new blade to slay it right there. That was a close call for the first overlord, but suddenly the goblin coughed up blood. Some unknown poison mixture made the green warrior black out. Meanwhile, Ula squared off against the third player. This was the final opponent. The hideous beast used multiple shields to power a barrier that kept repairing itself, meaning Ule had to destroy them all at once. The serpent's passive ability stopped Ula from casting his spells, as it dished out huge damage and raised his vulnerability for a major stat boost. But Ula needed even more power. The Greed Lord watched the battle from afar. Christina realized that despite his safe plans, the young man didn't hesitate to put his own neck on the line. This made the player wonder if it was remorse or just his nature. He wanted him to use his mind to its absolute fullest, which is why he was bummed to see the guy limiting his own potential. Ule was now hit with many negative effects, but each setback made him stronger, like in some wild level-up manhwa. The last player charged head-on, and the impact was immense. Uli lost a ton of stats from all the debuffs, but that was a small price to pay to get the avatar of self-destruction. The panicked monster tried to make a run for it, but our hero advised him to stay put. Ule was on the edge, and he cut through the barrier, slicing the creature in half. And just like that, the book wielder slayed his final foe. With that, the citizens of the defeated city were teleported out. The Greed Lord now held the fate of City Number 28, City 77, and City 90 in his grasp. And so, 3 players were defeated, freeing Yol from the second Overlord's power. Jack ran over to check on him, so the young man claimed he'd feel better soon. He then decided to give his first Overlord a gift, as an apology for making him risk his life. Jack happily accepted the heroic class sword. He also saw the new Overlord's spirit, which, despite his bad character, his master said would be needed. Yet the young man had another reason for getting the second Overlord. Since a corrupt serpent, a failed dragon couldn't keep the wishing orb. Basically, the epic item was getting a new owner. And that man just happened to be the vengeful Kim. The Greed Lord seemed confused, and Dusk had the very same look on his face. Zhao also thought it was odd. To Ule's surprise, the mission was still active. Suddenly, player number 8 got a notification. As a new game piece entered the action, it happened to be the White City of Silence, and Yol Choy could not believe his eyes. The Greed Lord didn't expect this reunion so soon. Christina was now facing the old player number 8, the one he hates and worships, who reached the end of the game with him. The new player, number 8, was eager for Ule to defeat his old enemy. The young man couldn't help but notice the Greed Lord's heavy breathing. Yol decided to end this as quickly as possible. But to the book owner and wielder's surprise, the player versus player option was deactivated. This was due to the card known as Sanctuary's effect, which prohibited a one-on-one battle between players, followed by Absolute Seal, which temporarily neutralized the Greed Lord. The card chain and its speed were amazing. Turns out, the 3 defeated players were a classic level-up manhwa ruse to make City Number 8 unveil its tactics. And so, Ule and Jack's hands were now completely tied. They had to risk their lives in combat. Player 99 was now face-to-face with the restrained player number 8. Krasha pointed out that the Golden Hand was always a careful player, which is why he used cards to ensure his old city was gone. Still, he didn't expect to be found so soon. Since his preparations were still in progress, the Greed Lord's eyes filled with hatred, as he might have to desert City Number 8 himself. Meanwhile, Jack and Ule were rushing to handle the city mayor as fast as possible. The hack could only be used by players and their fallen counterparts, but it didn't matter, since Yul considered himself strong enough to face City 99 without it, and so he requested a list of the city's units from the writ of Krisha. Yel decided to check on the mightiest enemy unit first, but the protagonist couldn't believe his own 2 eyes. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the lieutenant and his platoon moved in silence when they were suddenly ambushed by arrows that Guang barely parried with his shield. The lieutenant was amazed to see the enemy predicting all of their plans. In the very heart of City Number 8, at that same moment, a tornado formed, revealing the epic one-handed sword called Homosu, the sword of Hana and the blade of a divinity who founded a nation upon arriving on Earth. Its power could block the abilities of the smaller deities, which shocked the detective when suddenly Dusk snatched the weapon from its wielder's hand. But to his surprise, the enemy's hand was empty. The one-handed sword was now held by another unit. As he was being restrained by the enemy, Dusk realized that they could share their equipment. Siyu worried. Witnessing his partner get slammed into the ground, Dusk realized the enemy's attacks were decisive and precise. The detective pieced it together. Their enemy shared a single mind. But now he and his partner were back-to-back, surrounded by units of the White City of Silence. Seeing the enemy attack, his partner infuriated Sue. Dick wanted to book it since they were outnumbered, but Sue said that'd be tough. Just as the enemies raised their swords, Seo and Dix were bracing for a long fight, when suddenly a barrier of green poison shielded them. The two cops were baffled, since that move was the dead serpent's signature trick. The caster carved a path through the poison. Kim, the orb's new owner, was struggling to hold the spell and yelled for them to escape, but the cops were floored to see this total stranger wielding such a powerful item. As the sun began to set, Hiju, with her quick moves, fought her best to protect her home, but with one sword swing, the blue-eyed knight easily wounded the Angel of Flames. The Spear Maiden was confused, as her attacks couldn't reach him, yet his blade always hit her, no matter how slow it seemed. This was way beyond predicting her moves. Hiju felt like the city mayor's will was controlling her actions. Still, the tough Angel of Flames used an elixir for a full heal, and with conditions met, she unleashed the hidden ability of the Fang of Prominence. Upon arrival, the dragon caused a massive explosion with just a single blast, but the figure in the smoke startled the Angel of Flames. To her surprise, the city's strongest unit had arrived. Like in some level-up manhwa, the girl had tons of questions, but the guy ignored them all and told her to fall back to the city. When she tried to refuse, her master simply insisted. The girl was intrigued as her uneasy master said he'd stay as backup for Yule. So the Angel of Flames rushed back to city number 8. She noticed her friend and his overlord were on edge, and felt like she'd just be in the way if she stayed. But, hey, you'd think this was all in her head. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the blue-eyed knight was surprised by Yule's grim expression after so long. After all, these two were blood brothers, but with a real smile. Our hero expressed relief that his brother was now okay. Yule then said that they didn't have to fight like this, but was shocked his brother knew his plan to return home. That was such a Yule move to make. Yet, the blue-eyed knight affirmed he was bound to fail, since, to do so, Yule would have to actually beat him, a feat he'd never accomplished in this whole level-up manhwa. Suddenly, Jack, sensing danger, pushed his master aside. To Yule's shock, his overlords began to vanish, and with a blank face, his brother attacked him. Our confused hero found himself impaled by his own brother's blade. The blue-eyed knight wanted him to stay down for a bit, and promised that when he awoke, he'd finally be happy. The sword was now soaked in Yule's blood, but our protagonist went for a surprise attack from behind. However, the blue-eyed knight easily dodged the punch and stabbed him in the ribs. This left the young man in pain, forcing him to use his powers, and so, he tried to strike the mayor of city number 99 with powerful lightning. The attack completely incinerated the body. Yet, it wasn't the blue-eyed knight, but an ally he teleported in to take the hit. He then stepped inside a magic circle, an explosive trap he instantly shut down with a magic dispel. The blue-eyed knight saw his brother's every move coming, remarking it had been too long since they'd played like this. To put it simply, their brains were running way too fast for their bodies. The neurologist, Dr. Mingu, laid it all out for the parents. He explained how their bodies couldn't keep up with their brains, as they feared both sons had the same issue. The doctor confirmed both brothers had it, which intrigued the mom, as Jan seemed to struggle more than the protagonist. So, the neurologist explained his body found a workaround, multitasking like crazy just to slow his brain down. And our young protagonist gazed curiously at the team as the doctor explained how his brain was simultaneously deciphering, predicting, and analyzing everything to keep from overheating, adding it was the best way for the boy to survive. Now, his brother on the other hand, had a tricky case since he ignored his surroundings, which really alarmed his parents. The doctor explained their son needed a distraction to handle his own insane brain power. They both got the same idea, knowing Jan loved games like some level-up manhwa. Now, back to the present's ultimate game. The Greed Lord was all tied up before the Golden Hand. Krika finally got why his opponent ditched a talent like our hero. He already had his brother, a similar unit who was way better than Yol Choy. Just then, our hero told the Greed Lord to start their escape, but the Horned One just laughed, claiming he was totally powerless right now. This ticked our hero off, since Christina could easily use cheats. Figuring the Greed Lord was about to bail on him, the entity responded with a long, thoughtful silence. This set Yol Choy off, as the Greed Lord admitted he had considered sacrificing him, but decided to save him in the end. Christina insisted he was truly powerless, adding Yol Choy might have won if not for the Dimensional Disruption card canceling all summons. But our hero shot back that, unfortunately for him, as he made clones and charged his brother with decoys, only to be instantly spotted by Yin, who immediately sent the real one flying. Sneering that summons or not, Yan would still crush him, and so, Yol Choy charged the clones again. Cassian then asked our hero what his plan was. The struggling book wielder explained, humans have a saying for times like these. And right on cue, the chains holding Christina were about to break. The second, the seal vanished. The player tried using his cards, but was instantly blocked by the golden hand, which used its own assets to stop his escape. Krika then cracked a devilish grin, because he wasn't trying to escape at all. But Jan, using the Armageddon card to wreck both cities, just watched the meteors rain down. And just like that, massive explosions rocked the arena, obliterating buildings and people. Just like that, Peace Units number 99 were wiped out, making the Golden Hand totally freak out and scramble to act. Christina knew this maneuver wouldn't really harm his opponent, but then the rogue players arrived. The Greed Lord affirmed that his avatar has a thing for extreme solutions. The Golden Hand watched as the crazed entity began to assault the arena. This was all Yol Choy's plan. Who wasn't trying to win, his goal was making the young'un lose with him. So our hero teleported away, thinking his plan might work without harming his brother. Meanwhile, player 99 frantically tried to calculate his next move. But Christina knew all about the entity's caution. He could already predict the Golden Hand's next moves. Just then, Nun addressed the entity, pointing out how it got flustered by their opponent's little kamikaze stunt. As he threw his sword, the unit admitted his disappointment, forced to submit to a coward like the Golden Hand. At that moment, Jan looked at the opposing player and realized the guy wasn't playing fairly at all. With that, the Golden Hand was forced to use the Grand Escape card, letting him retreat after giving up all mission rewards, which piqued Jan's interest. With that, Yol Choy bailed on the battle, glad his genius brother was a unit, not a leading player. But just then, our hero found himself getting skewered by the very sword Jan threw, slamming him to the ground. At the same time, Christina busted out his cheat codes to call off the rogue players, making the Greed Lord victorious. After that, our panting, struggling protagonist was just a mess, suffering on the ground. This left him no choice but to hit the system recovery function. With that, our hero avoided bleeding out for good. Yol Choy still couldn't wrap his head around his brother being in the game. Christina asked the protagonist if he could even take on Jan. So, Yol Choy threw the question right back at him. Both responded with an awkward silence. With that, our heroes decided to reshape their strategy as their journey, like some level-up Manhwa, became more difficult. After that, player number 8 activated an emergency evacuation, putting his citizens safely inside a full-capacity bunker, provided he actually owned one. With no danger in sight, the citizens started emerging back to the surface. Yol Choy began to wonder about the casualties from their short battle. As the player revealed losing 30% of his units, our hero was now fully aware of how powerful his brother and Peace 99 truly were. Christina decided to restore the city before rethinking their plan, then surprised his avatar by predicting his very thoughts. The player was starting to grasp the unit's way of thinking, correctly predicting that Yol Choy wanted to beef up the city. Christina revealed a solution existed that followed the game's rules. Our hero was shocked as the player accessed the system, and just like that, a new structure began to emerge next to their city, like a classic level-up Manhwa upgrade. The wielder of the book was shocked to see such a sight during an intermission, but then he realized tons of maps were appearing simultaneously. The Greed Lord revealed a unique mission, a one-shot deal for each player entering the abandoned world. The map itself was lush with some surprisingly pleasant greenery. An ogre got a swift bop on the head. With that, the military cleared the perimeter, then went to pick the targeted Sally flowers, a strawberry-flavored ingredient for recovery potions, no less. And so the harvest began. The abandoned world was a goldmine of treasures, perfect for gathering riches, but failing its mission would trap the losing city in the abandoned world, turning it into a prison. That wasn't the only catch. Any human outside the game piece at departure would be stuck there forever. The old man started to worry as some citizens took this chance to flee the city. The thief pointed out they were terrified after seeing their top champ get demolished. Like in some level-up Manhwa, this left the Spear Maiden to quietly reflect. Meanwhile, over at the police station, Dusk was handling paperwork when something caught his eye. It had been 4 days since Game Piece 8 entered the abandoned world, and the book's wielder, who had completely vanished from sight, kept publishing strategy guides, making the inspector wonder where he was. At the same time, the Greed Lord watched silently as our hero plotted. Just then, Yol Choy snapped after countless battle simulations. They couldn't find a single path to a theoretical victory. The protagonist started to fall into desperation, thinking his brother was just invincible in a one-on-one. Seeing this, Christina told the hero not to disappoint him. Yol Choy confirmed they had plenty of time, since one turn in the abandoned world lasts a century. The Greed Lord confirmed this, assuring them one could theoretically live there forever. The book wielder figured players came here for only two reasons: farm resources like Player 17, or just throw in the towel. Any player wanting to stop the fighting without becoming a city eater retreats to this world until the game is over. Hearing the name Abandoned World, Yol Choy thought, then surprised Christina by admitting plans were useless. His brother was unbeatable in a fair game. This forced them to aim for a completely shameless advantage. But to secure that advantage, our hero had to become the seventh player in the game. Christina realized the young man wanted to gain knowledge that was forbidden to units. And so the player, to Yol Choy's shock, agreed to help his strongest unit. Eager to see the final results, Yol Choy got annoyed, realizing the player could just ditch them and save himself if they failed. Suddenly, space itself began to warp and twist, startling our hero as he and the Demon Lord arrived somewhere new. Christina noted the promise to return wasn't a complete lie. Countless cities stretched before them as he revealed the true form of this insane level-up Manhwa. The Greed Lord confirmed the promised universe was already absorbed by the game. This absorption was the inevitable destiny for any planet captured by the game. Realizing their victory was worthless, Yol Choy wondered about the game maker. Meanwhile, someone was hunting for player number 8. That someone was none other than Yen, who learned player number 8 was a top-tier monster. A demon lord, much like in a level-up Manhwa he'd slaughtered. And at that very moment, standing in a pool of blood, the man wondered how the monster acted as a player. Then it hit Ian. He too could seize player status by force. The victorious Golden Hand seized the cities of the players he had defeated. Leaving the fates of the ruined pieces in his hands, he decided to dismantle them to reinforce his own game piece. And with that, the player stood victorious and tried to locate city number 8, only to find the game piece was now untraceable, either hiding or protected. Meanwhile, atop the tower, our hero decided to launch a broadcast. A nervous Yol Choy introduced himself, thanking the citizens for their hard work over the past 3 months. He saw how they'd managed to improve their game piece and enjoy the ongoing upgrades. Our hero revealed he'd forced his broadcast onto every screen, because every unit, including the deserters, had to listen to him. He was about to expose the true face of the game, its players, and his master plan. Quietly sipping his tea, the Greed Lord enjoyed the show in silence. Yol Choy admitted his plan wasn't risk-free, but rather reckless, pointing out the safer option was to stay in the abandoned world. But once they heard it, the citizens would finally understand his perspective. With that, the young man began to reveal a truth about the game. This level-up manhwa game could be a divine blessing or a demonic curse designed to torture mortals. But this was just the Greed Lord's past perspective, leaving our hero intrigued by the game's true face. Christian had explained that all intelligent life futilely wishes for something great to worship. As for him, the idea of a perfect being with no need to act, and thus no reason to exist, was simply a ridiculous illusion. In other words, the universe is like a jungle, where each creature hunts others just to exist and coexist. The game is also part of that jungle, and it feeds on entire planets and stars. Though it targets worlds with intelligent creatures, its exact nutrient is still unknown. This entity also uses the game's process to select its prey, which intrigued the young man. Yol Choy was particularly baffled as to why the entity used a game to hunt. So, the Greed Lord explained that intelligent beings easily get into games for entertainment. Besides, a game is the best way for self-important beings to push themselves to their limits. As the Greed Lord noted how one naturally aims for victory, our hero shot back that their win would be meaningless, as they'd all end up on the game's plate. After it completely devours an entire planet, the game just roams space again, looking for another snack. Hiju, overwhelmed by this truth bomb, tried to summarize the shocking revelation, claiming the game is basically a monster that gobbles up planets, a fact Yol Choy confirmed. He admitted they didn't know if the game itself was actually alive. Just then, Jang barged in, pointing out that their planet was doomed to be shredded into game maps, win or lose. Our hero confirmed it, adding they'd play the role of monsters attacking new units, sending the crowd into a nervous chatter. Dix then asked about the players, a question that player number 8 decided to answer personally. He introduced players as past units who got so powerful they started to threaten the game's ecosystem. And so, the entity redefines their roles, giving them more authority inside the game to elevate units into players. While the Spear Maiden's brain was buffering, the thief took it in stride and asked Yol Choy for his strategy. And so, our hero took a deep breath. But to everyone's absolute surprise, our hero declared they would hunt the Star Devourer and use its power to restore their world and everyone it consumed. In short, our hero's main goal was to kill the game itself. Yol Choy, who saw the game as a hunter, affirmed they had only two choices for survival. The first was to coexist with it, the other was to struggle and resist. The protagonist naturally chose violence, as he was too furious at the Star Devourer for the casualties it caused to just accept it. With that decision made, it was the crowd's turn to choose: fight beside him to slay the entity, or peacefully remain a part of the game. That night, the moon shined brightly. On player number 8, the hero's curiosity was piqued, and he decided to ask him something. Yol Choy wanted to know if the Greed Lord was a player in the past, which the guy confirmed. He confirmed he'd been a player, a demon lord, and even a regular unit. But when he tried to transcend the realm of players, his run was cut short by a golden-handed game worshipper who defeated him. The horned guy had his might sealed, getting demoted to a demon lord, making Yol Choy curious about his real purpose. Our protagonist asked him for no scary spoilers, seeing as he affirmed he wouldn't find out until he was back at his best. And just like that, our heroes were set to fight side by side until the very end of this level-up manhwa. This made the Greed Lord let out an evil laugh, which Ulroy immediately told him to knock off. With the next dawn arriving, the streets were dead silent as wind whistled through the building's rubble. At the tower, Yol Choy made his way inside, heading for the door and checking on everyone as he walked into the room. The soldier confirmed preparations were going smoothly. Temporary shelters were built for citizens while their homes were restored. As the units gained strength, some indecisive citizens were still debating the tiny matter of fleeing or fighting. After seeing the huge power gap between themselves and the inhabitants of City Number 99, Yol Choy declared everyone must prioritize training alone, stating they don't plan to fight City Number 99, but to finish the game before them. And when Dusk asked if they'd have to face them again, our hero admitted he'd have to count on them, seeing how he could never beat Yan alone. This had everyone considering staying in the abandoned world. Meanwhile, as the former demon lord reflected on his thoughts, Christina found it odd, as he was more worried about a unit like Yan Choi than his nemesis, the Golden Hand, which he found completely bizarre. Meanwhile, in Game Piece 99, the usual silence reigned in the streets. All units stood ready to fight, while further away, Yoon finally realized past events were due to a bug in the game. Some bugs could create game scenarios that even the creators could never predict, explaining how the Greed Lord discovered and used one of these very errors. Yan summoned choice items, using them with perfectly timed skills to create a fissure in the game's reality. With that, Yan finally got his hands on a glitch crystal. As player 99 was calculating his next move, it was suddenly startled to find its strongest unit standing right behind him. Enjoying the player's perspective, the young man's blue eyes glowed purple as he confirmed this view wasn't alien. Upon seeing this, the Golden Hand quickly tried using its card, but it was too late. As Yan stabbed the entity in a blink, the young man then used the system error that he created against his opponent. After a moment, Yan pierced the player's secrets, learning the truth about intelligent life, units, and players. By driving his sword deeper, the young man uncovered the truth about the game. Yan then found the similarity between himself and the Star Eater, realizing it chose him because they both aimed to live. As no one could hope to end Yol Choy, suddenly alerted, the genius gained distance, saw the Golden Hand trembling, and guessed this was the game's answer. Just then, space began to crack, uncovering player 99's true form, but the entity seemed confused. Spawning in without weapons, Yan noticed a flare in the sky, assuming the Star Eater wanted to see who was worthy of the player title. Back in the abandoned world, an old protagonist stood firm after 2 centuries passed. Yol Choy demanded it again from the Greed Lord, who summoned his cheats, restoring our hero's youth for a 4th time. But he was not the only one. The military also regained their prime, keeping 200 years of experience. This applied to all in City Number 8. Christiana was intrigued by the will to keep the city's form, so Yol Choy affirmed this great level-up manhwa structure was symbolic. But the insides of the city's buildings were now totally different. Our hero, who felt odd without his beard, noted that despite their newfound youth, the game kept on going. This meant 2 turns had passed since they arrived. Yol Choy wanted to stay in the abandoned world for one more turn, but the player found it a waste of time. Our hero affirmed that their time here would be worth it. A silence reigned in a square in the game when suddenly piece number 8 emerged from the void. And with that, the Greed Lord, back in the game, had to roll the dice. Player number 8 used multiple cards to ensure a huge leap on the board. For Yol Choy, Taking baby steps was a waste of time, just letting Yen leave them in the dust. After 3 turns in the abandoned world, our heroes had to bolt to the goal before Yen could reach it. With that, their game piece landed on capture the flag, with the simple goal of snatching the other city's flag. Just like that, game piece 62 was randomly picked for this one on one showdown against city number 8, and with that, the stage was set. The level 271 mayor of City 62 boasted how blueprints from the Cannon Tower mission let their city evolve, before dissing city number 8 for its primitive form, as his city flaunted a gigantic cannon, making him think capturing the flag was a joke, and so, the cannon fired, aiming to obliterate the opposing piece in one shot, resulting in a massive explosion. With that, a huge dust cloud billowed out. Then, a laughing figure emerged from it, city number 8. It used high-quality materials to rebuild, plus its 3 centuries of tech experience to throw up a shield around itself, rendering the enemy cannon totally useless against its defenses. And just then, the heroic K2 Peregrine Falcon and its spell-filled magazine, which the 300-year-old city could now craft, were deployed. City number 8's arsenal was enhanced, like a level-up Manhwa, now crafting its own equipment. But that wasn't the only upgrade to leave the mayor speechless. He saw a massive wave of flying creatures heading his way. Our hero city caught a lucky break, as the abandoned world, which usually has random maps, gave them one they already knew. The nest of the Emperor Griffins, whose winged beasts were a huge help on a past mission. The mayor started fearing for his life, and got wrecked moments later. The defeated man then laughed at our heroes, saying they should have finished the mission faster, claiming they'd never escape the wrath of his player. But just then, the player controlling City 62 was taken out by a dark unit with what looked like demonic eyes. This left the mayor and his crew looking sorry and humbled. Choi began thinking about how to refine his new powers, then turned to the Greed Lord, who already knew what to do. As Christina finished absorbing her latest prey, the player held the special magic card, Second Wind, letting his game piece skip intermission and roll again for half the rewards. And just like that, another defeated game piece was added to the Greed Lord's collection, and just like that, Second Wind activated, letting our heroes advance once more. Meanwhile, in the City of White and Silence, the Golden Hand was using the system, only this time, its owner was corrupted, with his new controller sitting proudly on his head. Yan, who came out on top from the fight, had ascended to playerhood and forced the old player to be his servant, building a throne right on his head. Just then, the young man looked to the horizon, spotting a bright, distant light ahead that marked the end of this hellish cosmic game. 5 turns past the abandoned world, and our heroes, like in a level-up manhwa, just kept winning. Their high-tech gear kept them undefeated, even after 13 wild turns. By the 25th turn, City number 8's game piece collection was massive. They just kept rolling and winning. And just like that, the system praised City number 8 for being the first to snag the final part of the game. Yol Choy smugly confirmed his plan was working perfectly. The final square was locked behind one last mission, climb 3 floors, with each level getting ridiculously harder. To tackle the final floor's mission, the Greed Lord decided to just break the game, not simply win it. Just like that, the dice were cast. They saw 4 stairways leading to the 2nd floor, and our heroes realized they could waste turns just turning around if they didn't roll the right number, leaving them no choice but to pray for good luck. But just then, Yol Choy started ripping into their player for overshooting the stairs by 1 tile. Instead, the Greed Lord landed them on a sealed Demon Lord square, forcing his city to destroy corrupt pillars and their guardians. With that, the baddest Demon Lord, a level 10 Kaba, a Demon Lord of the Ultimate Fist, had spawned in, when suddenly a new challenger arrived to face the 6-armed demon. Surprising him, Kaba actually praised the unit's bravery. But before he could even enjoy the fight, the Demon Lord of the Ultimate Fist found himself shredded to bits. His killer, the Master Swordsman, apologized for the quick finish, saying he was on the clock. Kaba couldn't believe a Pillar Guardian was this powerful. But as he slammed his feet on the ground, the level 12 demigod of the blade, Jack, had reached the absolute peak of his art, letting him enter a divine domain, and confirmed his power was from a 300-year training montage. Yol Choy noted they couldn't use movement cards, so Krusha explained, the last mission releases a huge amount of emotional energy, something the Star Eater absolutely loves, which is why it takes its time to savor it. With that, a new turn began, and the dice were cast. The Greed Lord rated his dice. City number 8 advanced on the board as our hero prayed for a 5. With that roll, they finally reached the next floor. But as our hero was relieved to finally reach floor number 2, he noticed the player had spotted something, seeing city number 99 arrive. The former demon lord noted that their true competition was finally here. The book wielder said their level-up Manhwa-style cheat codes gave them 4 more turns than the City of White and Silence. But just then, both felt alarmed as a shady figure on a throne started to appear, making them realize the golden hand wasn't the player anymore. The title Player 99 now belonged to Yen. The young man's glowing purple eyes made them realize he was now packing cheat codes, just like Christina, who pointed out it took the genius unit no time at all to create and master those cheats, even though it took him a millennium. Just like that, the game changed. The Greed Lord was intrigued, but totally confident he'd still win. And boom, the dice for City 99 were rolled, landing on a 6, which totally shocked our hero. This made Yol Choy grill Krika about his dice control, but the player just claimed the 6 was pure luck. Kosa also guessed the game itself was rigged, before getting a brilliant idea. And with that, some massive entity started emerging from the cloudy void, revealing itself to be a city eater. The monster went straight for player 99, but suddenly, it was stopped cold by the golden hand, which promptly stabbed the creature. Yan then used his pet to infect the city eater with some nasty bug power, letting the new villain absorb the monster like in a level-up manhwa. With that, the former player started sprouting legs, which made the golden hand even stronger. This made Yol Choy ask his player about his so-called genius plan. But Crush Sheena just brushed it off, saying now they knew city eaters couldn't beat Yan. Just then, our guy got a notification as the system started spamming him with a ton of messages, but our guy calmed the monster down, promising that he was definitely going to crush his brother. After that, both surviving cities made it to the final 4, setting them up for one last showdown against each other. The Spear Maiden was totally floored to see the other city show up at the exact same time, which made Yol Choy wonder if his brother was cheating. But the Greed Lord insisted cheating was unlikely, since it wasn't possible for players, leaving our protagonist completely stunned. And with that, the system dropped the final mission. War without borders, forcing both cities to fight until the last unit fell. Yet, the game let units pick which city's banner to fight for, which Hiju thought was ridiculous, since no one in their city would ever betray it. All the units backed her up, remembering all the battles they'd survived together. But just then, Hiju was intrigued when her system window suddenly popped open. Turns out, Yan decided to make a live broadcast. It was a message to all of his brother's allies, basically telling them to give up. The young man claimed he was only willing to grant this mercy, because this whole fight was a complete waste of his time. Yan then reminded them how they failed to beat him as a unit, and how he'd since become a player. A classic level-up manhwa story. Causing the crowd to argue, Yan then added that the citizens should fight for him if they wanted to keep the powers the game gave them, before declaring their opinions didn't matter anyway, since their city was doomed to crumble before him regardless. With that, everyone was left with 1 hour to choose which city's banner they would fight for. Yan waited for the results, his eyes cold as ice. Everyone took a moment to think before making their final call. System pings echoed across the city, and after just 2 minutes, everyone rejected Yan's offer to stand firm and fight for their home. Just as our hero expected, city number 8 had spent 3 whole centuries in the abandoned world. While some chose to stay and build their own city, others decided to go into a long slumber, leaving only one type of person in the city. As griffins soared high in the sky, the remaining inhabitants, who, as true warriors, were ready for a fight to the finish. Yan quietly analyzed the battlefield. With that, the final countdown kicked off. As the young player prepped for the fight, both cities rallied their forces. As the masked units deployed their wings, Hu and her men stood poised on their winged mounts. And just like that, each brother began to walk toward the other. Small steps quickly became huge, running leaps. Instantly, Yan and Yul clashed steel as the final battle began. The brothers' battle was fierce. Yan swiftly evaded his brother's lunge, forcing our hero to drop his weapon before throwing a failed punch that Yan quickly dodged. The player easily evaded every fist his brother threw, when suddenly our hero found himself impaled by a glacier. The ice lifted Yul high into the sky, who then noticed a bright light as a colossal meteor headed right for him. Yan watched as a gigantic explosion rocked the area, patiently waiting for the outcome of his attack. Yet, his brother seemed intact behind the dust. The player then noted Yul had acquired new powers, but our hero affirmed that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The protagonist, clad in his new mysterious armor, Ragnarok, a true level-up manhwa item, affirmed he had plenty more to offer. Seeing the system offered no data on the outfit, player number 99 speculated. Yul had forged this armor by hand. As the armor's designer charged at him, Yan deduced that Yul had one single reason to create such an item. The protagonist's attack resulted in a massive energy blow. But Yan, who evaded it by a hair, realized Ragnarok was meant to boost his brother's physical potential. This left Yul disappointed. His first true punch didn't connect. Yan then pointed out that a speed increase would be pointless, since he could predict his brother's attacks, leaving him speechless, before calling out his brother on the fact this wasn't his only available trick, leaving his brother in a really tough spot. Meanwhile, thunderous clouds began to form, as the storm-summoning epic staff, the Umbrella of Unsa, was opened as two were about to fight thousands. Dusk decided to start the fight as his partner charged up his gauntlet, determined to protect his home at all costs. And so, by combining the power of that gauntlet with the Umbrella of Unsa, a combined attack was unleashed. With that, a giant thunderous tornado had been created as the storm was unleashed. At the same time, Hiju found herself completely surrounded in the sky. Yet, the dragon avatar wasn't discouraged, flipping her ride over while disintegrating the opposing masked soldiers, when suddenly, Hiju was alarmed as 4 spearmen lunged for her back, and so the Maiden of Flames quickly countered them all before dealing with each one of her winged attackers, incinerating 2 of the white masks in her path. Hiju knew this fight wouldn't be child's play, as she faced men armed with the legendary Ice Spear of Dragon Slaying, a weapon from the Dragon Slaying Knights especially effective against fire dragons. At the same time, the inspector stood firm as the opposing forces shielded themselves from the thunderstorm with a unique item. This weapon was, of course, the legendary Sword of Wanan. While Dusk complimented their foe on his quick reflexes, his partner confirmed they expected a tough fight. Both he and Hiu were determined to smash their foes, since special skills were useless against them. At the same time, the brothers' fierce fight was still raging on. Yel tried to reason with his brother, pleading with him for help and to take out players in the game. Yet, Yan stayed silent, realizing his brother was just stalling, and the plan's key player wasn't him. Christina was then stunned to find player number 99 right in front of him, poised to strike. Yol Choy couldn't have been more irritated. He wanted to defeat his brother. Just this one time, Yan was surprised when his rapier was suddenly blocked. His brother used a new power that made him curious. Ironjar's tactical jacket has a special skill called Berserk, unleashing an animalistic madness, making him attack friend and foe alike. As the outfit began consuming him, our hero wondered how his armor could enhance his personality stats. And though it didn't curb his rage, it did let him hit the peak physical stats the game allowed. Like in a level-up manhwa, Yan stood speechless before the beastly transformation. As his brother tore off his armor and destroyed his rapier, Yol let out a vicious roar before striking his brother, sending him flying. This caused the sea to tremble, which the soldiers mistook for an earthquake. But the lieutenant knew this was the start of the final battle, reloading as the enemy approached. With that, a massive number of horse riders charged toward them. John quickly requested an assault, sharing the enemy coordinates. Upon receiving the data, the colonel ordered the use of ice ammunition and a spell to differentiate allies from foes. With that, ice spell missiles were fired, dealing massive damage to the attacking squadron of riders. The lieutenant then ordered Air Force 8 to attack, preparing to bombard the enemy with their thunder bombs. But just then, enemy air forces arrived. Numerous winged spearmen charged the winged beasts and the riders. The bombers were ordered to continue their assault, while the other air forces engaged the flying masks. With that, the men leaped from their mounts. And just like that, an all-out battle erupted between the silent masks and the military of City Number 8. John summoned a battle hammer and whacked an enemy with a skill, Mace of Judgment, which smashes nearby foes. The lieutenant then used his city's hole-digging grenade, creating a massive pit for the masked men to fall into. The soldier knew City Number 8 was losing, yet he was determined to use their full arsenal to repel the invaders. Just then, the ground began to tremble as the white masks who survived his assault emerged from the earth. John didn't care about the power gap. Their main goal was never winning the battle, so he and his forces kept fighting. Meanwhile, back in the player's chaotic void, the Berserk Ule kept unloading devastating attacks. Yan, who was covered in injuries, struggled to fend off his brother, realizing Ule was attacking with just pure physical power as he lunged, but the broken blade shattered on impact. A real bummer for our player. Just then, the beast was intrigued. A teleportation ticket had been activated. Noticing a distant light, Yan whipped out a card and called out to his brother for maxing his physical power. reminding him this was still a level-up Manhwa. Yol quickly charged again, causing a massive explosion. The beast's head was still juiced up. Now far from a severely injured and armless Yol, this sudden damage came from the power of Yan's card, the Aegis Shield, which returns physical damage to the attacker, but is still weak to magic. Despite his injuries, the pain didn't faze the beast's bloodlust as he reattached his limbs and grew a new helmet. Yol charged his brother again, who would have pointed out how absurd that was if his brother could even understand him. But as the beast charged at Yan, he was startled by a voice from out of nowhere. Just like that, both brothers were engulfed in a huge explosion. This magic intrigued player 99, as the caster wasn't player 8 or his brother's summons, none of whom had that power. After checking on her child, the mother told him they were both just fine. With that, she ended her call with son, Yol Choy. But when she turned to her husband to find their other son, she found him petrified. It was beginning. Insect-like creatures appeared, feasting on humans as the Choy parents fled. But just then, the father received the ultimate dice. With that, the parents received the Ankh of Resurrection, which greatly enhances stats. This item could also cure any unit of any disease. Instantly, both husband and wife had the same idea, but with citizens rampaging and killing each other during the monster invasion, the path was difficult for the parents, but in the end, they finally managed to reach the hospital. However, this victory came with a cost. The mother was fatally wounded, and her husband paused to think, and just as he went to use the item to heal her, her gentle smile was a selfless answer. With that, the Ankh was used on the proper person. Now, back in the present, to the brothers' fight. Yan completely destroyed his brother's arm before obliterating the rest of his upper body. But as the player tried to cast a spell, Yol, who regenerated instantly, began biting the staff before he detonated himself. This put Yan in a tough spot. He then told his regenerating brother that this form was rather challenging, but his pawns were easy to eliminate. Yol countered that his allies were no pawns, but human lives. Yan revealed it didn't matter, since in or out of the game, the weak are just toys for the powerful, saying it's better to bow to the strongest or risk living an insignificant life. With that, the inspector ordered a retreat, telling the police guild to protect citizens and hold their ground. Dick then tossed an opponent aside, telling their new recruit to chill as a massive poison cloud began forming. The user then sucked it right back into the orb. Kimch reined it in so he wouldn't defy his superiors. Then, the fallback began. According to Dusk, both cities seemed evenly matched, but truth be told, the opponent was slowly gaining the upper hand, making him wonder how long they could hold out while he hoped for their player to intervene. With that, Keenan decided to move. His goal was in reach, and this next maneuver would be his last. The Greed Lord would slay the Star Devourer or die trying. Then, like a level-up Manhwa glitch, Player 8 shattered into cheat codes. Back to the brothers' fight. Yun was alarmed when Yol revealed he never planned to defeat city number 99. With that, the final move began, as game piece number 8 started transforming, its outer shell shattering. Just like that, a giant cheat crystal meant to slay the game appeared, exactly as Ule had planned. Yoan couldn't believe it. The whole enemy piece became a bug. He realized Ule and his allies were trying to hack the game's core files, but the player declared they should have deleted him first before ever trying to delete the game. Just then, Mun dodged his brother's swift attack, leaving him completely shocked. With that, Yen began to dodge, parry, and counter every single strike from the beast. The player announced he'd figured out his brother's attack patterns, then used the Soul Strike skill to damage his spirit, earning Yulei's praise once more. But as he summoned the defeated cities, our hero declared he expected nothing less, and so began Yol Choy's final move to determine which of the two was the true genius. Yam was disappointed his brother resorted to such a simple-minded human wave tactic, but as he restored the defeated cities to their original scale, our protagonist affirmed his will to embrace simplicity. And so, Yen stood silently before a wall of fallen cities, realizing his brother was just stalling for Christina to corrupt the game. So then, Yin summoned his epic rank orb, Long Live the King, which controls lower-level beings. The minion count scaling with his level, just like that. The orb activated. Yo knew it had two modes. The first, automatic, making soldiers act on their master's programming, and the second, manual, letting the wielder control them directly. Yol Choy was satisfied. He'd finally forced his brother to reveal his true strength. The mob boss was thrilled to fight again. For him, no human life should be on strings, which earned him a strange look from the samurai. but when the first guy asked about that intense level-up Manhwa glare, he agreed. Yeah, they were all in the same boat. Just then, the old man silently stewed, remembering when Yol Choy tried to recruit them. He'd almost refused. This game was a total paradise, after all. But then the samurai glanced over at the kids, just happily messing around. And just like that, he drew his blade, determined to give his kids free will, ready to sacrifice it all to free them from the game's control. A spear took a warrior down hard, as the masked army started gaining the upper hand. The mob boss ordered his men to hold their ground. While the samurai couldn't believe just 5 masks were enough to overwhelm them, Yan was watching and controlling every move, personally directing his units. The genius then sidestepped his brother's beastly attack, jammed his hand into Yul's body, and unleashed a powerful spell. But a powerful shield protected Yul's spirit. Our hero was having a hard time keeping up with his brother. Yan smirked. He knew this strategy inside and out. It was Yul's go-to move. Our hero had a habit of minimizing losses, a classic level-up Manhwa tactic, to go all out in the endgame. Just then, the Spear Maiden saw more game pieces join the fray, and ordered everyone to switch to offense, kicking off their big counterattack. With that, the lieutenant reached for his helmet to activate his skill. Holy War, a one-shot permission ability, usable only with a complete Helden set. Holy War gave every guild member a holy equipment set, plus a blessing that massively buffed their stats. Yan watched as the ridiculously powerful ability was unleashed. Player 99 perfectly predicted his brother's moves. And just as Yul was about to unleash a powerful attack, he was countered by Yan, who cancelled his spell before it could even launch. Still, the genius player felt something was off, like he was missing a variable. Despite knowing his brother's tactics, Yan could sense a subtle change. Our struggling hero declared it wasn't time yet, they needed to attack with more force. Meanwhile, back in the control room, the colonel ordered an all-out assault, demanding they use every monster and golem to grab player 99's attention. But as far as Yan was concerned, their actions were totally useless, as he could predict his brother's every move, and had far better unit control than Yul. Our hero was barely parrying the attacks with his shield. Yan then realized his brother had deployed more units than he could possibly command, leading him to believe Yul was just winging it, which was a real letdown. At that moment, the police forces were barely holding on, but this didn't bother player 99 one bit, as he continued to overpower his brother. Our hero thought about how his brother had never hit his limit before, meaning player 99 couldn't predict this exact outcome. Yet, Yan was like a protagonist in a level-up manhwa. He'd simply surpass his limits once he reached them, but he would definitely freeze for a split second from the new sensation, giving City Number 8 its only chance to win. Meanwhile, Hiu expertly blocked 2 massive specimens and, through sheer grit, overpowered both her opponents. This left Yan stunned as Yul realized the real test was seeing that tiny window of opportunity. Back then, everyone opposed his insane plan, scolding the tactician for wanting to fight his brother, who outclassed him in every way, as Ula tried to explain, insisting this was their only shot against him. But our hero was totally confused when the soldier ordered him to just focus on his brother. The lieutenant said he and the other units would overwhelm Yan, but Yol insisted they would only get themselves killed. But the soldier argued that since they were fighting for a miracle, they had to go with the strategy with the best odds. That lieutenant was giving his all on the battlefield. While Yan tried to command the entire area, Yol had to focus on his brother's every single move, as his allies created an opening by swarming his brother. And then it happened. Yol swiftly summoned his ultimate weapon, giving his body Jack the Overlord's power. And so, the ultimate move of the Celestial Fang Sword technique activated. And with that, the powerful Heaven Destroyer skill was unleashed. Yan was amazed. His brother caught the one instant he showed weakness. Yul admitted a feat like this was impossible on their home world, since he couldn't even focus on a single task. But now our hero could finally cooperate with others instead of just taking advantage of them. While Yoon only saw humans as pawns, Yol saw a chance to learn and grow, like in a level-up manhwa. With that, Yol Choy finally emerged victorious over his brother. Yan was confused why the protagonist spared him, smirking that this was Ule's only real chance to truly beat him. So, our hero explained he never planned on taking his brother's life. He just needed him restrained to reach his ultimate goal. Ule also added that he and his brother had a lot to discuss once the game was finally over. To make someone an overlord, one of 2 conditions must be met. The target must fear the book wielder or share a deep bond with him. With that, the book began absorbing the defeated Yan. Despite our hero's inability to predict his brother's actions, there was at least one thing he was certain of. Yan deeply cared about him and their parents. Our hero figured his brother wanted to use the game's power to create his own personal utopia. But a world built by one man is no place for people to live. Yol was certain his brother would one day realize this truth. With that matter settled, our hero could now focus on slaying the Star Devourer. The protagonist started walking toward the strange entity, which was none other than his second overlord, who had grown bigger than several game pieces combined. Just then, Yan's aura began to fade, freeing the original player. 99. Yol told the serpent to guard their city. Suddenly, a bright red ascending light appeared on Hugh's side of the map, and on the military and police force battlefields as well. With Yan gone, the masked soldiers started regaining their true selves. The bright red light was visible from anywhere in the city. As it streaked its way right towards the gate, Jack asked Yol if he knew what was past the gate. But our hero had no clue, since Christina had never gone there. This made the protagonist guess their little stunt was a first for this game, and with that, our hero dove into the gate, only to be hit with total darkness. Yol cast a light spell, revealing a horrifying zombie right in front of him. Luckily, an invisible wall separated our grossed-out hero from the nasty thing. Yol then confirmed Jack's suspicions, explaining these worlds were all part of the Star Devourer. The Goblin Swordmaster pointed out how the zombies looked human. Yol agreed but said something felt off. Just then, a huge explosion erupted on the zombies' side of the barrier. The creatures fighting the zombies admitted that this endless horde was their own damn fault. The talking beasts started regretting using humans as lab rats for their new drugs. And while Yol realized humans weren't top dog here, Jack couldn't get over how stinking cute the creatures were. And so, our hero realized the Star Devourer was using these worlds to munch on emotional energy before dropping to the level below this one. He then found the world that had been completely drained of nourishment for the monster. Its inhabitants were frozen in time, waiting to be summoned as monsters for missions. Yol then decided to go even deeper. He found a pile of broken useless worlds that he could only call a graveyard. The Overlord noted they couldn't go deeper, leaving Yol one option: use his sword to smash through the floor. A massive explosion erupted as our heroes shot from darkness to light, trailing shards of the broken worlds. Yol was completely floored. He and Jack had finally reached their destination. Yol was in a place full of gates, where Christina was locked up. So, our hero began checking out the many portals. Despite its hunger for worlds, the Star Devourer always saved any powerful unit worthy of a demonic or divine rank. Jack then pointed out how hard it would be to find the Greed Lord in this insane level-up Manhwa maze. Yol didn't have an answer. Our hero then recalled the game flagging him as an anomaly that threatened its well-being. This meant there was a high chance the game would just seal away such threats. And suddenly, his book started flying on its own, making Jack guess that it was supposed to be their guide. The book then shot off at incredible speed before slamming right into a barrier. Yol was shocked to see the book cracking reality itself, while Jack worried the noise would give them away. Just then, our hero felt something and dodged a ton of slashes at the last second. As he kept on dodging, our hero was stunned as a bunch of NPCs appeared to take them out. Yol had a bad feeling as Jack warned him their opponents were strong. The protagonist was already painfully aware of that fact, seeing how each non-playable character could perfectly copy his stats and attributes. But according to Yol, that wasn't going to be enough to take him down. The book kept ramming the cracks as the NPCs charged our hero all at once, creating a huge flash of light. Yol Choy knew he was on the clock as the game actively tried to stop him. The Spear Maiden and the Thief were stunned as our hero saw his home, now encircled by various cities, was at risk. Many cities got the order to defeat Game Piece number 8 for trying to destroy their beloved game. The blonde girl told the Dragon Champion to expect some people would be willing to embrace the game. The commander was completely baffled as his forces detected 42 enemy cities approaching with 5 million troops. City number 8 became the target of 10 city eaters and 15 players. To the inspector's absolute shock, his partner thought this attack was a good sign. The game was clearly breaking its own rules to take them down. Dusk realized the game was out of options as Christina prepared for his epic comeback. Ule tore through the enemy forces, stabbing and kicking every NPC out of his way. Just then, the book created a path that our hero spotted instantly, before charging right in. And with that, our hero entered the new space. The NPCs couldn't follow, leaving them totally broken and powerless. Meanwhile, the Spear Maiden warned the enemy forces she would charge them if they dared to trespass, but was only met with blades to her face in response. The Spear Maiden easily deflected the incoming projectiles, making her realize it was pointless to reason with this level-up Manhwa-style game. The soldiers argued they should defend from their city, not fight every unit alone. With that, a shield rose, protecting the entire city. The mob boss ordered an immediate retreat, but the Greek statues charged city number 8 as it fought to take Earth back. At that, Jang and his battalion charged forward to shield the retreating troops. And just like that, another battle began. The lieutenant asked his opponent what intel the game had on them, who replied they were just people aiming to destroy the game and reclaim their planet. As he unleashed a barrage of sword slashes, the man claimed their city was full of idiots, since the gods they worshipped were powerless against players in this level-up manhwa, let alone the very game that controls them. And yet, city number 8 hoped to destroy it, which he found absolutely ridiculous. The statue then told the lieutenant to just accept his place as a game unit, but swinging his warhammer, the soldier declared he belongs to a human race that despises being controlled. Right before decapitating him, right then, a soldier approached the lieutenant, reporting they'd lost the first line and that over a quarter of their forces had evacuated. With that, the lieutenant ordered his men to hold their ground, knowing full well Yol stood no chance if their home was destroyed, which is why they had to shield it at all costs. Meanwhile, on Yul's side, after he entered the breach, our hero again found himself in nothingness, before being startled by his sword, which began to react strangely. Suddenly, a massive, three-eyed face appeared behind Yol Choy. Our hero now stood before a giant entity, like nothing he'd ever seen. This massive giant was none other than the Greed Lord's true form. Kroina was relieved by the unit's arrival and ordered Ule, who was still gawking at his real size, to set him free. The ex-player insisted the unit's sword was his key to freedom, but Ule just gave him a deadpan stare as he mulled it over. Our hero wanted the full story on the Greed Lord's past and motives before he even thought about breaking the seal. Prika was curious how the kid would react to a no, so our hero bluntly said he'd just end him, along with the game. This totally ticked off the Greed Lord, who was sure Ule couldn't do jack squat without his help. But our hero shot back that he got here by doing the impossible. A true level-up manhwa story. And then, they faced off. Meanwhile, over with the Spear Maiden, Hiju was unleashing a devastating attack, wondering how they could possibly fight this massive army. But that wasn't even the biggest problem, since the Golden Hand and Great Serpent couldn't handle all these hostiles alone. Just then, a player decided to play his hand, finally picking a card. The card was Durfreet's legendary magic bullet, an unmissable shot aimed at the enemy's MVP. But just then, the guy found himself sliced in half as a colossal sword slammed onto the battlefield. Then, a hand tore through the void and snatched the blade, signaling the Greed Lord's grand entrance. This caught the girl's attention, since their guy was supposed to be helping Yol Choy fight the Star Ear. And with that, three beings stood united against countless enemies. Just then, Christina remembered Yul's question as the players geared up to attack. He thought about getting back everything stolen from him as his sword became a blur of motion. And just like that, every enemy player was wiped out instantly, since Christina was only there to fight for his freedom. A long time ago, the Star Devourer obliterated Christina's homeworld, forging him into the man he is today. But it wasn't all bad, as the game gave him an epiphany about the countless worlds it had consumed, making him realize he just wanted to cruise through space and see what's at the very edge of the universe, which is exactly why the game locked him up when he tried to break free from its grip. Jack was floored that Christina didn't want to kill the Devourer himself, so Yul explained that he wasn't after revenge, and that's why the Greed Lord chose a strategy that would actually improve their odds, because Christina knew the players, both active and fallen. He always made a point to shield the city. Yul was now on deck to fight an alien with unknown powers, key in hand, and our hero then clicked the final piece into place. Jack then pointed out that Yul was their only real shot at beating this unknown thing that totally outclassed them, but our hero just said he was giving him too much credit. Then, as the gate materialized before them, Yol Choy was dead set on living up to the hype, and so our hero started to open the gates. But the second he did, our hero was blasted back by a liquid he first thought was water, but just then, it hit him, and he just burst out laughing, leaving Jack totally confused and scrambling to explain things to the Overlord. As he started crying from laughter, our hero realized this liquid was actually concentrated emotions. As an angry face just materialized on it, Yol Choy figured the Star Devourer feeds on emotions. Emotions so concentrated they became a literal liquid. Just as he thought about what consumed them, a giant entity burst through the cheat gates, its face sizzling with pure rage. Our hero realized this huge monster was the game's true form. The creature was covered in eyeballs. Yo was shocked by its true form, like a whale or some kind of microbe. Our hero quickly realized he couldn't get a read on the beast, not passive, not aggressive, maybe not even alive, as despite seeing it, Yol felt like he was staring into a void when suddenly an intense sensation slammed the young man, as the emotion pool made him lose control all over again. Jack told him to get his feelings under control, which the protagonist found pretty darn challenging. Yul knew he had to act fast, or he would simply fade into this pool of emotions. With that, Jack was left totally floored as our hero figured out the solution. The creature was then promptly attacked. Yulanam's astral form explained feelings come from the brain, so our hero decided to ditch his brain and body to keep a hold of himself. The protagonist then got a kick out of the Overlord's confused expression after it inhabited his body. To Eula's shock, Jack explained that his attack didn't even scratch the beast, making our protagonist feel like he'd missed a crucial detail. Just then, bright spots appeared on the Star Devourer right before it damaged Ule's soul and body. Our protagonist was shocked it used magic and weapons. Just then, the cosmic predator started to glow in different spots, unleashing a storm of spells and weapons on Ule's spirit and body, bombarding them with seemingly infinite attacks. Just then, a light appeared above the monster, as Yul decided to launch an all-out attack from the high ground. But, tough luck, his attacks phased right through the beast once again. Yo was floored that his anti-spectre attack failed, especially since the target had no real presence. But our hero was mostly shocked that the Greed Lord's power didn't affect the monster at all. Just then, the protagonist spotted the monster targeting them, unleashing another tempest of blades upon our hero. Yo figured the key to victory, like in a level-up manhwa, must be childishly simple, assuming the beast was on a different plane. In other words, Yol Choy just had to get them both into the same dimension. Right then, the Greed Lord's blade began to vibrate, along with all the rest of the cheat codes, including the one supporting city number 8, making Hiyu guess this was an earthquake as everything trembled. Christina grew alarmed, having never witnessed the cheat key acting so strangely before. Back to Yol Choy and Jack's fight. Our heroes unleashed a huge attack, only for it to phase through the emotion feaster again. At this point, Ula and Jack had used every single attack in the game to take it down, only to fail spectacularly as the beast readied another attack. Just then, you'd see his sword react to the beast's light, before getting blasted by another storm of spells and weapons. The young man then told the old goblin, who was struggling to defend them, that he had a plan. Yul survived this wave of swords thanks to his trusty shield. The beast was about to launch another attack, but Jack stood ready with Christina's sword. The blade started reacting weirdly, just like before, confirming Yul's suspicion that the cheat key was reacting to the game's light. But since it was just a theory, our hero decided to test it. Yol Choy seemed baffled, finding himself elsewhere before snapping back to reality, leaving our hero completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Just then, a huge explosion erupted, and the beast was finally hit, leaving it marked. Seeing this made our hero realize a part of the monster now existed in their dimension after being struck by the cheat key. This totally fired Jack up. With that, our heroes began their counterattack. He figured they didn't have enough bugs to slay the game, and speculated he could harm the monster by using magic on its exposed parts, when another vision suddenly hit him. This intrigued our protagonist, as he only sees them when a cheat key piece touches the emotional parasite. This got Yul thinking that the cheat codes were, in fact, the fallen worlds trying to pull the beast into their plane of existence. Our hero knew the cheat codes on his blades weren't enough. Just then, the monster opened its massive mouth, unleashing a monstrous energy blast like no other. Luckily, Yul and his overlord managed to dodge the annihilation. At that, our hero had no choice but to bail as Jack demanded a strategy, and so, they dashed for the crack and got out fast, alarming all the NPCs, only for the game to emerge from its domain to chase them, consuming some non-playable characters. The beast tried to suck the units right in. Yul wondered about the fallen worlds, the origin of the cheat codes, since they had just decided to assist him with their power. But the truth was crystal clear. The worlds were patiently waiting for someone to reach the core of this level-up manhwa so they could get revenge. And just like that, countless cheat keys rained from the sky, all targeting the cosmic whale, slowly pulling it into this dimension. With that, Yol Choy confirmed Jack's suspicions, as they now faced the true form of the Star Devourer. Yol Choy then saw the cheat codes acting weirdly, and was shocked that he and Jack were now in their original forms. The protagonist felt incredible strength in his body. Now that he had regained his flesh, Jack agreed with Yul, who pointed out this new power far surpassed Berserker. And with that, A huge blue light lit the sky, and from the dust emerged Yol Choy and Jack. Yol reminded Jack that, though they could now harm the beast, it still outclassed them, which Jack agreed with as he charged right ahead. Affirming this disadvantage was the real fun part. The cosmic whale unleashed a storm of blades toward our hero, but the goblin swordsman dodged and parried each weapon, before trying to strike the beast. Yet, as his blades casually bounced off the beast, Jack got knocked away after hitting an immovable object. Yol Choy figured the feeling consumer would keep renewing its strength as long as it roamed the emotion pool, so he resorted to one of his sword's powers, trying to hook the monster and fish it out of the water. Yol was determined to get the beast away from its energy source, and just like that, the colossal creature was sent flying through the ceiling. Yol then ordered his overlord to push it forward, depriving it of its nutrient source. With that, the monster was pulled out of its own abyss. Meanwhile, Christina was busy impaling an entity's heart. The Greed Lord fought with all his might just to hold his ground, but right then, the player witnessed the giant monster rising from beneath the clouds. The beast was being pushed upwards at high speed. Yul and Jack were doing their best to get the beast away from the emotions. The Star Devourer couldn't take it anymore, unleashing its first roar and forcing every living creature within its domain to bend the knee. The only exception were the inhabitants of Game Piece 8, who were being shielded by the cheat crystals. But this wasn't the end. As it released a second cry, it compelled every creature in the game to take down Yul and his units. The lieutenant pointed out how the beast even turned their own allies into foes. But despite their bad luck, the soldier decided to see it through to the end. But just as he was about to assault his crazed allies, they all began to fall to the ground, leaving the man completely shocked. This sudden pass-out even confused the great monster, so Yol Choy explained to the Star Devourer that the plan wasn't to kill it, as he needed to take its powers to restore their lost planet. Seeing how the cheat codes could bend the rules of the game, a classic level-up Manhwa move, Yul directly connected his blade to the beast to access its status window. The protagonist then revealed he and City 8 spent 3 centuries in the abandoned world just to craft a tool that could hack the game. This item, which can currently only affect units, would soon be able to command players after gaining enough power. With that, the giant whale charged at the 2 units, leaving them on high alert. Jack and Yul tried their best to block the monster's massive body, and just as Yul thought he'd reached the end of his path, a fierce blue blast struck the Star Devourer. Yul was confused, only to see the Spear Maiden and Lieutenant flying to his rescue. Hiju affirmed that they should fall back, which Yol Choy agreed with, but not before using the emergency escape code. Our protagonist wanted to know how the 2 of them managed to get out of the city. So, Hiju explained the Greed Lord lent them his power, which confused him, as Christina supposedly gave him her entire supply of cheat crystals, only to find him surrounded by tons of them. The Greed Lord had hoped to use these crystals to abandon our heroes in case of defeat, in order to live and fight another day. But in the end, this entity was Player 8, which is why he decided to use all of his resources for this unique opportunity. Yol Choy felt oddly glad that Christina planned to lead them to their doom until the very end. As the cosmic whale let out a fierce roar, Hiu laid out the plan. The protagonist drains the creature's power while they fight it, which got Jack hyped to see her progress. Yoloid voiced his thanks, now relying on them for this final battle. The lieutenant popped his shield, a powerful barrier, only to get tossed around like a toy by the beast. With that, Jack and his pupil charged right at the monster, unleashing a storm of cuts and slashes upon it. But they quickly saw their attacks were totally useless, so they just decided to keep the beast off the protagonist. Just then, the Star Devourer let out a mighty roar, making 4 city eaters assault its biggest threat. But the entities were quickly sliced up by Christina's blade, who was protecting her best unit. With that, both book owner and wielder realized the game wasn't directly controllable. Their tool only let them work through the system. With deities and demons unleashed, the colonel ordered the citizens to stay cool and slay the entities one by one, to shield their home from harm. And so, all charged ahead to take on the fierce monsters. The great servant Krishino and the 2 inspectors fought their hardest against the attacking players. While Jack and Hiju tried to distract the strongest creature, the Greed Lord used his crystals for the cheat sword deep inside the monster, and Yul was trying his best to end it all. As City Number 8 burned, covered in the corpses of units, the sword was almost out of cheat keys. Yul, so close to his goal, knew his resources weren't enough. With Christina out of cheat crystals, everyone tried their best to wound the monster. But just then, the last cheat crystal was consumed before Yol Choy could end the beast, making the Greed Lord think his last move was a total failure. But against all odds, our hero embraced hope. planning to siphon the beast's energy to restore their world, like a true level-up manhwa protagonist. When suddenly, the protagonist was face to face with the cosmic predator, before being swallowed whole to everyone's horror. Yol realized the Star Devourer had eaten him, and he would be digested once his cheat energy ran out. In the face of the end, Yol Choy decided to strike the monster from the inside one last time. When suddenly, a voice from the book said this would be his most illogical decision yet. And then, a hand emerged from the book, summoning items and explaining that when objects of different worlds collide in-game with enough energy, an error is born. Yet, after analyzing the collision, one could use the right formula to select the correct item set with the exact speed and energy. Just like that, Yan revealed the secret to creating cheat crystals. This amazed the young man, who guessed his brother used these errors to free himself and asked if he was trying to fight him. Yet, the player only answered with silence, setting up the control panel for his brother. Yo was confused as his brother ignored him and kept explaining, seemingly trying to help him in his quest. Yaman affirmed that by colliding more than half of the existing items, they could grab enough small crystals, but Yol swore they couldn't collect the set items. But his brother reassured him, having already figured out the solution. Yoon, who held the starter dice, explained they could tweak its algorithm to hit their goal, as it held every single in-game item. This made Yul realize his brother, who outplayed him in the game, never even got a starter pack. He was speechless. Yan, who'd rather just embrace the game, affirmed this was a call the hero had to make. This left his brother even more confused by the sudden help. Yan explained the reason was his defeat against Yul. Jack Jong and Hiju found themselves facing the Star Eater with completely shattered weapons. Yen refused to waste time in-game. He could still build his utopia. The game was just a faster route. The player was about to finish the policeman, but as the inspector tried shielding his partner by blocking the huge blade, he was left completely shocked, as they were suddenly in a totally different place. And while the first guy assumed it was a trap, the second had his doubts. With that, Dix used his umbrella to get airborne, and the sight left him speechless. They had actually returned to their original home world. Everyone was shocked as status windows vanished, and phones worked again. All felt relieved. But the lieutenant wondered if this was Ule's grand tactic. Ku pointed out that neither the protagonist of this level, Up Manhwa, nor Jack, were anywhere to be seen. As the planet was being restored, Yul thanked Yan for his help. With only one task remaining, our hero, backed by his brother, his two overlords, and the Greed Lord, will now end the Star Devourer for good. Krishna advised caution, as Jack explained how injured beasts get really violent. With that, the monster prepared to launch a powerful attack. Everyone stood on guard, ready for the blast, but to their shock, the monster cracked like stone. Yol couldn't believe his eyes as two small Star Devourers appeared, children of the great beast. The two newborns then began channeling their energy. Everyone expected a devastating attack to follow. The hero was floored as their assault wasn't meant to harm him and his allies, and a great flash of light erupted. And just like that, our heroes were left standing with a giant, empty eggshell. Krusha was stunned. The creature used all its energy to get its children to safety. Yol Choy silently pondered how the energy they took had vanished. He speculated that the Star Devourer died using its remaining strength to get its offspring to safety. Yen suspected the dead monster intended to use its children as a tool for revenge, but Ul quickly brushed that aside, saying it was only protecting its descendants. This made the young genius recall his late parents, who sacrificed themselves for him. According to our protagonist, this level-up manhwa wasn't a tale of good versus evil, but simply Earth's story of escaping a natural predator. With that, our heroes agreed they should return to their world. Since every game piece had been restored after changing, our heroes must act fast in the hope of preserving order. But Yol Choy waved them off. He already had a plan. According to the New Earth News, 2 years passed since Yol Choy and his allies from City Number 8 ended the crazy game. They were now immortalized on the Wall of Heroes. The reporter announced City 8 was now Acidol. And yeah, the old unit confirmed it. They confirmed the game totally redrew the map around core cities. With Acidol being the big cheese, the reporter pointed out that some folks actually hated the heroes for winning, which the man confirmed. He called them outcasts of paradise who mistook the game for a utopia. This group thought people could be reincarnated in the game, but that reincarnation was just code, meaning those folks weren't really alive. Some didn't care about this detail, so the arguments were expected to last a long time. So, the duo decided to check on what the other heroes of City Number 8 were up to. Meanwhile, in the first felony division of the solar system, a man was getting ticked off at the outcasts of paradise for getting way out of hand. Even though he felt their pain, Chol knew throwing punches wasn't the answer. While turning into a dragon, he suggested they proceed. With that, the police descended on the riot. The Black Bear of Storms, Lunak Seu, threatened to wreck anyone who didn't listen. At the same time, in the city's tallest building, the guy on the phone told the chairman they were moving 16 legendary items, all with the lady's go-ahead. The chairman was seriously relieved to hear that and wished the guy a safe trip back. Then, he wondered how the lady, still in her prime, could have possibly declined his offer. I mean, his offer was unbeatable after all. He was Dusk Choy, A.K.A. the Golden Hand, and chairman of the solar system's biggest corporation, Hammock, under the blue sky. Hiju was floored that the lady turned down the chairman's offer. Jayu just confirmed she'd rather work solo. This made the worried spear maiden thank her for the support, which helped her stick with her choice. But the former thief reassured her friend, since she was none other than the Divine Eye, Ju Kang, a top-tier item evaluator. The evaluator asked where she was, and Hiju revealed she was on Mars. Jayu realized her friend was off solving someone else's problem again, which Hiju confirmed, wanting to keep up with Jack and Yol Choy. But right then, Hiju suddenly decided to hang up, saying she'd call right back, cutting Jayu off mid-sentence. Meanwhile, two tribes were gearing up for a throwdown. Earth wasn't the only planet saved from that beast. Most trapped worlds were put back to normal, but some were so wrecked they had to be mashed together with other planets. The dwarf called the orc unworthy of the mine, saying they'd just make ugly weapons. But the orc shot back that a weapon's only value is its power, making looks and reasons totally pointless. But just then, the dragon's avatar ordered them to knock it off. This was the system's second son, Hiugo, a true level-up Manhwa hero known as the Dragon Master of the Blue Flames. But when she tried to reason with them, the woman got a totally unexpected reaction. The dwarf was completely enchanted by her spear, while the orc was more interested in her strength, falling head over heels for her. With that, the lady decided to ditch these weird admirers. Meanwhile, in Earth's outer orbit, on a ship with the Sami unit, an outer space special response team for the intersolar system forces, the White Comet's chief commander John warned the men to be careful, as they were escorting elves to a new shelter beyond the solar system. And just like that, the interdimensional warp started. At the same time, on the moon with the Choy brothers and the Greed Lord, Ula wanted to know if the entity was going to leave. Christina confirmed that despite his love for this universe, he was chasing a greater prize, wanting to see what was beyond the Star Eater, to observe the universal ecosystem. But Yul still couldn't get his urge to leave. I mean, they had liberated countless universes, but the entity confirmed it wanted to explore the unknown. It then pointed out the chance that a creature exists that preys on the almighty game, all while regaining its true size, which made Yul beg him to stop with the scary theories. Kashina confirmed again that he was driven by his thirst for knowledge. With that, Yul couldn't argue, but a huge issue remained. As his own brother, Yan chose to leave with a Greed Lord, instead of staying with him. Yan then asked his brother if he could protect himself from him if he tried to prey on his land, but Ula assured him he misunderstood. Yan explained family meant everything, and how Ula blew his chance to bring their parents back to life. The protagonist revealed he tried to revive everyone who fell, like a quest in a level-up manhwa, but he was powerless to do so. The genius revealed this was the exact reason for his departure, totally confusing his brother. Yan explained that if a creature mightier than the Star Devourer existed, he'd use its power to revive their father and mother. Ule was then left completely dumbfounded, trying to explain how their parents had already reached the afterlife. But Yan insisted that not all hope was lost, as he saved their data in this ore before the game ended, asking his brother to wait for him, as he would return with their parents. The former player proposed they play one more time against each other for universe dominance, before vanishing into the portal with the Greed Lord. This made Ula fear he'd unleashed a far greater danger on the galaxy than a celestial-sized consumer. Jack then noted the protagonist will have plenty to keep him busy, which our hero agreed with, affirming their approach was the same as they had to make preparations. They had to refine their techniques, sharing intel and items while evolving together. Our heroes would live to fight another day. Even if a threat greater than the game was out there, our heroes would surely live on. At the same time, the current events and many others were being watched by entities far bigger than the game. According to the system, the humanoid creatures had enough material for the seed. And with that, the seed crafting began. Just like that, a creation seed was forged, a level-up manhwa artifact to make new life in the chosen galaxy.